Hi, y'all. Ramsey got the belt. I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes.
Hello, friend.
Nice change of pace on a Wednesday.
He wrote it on the paper.
What did I write?
Call Ramrod. Super Troopers reference.
Oh, sorry. I was zoned out.
I wrote it on the paper.
Oh, my mic's not on. There's my mic. Hello, everyone.
Hi, everyone. God damn it. Second day in a row. Dr. David, what up? Kyron, what up, dog? Good to have you back. What's up, Katrina? What's up, Drew Down?
Wheezy.
Cousin
Let's see.
Pete, Mrs. Mac, TCG. Oh, Bob Hatchie, what's good? Love the avatar. What's up, Bryce? What's up, Warren? Pete, Tyler Jennings, what up, bro? Hate it for my guy. Hate it for my guy. You know what's funny about... No, hang on. Here we go. I ain't got a chance to make my tea yet. I'm going to become a tea guy during the show.
Oh,
Oh, I am way hot. There we go. All right, here we go. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Hey,
hi, Kyle.
good morning.
Good morning.
I'm all over the place now. Is my mic on? Are we up? Are we good to go? Here we go. All right. Welcome in, everybody. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you until noon right here on ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento's sports leader. Thanks, everybody listening on the radio. We appreciate you immensely. Everybody listening on the free Odyssey app, shout out to you. If you're listening on the free Odyssey app and you can only listen to a little bit of the show, make sure while you're in the Odyssey app to download and subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madsen show. That's the podcast version of this program. It's this show, just without the commercials. It's great.
There it is.
You can find it wherever you get your pods.
That's right.
And of course, everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Whether you're in the chatty house or whether you just observe from afar, we appreciate you so much for tapping in with us on a Wednesday, the final day without professional football for a long time.
Oh, I can't wait, Kyle.
Until February.
I can't wait.
I'm really excited.
I love it.
Yeah,
love
man.
Football season.
Yeah, I'm just going through and you start this time of year. That's what was wrong. My headphones weren't turned up. I was wondering why this sounded so funky. There we go. All right. This sounds a lot better in my ears now. So we're just at the time of year where predictions start coming out and you start rolling through and bold predictions and playoff predictions and Super Bowl winners and all that jazz. And that to me is just, it's my second favorite time of the year behind Christmas. Christmas number one, the days leading up to and through football season number two.
Okay.
It's my favorite time on the sports calendar.
Yeah, the sports calendar, because I've covered the NBA for so long, there's that build up to the NBA. So it always feels like Halloween time is you're putting out your decorations, but also getting ready to be gone for 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
So the neighbors are like, oh, I love your decorations, but not to me, to everyone else, because I'm never there.
Sure.
So, yeah, I'm just gone. I'm literally, people are like, where did you go? We thought you moved or something. I'm like, no, it's my NBA season. I'm gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I do like it though. The NFL season is, to me, it's like the greatest thing ever. Like I love getting up and watching football for 9 hours straight every single Sunday.
It's the best.
Yeah.
And it starts tomorrow. Chiefs, Ravens in Kansas City. We will dive into all that. Amblix, shout out to you. I've never seen you in the chat before. So just wanted to say hello and good morning. Thanks for tapping in. Yeah, man. The thing I love about the NFL season this year in particular, and we'll dive fully into this later on in the show and definitely into tomorrow, of course, Fantasy Friday with Faraz Siddiqui. That starts up at 10:30 on Friday. Each and every Friday, Faraz Siddiqui of Upper Hand Fantasy will be joining us on this program to answer your questions and help you make your decisions for your fantasy leagues. James, you and I had a draft last night.
We did.
And that's another part of this time of year that I like, because fantasy football drafting is my favorite thing. Managing the team and doing all that jazz, hate it. Having to make week in, week out decisions about who to start, who to sit, hate it so much.
Well, that's why we have Faraz.
That's why people like Faraz are in my life.
That's right.
So they can make those decisions for me. But we had a draft last night, and we will have the commissioner of our Odyssey Sacramento League, Andy Hawk, who is the brand manager for Alt 94.7 here at Odyssey Sacramento. He's going to jump in. We're going to chat with him. Charlie is in our league. So Charlie, I think, is a little bit of a ringer.
You think so?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I was talking to Charlie, and he's like, I'm not prepared. I'm just going to be winging it. You know, I might take 10 defenses. I don't know. And then you go look at Charlie's team, and it's like, hey, Charlie, it's kind of a little bit of a squad.
I
got a bone to pick with Charlie about his slow playing.
When I went to leave yesterday, he was doing mock drafts. He was actually like going through and like doing mock drafts.
That's so funny.
So don't let him like fool you here.
Oh no, I got fooled. Fooled. Not that changed anything we were doing. It was funny. You and I decided to alternate picks last night.
Yes.
Because we couldn't both be in the draft at the same time.
Which is the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
It's so dumb. You can have a co-manager, but you can't have co-managers in the same draft.
It literally kicks you out every single time.
Which, I mean, I guess it makes sense. So you don't have two people drafting like at the same time.
Okay.
But I feel like you should be able to designate one person the drafter, so the other person can at least see what's happening.
Yeah.
But you would make a pick, jump out. I would jump in, wait for our pick to come back around.
Yep.
And then we'd be communicating in the meantime, like, hey, what direction do we want to go here? Okay, do we want to go with this guy? Long story short, I'm not even going to say I accidentally auto-drafted Christian Kirk.
Yeah, it was a tough look. I know you were very upset.
I was pissed.
Yeah.
I was big mad.
There were some guys on the board I would have preferred. Like, we had a whole list of guys we're going
all of them, bro. Every single one. Christian Kirk is, this is irrational. You're going to be like, why are you being mean to Christian Kirk? He's never done anything to you. True facts. Like my least favorite player in the league. I'm just out. Ever since the Jags overpaid him and reset the way wide receiver contracts are done. Not that I care about any of that, but just when he got overpaid, it was like, really? For Christian Kirk? What? And just ever since then, I've been kind of out on Christian Kirk. So naturally, karma, we auto-draft him. I auto-draft him. So he's on our team now. And then later on, I said, we're just going to lean into the bit.
Oh, yeah.
We're just full on the Trevor Lawrence hype train. And we also went with Brian Thomas, the rookie wide receiver.
Okay.
From Jacksonville. So you and I have to be big Trevor Lawrence guys.
When you said you were going on the Trevor Lawrence, I thought you were going to draft Trevor Lawrence.
No, that's crazy. We already overdrafted Brock Purdy.
Yeah, we did. That was my fault.
Look, here's the thing is with fantasy football specifically, and this goes for whether you're doing fantasy football or you're doing a football pool and you're doing picks or whatever it is, doesn't matter. You're doing this for fun.
Mm-hmm.
That's ultimately what the goal is here. So if you want to have Brock Purdy, if we want to have Brock Purdy on our team, then so be it. That's what it is. Screw the rankings. We wanted that player to be on our team. Could we have gotten him the next round? Maybe, but maybe not.
Yeah.
And if he had gone elsewhere and lit it up this year for 4,600 yards and 38 touchdowns and 9 interceptions, we'd have been like, man, really wish that we had taken Brock Purdy instead of whatever other quarterback we ended up drafting. What we get, Tua?
We got Tua late.
Yeah, we got, which I'm good with.
Yeah.
Like, that's a good, you can go matchup based. However, maybe Tua steps up this year and just lights it up and throws for 5K and 40 touchdowns. That'd be great.
I'm trying to think, what round did we draft?
I have no idea. Like 7th?
I think it was the 7th round.
But we're big Trevor Lawrence guys now. I wasn't going to go as far as to draft him, but I did want a piece of the Jags offense. And our favorite quarterback rankings are now out, by the way. Speaking of Trevor Lawrence.
Mm-hmm.
Steven Ruiz of the Ringer put the first edition of his 2024 QB rankings out. And I got to tell you, good news for us. Trevor Lawrence ranked 8th.
Oh.
Big year incoming.
That's right. I feel bad that
we got to root for this.
We didn't draft any of the Seattle receivers because he's really, really high on the Seattle quarterbacking situation.
Yeah, he's big Geno Smith guy.
Yeah.
And that's a Steven Ruiz staple take, has been for a long time. even when Geno was foundering around the NFL with the Jets and where else? The Giants. Where else is he?
I don't know.
Is he the Raiders for a second?
I don't
Was
think
Geno
so.
Smith ever a Raider?
I can look this up.
Yeah,
While
please
you
look this up.
continue.
Yeah. So while Geno Smith was bouncing around the NFL doing the backup quarterback thing, Steven Ruiz always had this take that he was better than people were giving him credit for. So now that Geno is a starting quarterback again, he has decided to make him the number 10 quarterback. I'm not going to lean into that. I don't ride with him on that take, but I think I'm higher on Trevor Lawrence than most of this station.
Okay.
So
I'm glad we
cool
didn't
leaning
take
into
him,
this.
but Geno Smith played for the LA Chargers. Well, at that point, the San Diego Chargers.
I have zero recollection of that.
Yeah.
So
in
Chargers,
2018.
Jets, Giants.
Jets, then Giants for a year, then Chargers, then the last 4 years with the Seattle
Seahawks.
Seattle Seahawks.
No recollection of him being in San Diego. That's wild.
Yeah.
But these Steven Ruiz rankings are fascinating. So just to get this out of the way, we got to scroll all the way down to number 31 to find Las Vegas Raiders quarterback Gardner Minshew.
Which
That's tough.
The write-up on him is like the quick blurb is hilarious.
Yeah, we'll get to the blurbs in a second. Remember Brock Purdy last year spent most of the time in the 20s?
Yeah, he started at 31.
Was he at 31?
Yeah, that's why we were like, come on,
Was
bro.
it that low?
Yes, he was 31.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy, number 16 this year.
Oh.
And actually, here's where I'm torn, because I think Steven Ruiz is a mostly smart football analyst.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where I'm torn, because I think Brock Purdy is probably closer. I don't hate 16th. I'm not going to sit here and pound the table and be outraged. I can see the argument. But he said, for the same reason that evaluating a quarterback, I'm reading this directly off his rankings. For the same reason that evaluating a quarterback who's stuck in a terrible offense can be difficult, properly judging Brock Purdy's performance in San Francisco's dream offense feels like an impossible task. He's essentially the NFL's ultimate Rorschach test. Because my brain is wired to prefer bigger quarterbacks with stronger arms, I look at Purdy and see a passer with average accuracy, average decision-making skills, and above-average playmaking ability. I do not, however, see a game manager.
Okay.
Like, man, I don't have a ton of arguments against that. I don't hate any of that.
I don't hate it either, but just because
none of it was wrong.
Just because he has a preference for tall, big-armed quarterbacks doesn't mean that, normal-sized human beings with normal arms haven't found great success in the league.
Sure.
I mean,
doubt.
again,
No doubt.
How many I compare Brock Purdy, Brock Purdy right now looks like young Drew Brees to me. Drew Brees was never big. He never had a huge arm. This is who he was. But he was absolutely phenomenal for 15 years.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with quarterbacks come in all different shapes and sizes. And I think Brock Purdy has a chance to be an absolutely phenomenal quarterback.
Sure. So he's ranked 16th. He's ahead of Jalen Hurts, Tua, Derek Carr, and Caleb Williams. Those are the 4 quarterbacks directly behind him.
Okay.
And this is where when it comes to the whole quarterback ranking conversation, this is where I get hung up a little bit. Because Purdy at 16. Then you have 15 Kirk Cousins, 14 Jared Goff. If you swap those in a different order, sure, man.
Okay.
And if you want to lump in Jalen Hurts and Tua and Derek Carr and Caleb Williams into that and just flip that order however you want, that's why I think tiers are a lot better for this conversation.
Yeah.
Because when you get to I wish I could say to the top 10, but that includes Geno, who I think is down in this tier with Brock Purdy and them. And I think CJ Stroud is probably a tier above that right now. And he has CJ Stroud behind Geno Smith. Sure.
What in the world?
Sure, man.
What is with his irrational love of Geno Smith? Is it just is it like a gag?
So here's no. It's absolutely serious. So Patrick Mahomes is number 1 in these rankings. Is there anything more consensus in sports than Patrick Mahomes is the number 1 quarterback in the NFL?
No. I don't think. I mean, yeah, maybe Steph Curry's the greatest shooter in the NBA. Okay,
Sure. Okay.
but at sort of like one position, no, because you can't get a consensus that Steph Curry is the best point guard in the NBA.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, like we can go from one position to the next, and like it doesn't matter.
There's
Like
no-
I think there's not a consensus on anything else.
Because if you said, and I'm sure there's somebody out there, if we went around Sacramento and said, who's the best quarterback in the NFL? I'm sure there's somebody who would give you somebody other than Patrick Mahomes.
Okay,
But the large consensus is he's number one. I think if you went around Sacramento and said, who's the best center in the NBA?
Mm.
In Sacramento, you're going to get a lot of Sabonis.
Yep.
But you're going to get a lot of Jokic. You're going to get a lot of Joel Embiid.
maybe some Anthony Davis.
You might get some Anthony Davis. You might get some Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
Even if that's premature. Like, again, the point being there's not going to be that consensus. And I just, when I was looking at that, it's so funny. Any analysis you read, and we were talking about preseason predictions and prognostications and all that, anything you read comes down, like, everybody's picking the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl, more or less, because it's like, yeah, hey, Mahomes did it last year, and he's probably going to do it again this year. No team's ever won 3 in a row. No team's ever had Patrick Mahomes. What are you going to do?
Well, that and they went out and they improved his
Yeah,
skills
they're better.
positions.
They're better.
They're much better.
They're a better team this year.
Yeah, they're much better. Like another year of Rushy Rice, but then all the other receivers they added. Like,
Yeah.
that team's just flat out. It's better. It's
Yeah.
a better team. So I'm intrigued to see what they look like.
I kind of it almost feels like, we just talked about quarterback rankings and tiers and stuff. I almost feel like Mahomes has to be by himself.
Yeah. No, I
Legit-
totally agree. There's a tier that is Patrick Mahomes,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's everybody else.
Right, and then there's the tier below that, whether that's, I don't care who you have in it, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, whoever.
Mhm.
Like, the tier below that isn't super far behind, but it's definitely, I'm taking Mahomes first if I'm doing rankings or picking all the quarterbacks or whatever. And I don't, like I said, I don't know that there's a great argument for anybody else.
Well, even like if you're a fantasy football player and your league can downgrade quarterbacks, whatever. Quarterbacks like aren't extreme. I mean, they're valuable in our league, but we keep him every year because at the end of the day, like there's no reason not to. Like,
This
even
is in your league, your home league, not the Odyssey.
no, my home league that I played forever. And in all honesty, like Mahomes didn't have a great season last year. He threw 14 picks. He only threw 27 touchdowns, 4,200 yards, right? He wasn't great. And there wasn't a huge separation between him on the field and like his numbers. And like, I think he finished like 6th, 7th in scoring in our league. And that's not great. But you can't throw him back. You can't not keep him because he could go this season. He could easily throw for 45 touchdowns.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's just the thing that's on the table with him every year.
yeah, 5,300 yards and 45 touchdowns. You're like, okay, we win.
Yeah.
We're in the Super Bowl.
It's there.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. It's very, very wild to see a player that just his on-field production, it doesn't matter. Like, he's so much better than everybody else at the position. It's not even close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he has, again, Stephen Ruiz's rankings at the Ringer.
Yep.
Oh, that's a mouthful. Pause. NFLrankings.theringer.com/QB-rankings. Mahomes 1, Lamar Jackson 2.
Don't love it.
I have less quibbles with Lamar Jackson at number 2 than I do with, where did the Athletic rankings have him? Oh, they had him outside the second tier. I think he was 4th.
Yeah.
But he was outside the first tier.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're tiering quarterbacks where it's Mahomes in one tier and then everybody else behind him, Lamar is comfortably in the second tier to me. So I don't hate that he's ranked second here. No,
I that's true. I mean, if you're specifically looking at just tiers, so I would put him in the second tier with Josh Allen. I'd throw probably Burrow in that second. And again, if we're talking about winning playoff games versus like fantasy, there are two different ways I would look at this. Like, Dak Prescott is in the second tier if we're talking fantasy football. If we're talking regular football and all that stuff, I guess you have to at least consider him because he's a guy who's won 12 games a couple of years in a row. So that makes sense. But I'm more of, I don't know. Like it just really does depend on how you're looking at the position, right?
Yeah, Lamar's just Lamar is so interesting because he's so obviously awesome.
Mhm.
And then last year in the playoffs, they beat Houston 34-10. Comfortably handled Houston. Lamar 16 of 22, a $152, 2 touchdowns. He also rushed 11 times for 100 yards and 2 touchdowns. Like that's just that's dominant.
Yeah, it's wild.
And the big passing numbers aren't there, but he was super efficient. He ran the heck out of the ball, and he accounted for 4 touchdowns. Not that many players in the league are doing that. But then you go to the game against Kansas City. They scored 10 points at home in the AFC title game, and he goes 20 of 37 for 272 yards, a touchdown and interception. Ran it 8 times for 54 yards.
Oh yeah, he wasn't good enough.
Yeah, and that's just kind of where, and that's where that's the wall I run into with Lamar Jackson. Is I so badly want to say like, yeah, he's comfortably the second best quarterback in the league. He's won 2 freaking MVPs, and he's deserved both of them. Like, don't get it twisted. But at some point, for me, as irrational as it might be, that playoff success starts to become a factor for me. And that's where I can't put Lamar at number 2 because I don't know what I'm going to get in January. I can't reliably say, hey, Lamar Jackson is going to take the Ravens to the Super Bowl.
I kind of put him in the same category, like if we're talking NBA players, and we're going to get to this, his name will come up later in the show, but he's sort of the James Harden of the NFL.
Interesting.
You know, he's a guy who puts up crazy numbers, like, and not just crazy scoring numbers. It's the rushing yards, it's the rushing touchdowns, it's the passing.
Rebounds, it's the assists.
It's all of the stuff. You look at him, you're like, man, look what he's doing. But at the end of the day, he's like, can he win it all? And I think the answer is maybe not.
Yeah.
Like his style of play, whatever it is that he's doing. So I don't know. It's intriguing.
Yeah, man. Like I said, Lamar's obviously awesome. But I just the 2020 year, the 2020 season, the Ravens beat the Titans 20-13. He goes 17 of 24 for 179 yards, no touchdowns and interception. He runs it 16 times for a $136 and a touchdown. So did enough to win. Not a great game, but not terrible.
Yeah.
But then they go lose 17-3 at Buffalo. He goes 14 of 24, 162 yards, no touchdowns and a pick. He runs it 9 times for 34 yards. That's where it's like, man, I just
feels like in the big game they can take him away.
That's right, right. And that's the hang up I have. As irrational as it might be, is I'm sure there's a Ravens fan who could sit down with me and go, look, here's all the context you're missing for those games. In this game, this receiver got hurt, and in this game was why they fired Greg Roman, because he wasn't doing well enough with designing a passing game. And Zay Flowers fumbled last year. Okay, like, yeah, you know what? 100%. Well, like at some point, if I'm gonna have the same criticism of Justin Herbert of like, dude, you got to do something first.
Yeah,
I think that kind of has to start to apply to Lamar Jackson at some point.
No, I think so too. Yeah, I mean, again, it's kind of like Dak Prescott. He puts up all the yards, puts all these crazy stats, but when push comes to shove, he doesn't have whatever mechanism it is, or what he does on the field can be defended by the elite of the elite. And when you get deep into the playoffs, you're not just getting beat by an elite defense. You're getting beat by elite minds that are helping run that defense. And, you know, whether it's the head coach, whether it's a defensive coordinator, whatever it is, they're finding ways to take away some of these players. And the job of a great team is to find ways to get through, which is why, again, we can, you know, move Brock Purdy wherever we want on Steven Reese's list. The deal is, whether he's got a big arm or he's 6'5", it doesn't matter. What matters is his team goes as far as they can possibly go without winning it all.
Well, and that's where I think the conversation diverges a little bit, and why these rankings are a little bit tough.
Yep.
Because what Ruiz is trying to do is isolate quarterback play, saying, hey, these rankings are how the standings would look if every team had everything the same, which is an okay exercise for sure. It's not reality.
Yeah.
Reality is what you just brought up. It's okay. You can say Brock Purdy is the 16th best quarterback in that situation, but the fact of the matter is he was the most efficient passer in the league last season. He was top 5 in MVP voting. He broke the 49ers single season passing record. He was in the top 3 or 5 in every freaking statistical category, traditional, advanced, or otherwise. From a standpoint of playing the position with the hand he's dealt, there's not that many people doing it better than Brock Purdy. But on the other hand, I totally get the argument that, hey, if you drop Brock Purdy onto the Chiefs last year, they don't win the Super Bowl. Or if you drop Brock Purdy onto the Chargers last year, they win 6 games. Like, or however many, I think that what they win, 7. They ended up firing their coach, but I get that side of it, and I get that argument. But at the same time, I do think that when you're stripping everything and you're going, hey, if everybody was league average, these are how the quarterbacks would rank, then I don't know. It's a tough exercise. Josh Allen 3.
Yep.
Justin Herbert 4. He's a big Justin Herbert guy.
Yeah, so this is, again, like it gets back to it. Like, if you put these guys in a better situation, would they do better? And like, I get what his idea is, but it's like the chicken or the egg. Really, it is. Like, we're going to find out this year, can Josh Allen and can Justin Herbert create wide receivers? Can they create top-tier players around them? Because they don't have them.
Yeah.
So how are you going to do in this situation? And we can't just keep saying, well, he didn't really have the players. Like, he had Stephon Diggs, man. Stephon Diggs is a really good player. And not only that, but Herbert had, like, Keenan Allen's a great wide receiver. And, Mike Williams isn't a bad wide receiver. And Austin Eckler's great out of the backfield. Like, sure, you can say, oh, well, he doesn't have the 49ers, all of their things. Well, was Brandon Ayuk just like a foregone conclusion that he was going to be great before Brock Purdy took over? And
no, he's a first round pick, but yeah,
he's a first round pick, but that doesn't mean like how many first round pick wide receivers bust. Like, there's like 5 of them every year. So like, you have to look and see a player's ability to not only play within his system, but to also do what Patrick Mahomes did last year and just flat out create wide receivers.
Yeah, man. That's my hang up with this style of ranking, is if you're going to say that Justin Herbert is 12 spots better than Brock Purdy, okay. But then isn't the whole point that he's able to overcome whatever advantages he doesn't have that Brock Purdy does? Yeah. Like, that's again, not saying that I think Brock Purdy is a more talented quarterback than Justin Herbert. If you drop Justin Herbert onto the 49ers, I honestly, I think they probably get better. But on the other hand, if the whole point of this is these guys can overcome situation, Brock Purdy can't. It's like, well, Justin Herbert hasn't. He hasn't done anything. Yeah. He hasn't won anything. He's put up big, but he's not. Maybe it's the defense. Maybe it's the play calling. Maybe it's, again, I'm sure a Chargers fan could sit down and tell me all the ways I'm wrong. But from where I sit, I think winning has to matter no matter what your rankings look like. At some point, getting the thing done in the biggest spot. It's why Jamal Murray has never made an all-star team, but is lauded as this, like, no, man, you got to put him up there when you're talking best point guards in the league because of what he does in the playoffs. Yeah. Like, they've won a lot of playoff games, and he's come up with big games and big moments in the postseason. Like, that matters in sports. And again, getting back to these quarterback rankings, like, the reason I have any pause with Lamar Jackson is that. The reason I have any pause with Justin Herbert is that. Like, at some point, winning's got to matter, man. Well, no matter what the context is.
I'd also say winning has to matter. Stats have to matter too. And how do a guy not only wins but puts up the stats, but you want to keep putting an asterisk next to his name? Like, all right. Yeah. Well, I guess we got to go to a break, Kyle. We'll figure this out. Yeah, we sure do. We will figure out this and world peace after the break.
Can't wait. We're also going to have Andy Hawk. He's the commissioner of the Odyssey Sacramento fantasy league. I haven't paid him yet,
Oh,
so we're gonna have to figure that out.
oh.
What
What is the league fees?
like $50?
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so we got to do that. We'll have him in here. Charlie, our boss, is going to be in here. Charlie, not a fantasy football guy, but playing fantasy football. Now, we're going to have some fun with this league. And again, if James and I win, whatever money we win, we're buying drinks.
Oh, is it
So-
winner take all?
I don't know. We're going to find out. The commissioner's coming in.
All right.
So if you're listening to this program, you need to be invested because this will affect you. That's coming up next. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. We also got to get into the one next to it. Can we do that? I can try. Okay. I'm going to go grab Andy.
We have him and Charlie at the same time.
Yeah. That's fine.
Okay.
It's just easier that way.
On your way back in, can you hit the other light?
I don't remember.
Oh, sweet. Oh, that's James. Yo.
Morning, Seth. You too.
I was telling Charlie, I actually condone about half of his strategy and not the other half. So
I didn't. So James and I,
You
you
want
will
me?
be. You can pop a squat in the middle seat where James is right now.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah, we'll talk. We'll discuss all of this on.
Shit.
on it. Oh,
when this building first opened, I was in this room for about 2 weeks, and I think I pulled myself off the air like 17 times. It was pretty great. As they were teaching all the everything worked so
Oh.
funky the first 2 weeks. I think I pulled 98 Rock at the end off the air. And that's the thing. Like there was this setting where you could not only affect your station, but you could pull everybody off.
Well, how many
And I was
times,
like-
how many
I was
times
like
did the
seven.
wake up call wind up on
Oh,
night?
yeah. No, the wake up call was on KDL one day. Or
Yeah.
It was on KDL one day, and I'm like, whoa, what is that?
just so you know, we are live on our YouTube stream right now. Just a heads up to everybody.
And
Good
to
to
everyone in the chatty house, Modula oblongata.
There he is.
This is information I could have used yesterday.
Okay, Charlie, are you in? Hit the.
Charlie's not in.
All right, you're good here.
Cool.
I'll mute that.
There we go. Now I'm in.
Charlie's in.
And again, Medulla oblongata to everyone
Andy,
in the
what
chat.
is your title?
Brand manager and afternoon drive.
The tribal chief. is
Tribal
standing
chief
outside the
just had a
window
heart
wondering.
attack.
He's not happy that he's not involved in the. We can have him come in with. Oh yeah, still waiting for mine.
Aaron's like, what the? Aaron and his sweet
You didn't get my
toads.
calendar invite? 11:30. Jump in here with Abe at 11:30. Okay.
I could do my Aaron Roberts impression on the radio.
What's going on, everybody?
Aaron's face always looks like he knows something that you don't.
That's because he does.
He's always like,
You know what it is? You know what he knows? The length of your employment.
well,
There's times I walk in there and I'll just be like, oh man, what happened? Do you want to talk about this? I know you don't like hugs, so I'm not offering that. Hi, this is Aaron Roberts.
we got 90 seconds.
90
Charlie, you
seconds.
said the 11 o'clock break was a long one?
I think so. How long is this one?
I don't know. I didn't pay attention.
They were all long today. I think in the 10 o'clock hour they were like 5:21 and 5:40 or something, and then 11 o'clock they were like off the hook. You guys are just too popular. Everybody wants to advertise on your show.
Bullshit, because I know what my paycheck's like.
Kind of a big deal.
I said they want to advertise on your show. I didn't say I want to pay you.
Oh, He's up and partying. 45 seconds. Anybody have a hard out or anything? Or just
No.
vibing? Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
We just have to be at Aaron's meeting at 11 o'clock.
All right, cool.
We didn't get the calendar invite for that one, Kyle.
What?
So we didn't get invited to that meeting.
No, because we're doing this. I watch it from in here.
You guys are good.
I'm like, oh, birthday. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
It's a full house. I think this is the first time we've ever had this on this program.
4 people in.
Yeah, we have 4 people in. I'm Kyle. That's James. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Charlie O in the building. Andy Hawk in the building. Charlie O, of course, is our esteemed boss, and Andy Hawk is the brand manager at Alt 94.7 here at Odyssey Sacramento, and also the commissioner of our fantasy football league.
I imagine this is where you guys are giving all the fantasy football commissioners their flowers, right? For everything we have to deal with.
Yes.
How this year was weird too.
Weird season.
Because it was like people were canceling on leagues the day before drafts. And what people don't realize that aren't the commissioner is the teams have to be either 10, 12, or 14 if that's your league.
Right.
You can't have odd numbers. So the things that commissioners have to go through with either telling someone else they're out, which happened to me in a few places, or you have to find players at the last second. And then all of a sudden there's not enough money in the pot if people cancel.
Sure.
And people are like, this isn't even worth my time if there's only $1,000 up for grabs. Gee.
What?
Yeah, these are real
That's crazy,
conversations
man.
that commissioners have to deal with if there's
Yeah.
not, or there's too many players, and then it's like the draft is harder, so people get mad at you about that. And this year was strange too, and this happened in this building
Yes.
where hours before the draft, people were not only complaining about the flex positions and what the positions were, or that it wasn't full PPR and it's only half, which is kind of the default
points per reception.
yeah, the default setting anyway. And I'm like, you didn't want to bring this up, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, a
Right.
month ago when we
Right.
first started talking about this. People, I'd have to literally tell everyone in this draft that we're changing something because you just had this idea.
Okay, so let's. I want to put a pin in the PPR thing and the rules thing for a minute because we had a little bit of a hiccup last night going into our draft.
Right.
But
But I
I
didn't
wanna-
even get to that part.
I'm
of it.
stuck on my brain is stuck on something you said earlier. You're a commissioner in a few leagues.
Yeah.
How many leagues do you commission in?
So I'm only commissioner in 2, and
Okay.
I only do 2 leagues now.
Got it.
I have my
Okay.
friends and family league, and I have this league. I've been doing the Odyssey Sacramento league since 2014.
Oh my god.
There was a program director of this station who had done it for like 10 years, was leaving the company, had to give it to someone. I had won the league that year. By the way, the last time I think I won this league.
2014.
And he was like, you're automatically the commissioner because you won. So
Everything's coming in hot today.
My bad.
Mhm.
So
Here we
be
go.
careful if you win a league, everyone. You could end up being the commissioner and then have newly hired rock DJs who can't figure out how to sign in or sign in too many times,
Oh,
which happened
tough scene for
yesterday.
KRXQ. Yeah, 98 Rock having a tough go.
They had a tough go last.
So we had 2 98 Rock DJs in this show. Abe Kanan, the afternoon guy, are in this league, and Paul, the morning guy,
Paul Marshall.
Paul Marshall. Abe somehow wound up with 2 teams,
Yeah, he signed in
and
twice
Paul wound
somehow.
up with 0 teams.
And they were going to be the last 2 people in. So I sent out 2 links, right, to sign in, which is what I sent to Charlie, who was
Yeah.
able to figure it out and send it to you guys.
Yes.
You figured it out.
We all got it figured out.
And so I'm looking and it's like, okay, there's 12 teams. I sent out two links. We're all good. And then 17 minutes before we draft, we get the text from Paul that he's not in. And I'm like, what do you mean you didn't? I sent this link to you a week ago. But Abe had logged in twice. And so when we'd realized a few hours before that he was in there twice, we needed another player. We got another DJ from another station, not knowing that Paul had never logged in.
Oh, so someone just completely got bumped.
Yeah.
So Abe has 2 teams.
No, he does not. Ken on the other station, on
Got
the
it.
Classic Rock station, got that team because when we saw there was 2, we didn't realize that Paul had never
Oh, that
logged
Paul had 0.
in. Right.
I see what happened there.
Ah.
Okay, got it.
And at this point, I'm like, man, if he didn't check anything until 13 minutes before the draft, he doesn't really care. So I was like, I'm
Sure.
not dealing with this right
so
now.
now Paul's threatening to sue. He's going to pull it. He's going
Yeah,
to he's going
right.
to trump us all and sue
For
us
the
all.
Very
$1,000 that's in our pool. By the way, have you guys paid yet?
No, yes. In fact, you know what? I got to figure out how to log into my Venmo right now.
Without
Okay,
it, you
great.
said it was 50, and he keeps saying it's 1,000. And it's like, how much is this
Well,
league?
it's 1,000 total is in the pot, right?
Well, yeah, but 1,000
12 times 50
12
is not
is
enough.
600.
Oh yeah, this is a smaller league. That's true. We
Charlie
didn't-
spotting
I'm
us an
sorry.
extra
I see-
$400.
And this is
Thanks,
where
Charlie.
and this is where being a
I am?
commissioner of too many leagues hurts you, because I'm thinking of my other league is $100.
Got it.
Okay.
If your checks are shorter this week, you'll know why.
So we had a situation, like, because we still do a live draft as best we can. Some people are out of the state now, and so we have a couple of people that but they live draft from remotely. But we used to have this guy in our league who would go to Burning Man every year,
Hilarious.
and then of course Burning Man is the weekend of Labor Day weekend. Well, but then he would roll in after not showering for 2 weeks and just decide to show up for the draft. And like, we couldn't even, like, he tried to sit on the couch and someone's like, hey bro, you cannot sit on the couch.
Have
like-
some decorum.
We will never
That's
ever
insane.
get that smell out of the couch. So
Oh,
he would have to sit in like a wooden chair in the corner, and someone would Febreze him every once in a while. Like, come on, man. Like, what are we doing here? So the commissioner who has every year has it at his house would be like, oh no, like, what are we gonna do? Yeah.
Okay, so I'm figuring out my Venmo password now so we can get the financials taken care of. Charlie, you played it up like you were not a fantasy football guy at all. And then I went and took a look at your roster, and you got a nice little team there. What are you hiding?
have you taken a look at my hair? What color is my hair?
Oh, it's always under a hat.
Well, take a look.
I assume jet black.
It is very gray and white.
Oh,
I was there in 1964 when they invented the game at Denny's at the corner of 66 and Hagenberger.
Scotty Sterling.
I wasn't quite there yet, but
Charlie invented fantasy football, is what he's telling you.
Scotty
I,
Sterling did invent fantasy football.
yes, Scotty Sterling did right there in that Denny's.
In the
at
Denny's, yeah.
But well, I've played a lot, and I also have the privilege of being good friends with a couple of guys who are fantasy football experts. And over the years, I've gotten input from them and then developed my own philosophy, and it's worked for me. And so I just have a method to my madness that has served me pretty well. And I don't panic no matter where I'm drafting from.
Yeah,
So-
Charlie used a strategy actually that I really like. And I'm not talking about your whole kickers and defense thing, because I do not condone that. But were you picking at the very end of the draft?
I was number 11.
Yeah. So when you're in that spot, the theory is, if you're the 11th pick and then you end up being the 13th pick, I mean, you're talking about getting the 7th best running back, the 6th best receiver.
Mhm.
You're not building an elite roster with that strategy. So if you're 1 through 6, absolutely go chalk. Don't gamble. Take McCaffrey, take CeeDee Lamb. But when you're 11th, you're not going to win at running back and receiver as far as the number 1 position goes. So I actually did the same strategy in my other league. I took Josh Allen with my first pick. Why did I do that? Because now I'm elite at 1 position. With my second pick, yeah, I take the best receiver or running back on the board. But with your third pick, what you can do then is you take Sam Laporta or Kelsey if they're available, depending on the size of your draft. So now you're elite at 2 positions, while most people in your draft are only elite at probably 1. So-
he's going with this elite
love this.
position
Yeah.
strat.
I love this.
that a
But-
buddy of mine plays.
But it's not done there. The back end of your draft is so important. So what you've also done is, by taking a receiver and a tight end in your first 3 picks, you never draft that position again. You don't need to. You deal with it on the waiver wire in weeks 12 or wherever your bye is. So now what you didn't do was you took a kicker and a defense really early. I wouldn't do that. Part of this strategy is, so if you have 14 picks, now you have 10 picks in a row, you're not going to take a kicker, you're not going to take a defense till the very end. So for 10 picks, you're only going to take running backs and receivers. So in hopes you get the Kyron Williams or the Puka Nakua. So
Sure.
now you've made yourself elite at 3 positions. And you're building this huge depth at running back and receiver, even though you didn't get the number 1 guy. So it is part of a large strategy that's very popular that people win leagues with.
But see,
so
The
Charlie's
kickers
just
and
going to win.
defense,
now.
I have no idea what he's doing.
okay, but see, people always tell me, well, taking a
Did you-
kicker, taking a defense too early, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Except that when my defense blows up and scores 30 points, and then I go, oh, what happened to my defense? They scored 30 points and won me the game. Because defenses, if you notice throughout the course of a season, will have these blow up games if you have
Sure.
an elite defense.
Mhm.
I have kickers that blow up and all of a sudden they, okay, oh, he kicked the 61-yard field goal.
Now
Okay.
you're elite at 5 positions.
Exactly.
See, in this league, I told you, Kyle, I went and looked at the scoring. I'm like, man, kickers are OP. And he's like, what does OP mean? It's
Mhm.
like
Yep.
they're overpowered. They're like they've
50-yard field goals count as a lot of points.
yeah, they're 5 points, and then a 60 is even more, right? If he does,
I
hit
mean,
us.
it only happens one time a year, right?
yeah,
So
yeah. Well, it's becoming more frequent. I think it's like the 100-mile-an-hour fastball. But
So,
um,
so Charlie, how many defenses did you draft?
Just one.
Okay.
But see, I don't like what
Kansas
you're
City.
The Kansas City's got a first place schedule, so I don't feel like
I'm
you-
not worried
you
about that.
drafted
You know
high.
why
So
I'm not
we-
worried
we-
about that? Because Kansas City always gets the calls. So
Fair.
that's
Dang. Well, what's it? James and I, we went with Seattle's defense, because Mike McDonald's the coach there now, but they had the Broncos week 1, Patriots week 2, and then we'll kick the can and figure it out in week 3.
Yeah, where I went Cincinnati week 1, even though they're not a great defense, but they played New England week 1, so I'm going to get those
See?
10 points and then stream.
Yep. Yeah. So that's the move. That's the move we're on. I've now paid you, by the way.
Oh,
Oh.
great.
We're all set.
so now I've got to pay you.
Nah, no,
Oh,
we're good.
whatever.
Call it even. You got me this awesome coffee mug. You can have the $25.
All right.
Thank you so much. So how are we all feeling about Charlie, how are you feeling about your team? Let's start there.
You know what? I feel fine for the first week. Nothing makes any difference until we have to start working the wire.
Yeah.
And you're going to have
Pause.
to start working the wire the first week because we all know
Injuries.
that we've got somebody going
Mhm.
down. Somebody out of our starting lineup is going down week 1.
Mhm.
You pray it's not your quarterback, but somebody's going down. And the whole key to making the playoffs is to be listening to Faraz and then
Yes.
looking at what
Every
goes.
Friday, 10:30 a.m.
Thank you very much. And then to be looking at that waiver wire and working at that. If you don't want to work the waiver wire on Mondays and Tuesdays, then just turn your money in and let everything just auto draft for you or auto place for you for the rest of the season, because that's how you're going to win.
I think that's my problem with fantasy. And I was talking about this earlier. I love to draft. And after that, I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah. Well,
I love
thanks. I'm going to enjoy spending your money.
now names like you're the summer I turned Purdy, right?
So I must
Are
just
you a
thinking,
49er fan?
I was just thinking, absolutely. And I was
Okay,
just
very good.
thinking, do I need to change the name of my team? Because you guys drafted Brock Purdy.
Yeah, we did.
Mm,
Too
I don't
early.
have him.
Too early.
So I'm now not the summer I turned Purdy.
And then Charlie, what's your team name?
Dead Air Dogs.
Oh,
Love that.
okay. All
That's
right.
really strong.
And I don't know if we can say our name on the.
Sure we can. It's just players on our team.
Okay.
Swift, Kirk, and the Dicker.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
It's just guys on our team.
It is.
It's not you don't have to dump that.
We have DeAndre Swift. We have Christian Kirk.
On accident. I'm so mad.
What?
An auto pick Christian Kirk.
We were in the midst of discussing like, hey,
You just really love Jacksonville.
just a bit,
looking at
well,
your
that's
lineup.
well, that's so now because we had just talked yesterday about how James not a big Trevor Lawrence guy. I don't think anybody. I'm in on Trevor Lawrence still. I don't think anyone else at this station at ESPN 1320 is in on Trevor Lawrence. I'm like, well, now we have Christian Kirk. We got to lean in. We're the Jacksonville Jaguars show now.
Mhm.
Let's go Jags, Duval, baby.
Good for ratings, Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Jaguars.
A lot of Jags talk on
Hot.
ESPN 1320.
So we had this issue
Hashtag Jacksonville.
Yeah.
that we decided to take every other pick, and it would log it so we could only have one of us in at a time.
Oh,
So one of us would have to log in and kick the other one out, and the other one would have to log out. Like we kept going back and forth.
We're trying
So-
to like text and stay on the same page.
That's how we ended up with Christian.
yeah, that sounds painful.
Yeah, no, it actually went way smoother than I was expecting.
Yeah.
It was just that one. I was trying to decide because there was a couple different routes we could go, and I was trying to decide. Hey, I'm thinking of going this way. Do you have any strong objection if we do this? And we were kind of kicking a couple names around, and then as I went to go hit the name, it auto picked for me. I was a second and a half behind.
I'm
Who
just
are we
glad
gonna
you guys figured out how to log in and you didn't log in twice.
That's big time for us. So it's a round of applause, everybody. While we're here, let's slam the pause button on the fantasy talk here because we got about 10 minutes left. We're talking about the Ringers quarterback rankings. I don't know if you guys have seen these yet, but Steven Ruiz, NFL analyst for the Ringer, not a big Brock Purdy guy, has him ranked 16th this year.
He adjusts a bit
we-
like throughout the season. Just so you
Yes.
know.
Yeah, each week they go up and down based on various factors. Do we hate this? I don't hate it.
I hate it.
Where do you have it?
I would put him at probably 7 or 8. How many active NFL quarterbacks have more playoff wins than Brock Purdy?
Right. Okay. So that's literally it. Were you listening to the show?
I think it's
A little
one.
bit.
Okay. So that's like literally like exactly kind of what we're.
right?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, he has. It's like it's Mahomes and then Rodgers,
Wilson,
and then Brock Purdy is right up there. And that's where-
Stafford.
Stafford.
Oh, Stafford's up there for sure. So that's kind of what we were talking about. Is what Ruiz tries to do is strip context and hey, everything's equal. What do the quarterbacks look like? And it's like, okay, that's it. That's an interesting exercise. But my point was when we ended last segment, like at some point the winning has to matter, regardless of what
Exactly.
regardless of your situation.
And why is Rodgers 2? He didn't throw a pass last year.
Lamar is 2.
Okay, where's
Rodgers
Rodgers?
is 8.
Okay,
7?
why is Rodgers anything other than 30th?
Because
is
he's
not.
tall and has a big arm. That's what we've realized.
Okay, but seriously, I mean, the guy tripped over his own foot, tore his Achilles. He's 40, what? 41?
41.
41 years old and hasn't thrown a pass in competition in a year. Why is he in the top 10?
I
Yeah.
think with Aaron Rodgers, it's track record, right? Like he's done this for
I don't
so
care.
long that you get the benefit of the doubt.
I've
until
got a
you-
track record. I'm
until you-
74 years old. That doesn't mean I should be anything.
Yeah, it does. I give you the benefit of the doubt all the time.
I don't know.
Well, you have to because I can fire you. But that's that's
No,
not
I
the
just when you've been good, when
Strong.
you've been good at this, when you've been as good as Rodgers has been for 2 decades, and you miss a year, you're gonna get the BOD. And if he comes out and stinks in week 1, then
I'm
you
talking
can
about
adjust
power
accordingly.
rankings. I need a guy who's played and showed me something last year. He stood on the sidelines and picked his nose last year.
Oh,
He's
at
got to
home.
he's got to be at the bottom until he shows me something.
Yeah, I'd put Josh Allen at 2 and Lamar at 3, probably.
Yeah,
Maybe,
he's got those flip, but I'm not gonna quibble with those 2.
even Lamar has been so bad in the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah.
And and like at some point you have to factor in the intangible aspect of, hey, big spot. This guy has the fortitude to make a play and to be the dude in this spot, and this guy doesn't.
You know what I'm really tired of? I'm really
Me.
tired of all of them being so mad that they were so wrong about Purdy because they missed him. They missed this guy. He was Mr. Irrelevant. They said, hey, he doesn't have it. He's not going to be the greatest quarterback of all time. I'm not saying that, but they missed him. And the guy's come in. He's come into a system. He's worked it. He works hard. He's a nice guy, and he's succeeding. And they're all mad because they missed him. So now that they missed him, they have to rate him low. Oh, he's a flash in the pan. He's this, he's that. And what does he do? He just succeeds. He just wins.
Do they have Kirk Cousins and Dak Prescott ahead of right? Because those guys have had all the chances to play well in the playoffs.
Yes.
And nothing. They've done nothing.
Dak is 6. Cousins is 15. He's 1 spot ahead
Okay.
of Purdy.
But
Yeah.
what does Dak have 2 playoff wins in 7 seasons?
Yeah, that's what I
That's a
understand.
problem.
I understand Dak is good at playing quarterback. I don't want this to be a thing where it sounds like we're saying Dak can't play. Like he very obviously can. But are you
Except
super
when you throw
comfortable
pick
betting?
sixes in the first quarter of playoff games, it doesn't
Right.
go so well.
Are you super comfortable betting on Dak in a playoff game?
Never.
No,
I'm not.
no.
Yeah, man.
Even the Cowboys aren't comfortable about it.
Hey,
Man.
I looked. Stafford has the same amount of career playoff wins as Brock Purdy, and he's 36.
I'm a Matt Stafford stan.
He's got
I
4.
love Matt Stafford.
Josh Allen has 5
Mhm.
career playoff wins.
Hey, have you ever thought about how different life would be if Patrick Mahomes hadn't kicked a field goal in the last 13 seconds of that game against Buffalo?
Oh,
Like
Because
just how
the
different
49ers
the career arc?
win the Super Bowl because the rules don't change then.
Yeah, probably.
Old Super Bowl rules, the 49ers won last year.
No, they still would have had to. They would have needed a touchdown.
Oh, because they still would have got the ball
Yeah,
back.
yeah. But still, the just the arc of Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and how differently we talk about those guys because Patrick Mahomes got into field goal range in 13 seconds is crazy.
Yep.
Like that's why I have a hard time griping with Purdy at 16 on this list. I disagree with it. I think I would have him higher, but I'm not gonna. The margin of error is so small between some of these guys.
Yeah.
So I
get that.
can't.
He had him at 31 to start last season. And then he moved him all the way up to
But like Jordan Love's already at 12.
Yeah, see, that doesn't
Oh,
make any
see,
sense.
how can that be?
How
like,
can he be
Win
above?
something.
We're just hand waving that he wasn't. Now Brock Purdy wasn't good against the Packers either last year at Levi Stadium, but Jordan Love wasn't good in that game.
No, that was all Aaron Jones.
Yeah, man, he was really good.
Mm.
He was really good in that one. Anyways, you feel good about the Niners right now, Andy?
I don't love what happened in Union Square.
Yeah, it was tough.
That is a bummer.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I think all the drama we've lived through, we're in good shape.
Yeah, I think so too. I feel like the vibes are better now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think
Now
the
that
vibes are
everybody's
back.
Kind of back.
I do not.
We're
feel
gonna
good.
learn. We're gonna learn a lot week 1. Why don't you feel good?
I think this bungling of signing players is going to come back and haunt them.
Yeah.
Every time they delay and it's not just the Niners. This is an across the board issue in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
They delay in signing players. These players come back in, even if it's a hold in, whatever that means. These guys come back and it's an issue of injury that happens. And then instead of getting a guy, because no, you're not getting anybody for 17 games. Let's just face that fact. But instead of getting a guy for 14 or 15 games, you wind up getting him for 11 or 12. And then that can cost you. And a key guy like Ayuk, you're going to need him for more than 11 or 12 games.
No
so
doubt.
I'm very, very cautious right now about the Niners because of the way they handled it. And they should have gotten this done. They've got the money. They've got the situational organization to have gotten this done. And they just bungled it in the jungle, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think in their defense, when you see the contracts at the end, it's so complicated. Like every single one of these contracts were so wild. I mean, Ayuk's like base pay is like $1 million this year.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like it's so wild how complicated these things are. And so maybe that's part of it, like trying to convince somebody else that this is why we're doing this. And, you know, it'll be okay. Trust me, you're going to get your money. It's like, well, no, I want a giant Brinks truck now.
Well, we got to get out of here. We said that the Brandon Ayuk situation was complicated. We said going in, man, it looks like the Niners are kind of mad at him. He explained why the 49ers might have been mad at him yesterday. We'll have that sound for you next on the Insiders. That's James. I'm Kyle. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Andy. We appreciate you guys. We'll talk to you throughout the fantasy football season, I'm sure, right here on the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. All right.
That was fun.
Thanks, fellas.
We did it.
You're so forceful with them on the air.
Yeah, dude.
And we like
fun loving Charlie.
I went over and Charlie's doing mock drafts, like building up to the
He
draft.
was doing mock drafts.
You were doing mock drafts yesterday. I don't know how many you did, but
We were talking about the Yahoo screen was such a cluster this year.
it was so bad. I couldn't see the picks like when in my other draft, I was able to see in the chat function, I could see the picks coming through.
Yeah.
They weren't in mine last night.
Abe was saying it's actually better on the phone than on the desktop.
Oh, it was,
Oh,
it was
interesting.
horrible.
Oh,
Absolutely
there's
horrible.
So much junk.
it was cluttered. Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Yeah.
Hey, Eric, we're not acting like
Oh, I was clicking on the same thing.
yeah, we're not acting like Jordan Love almost beat the Niners, but like,
He wasn't impressive.
yeah,
Like
and
that's yeah. We said Purdy wasn't impressive in that game, but neither was Jordan Love.
yeah, and at the end of the day, like wins matter, and so do stats. Like I don't understand why people devalue stats. I mean, you can be in a system that just like pads stats everywhere, but come on now.
I just don't think you can overlook. Hey, this guy is really good in the situation he's currently in, but what if he wasn't?
Yeah,
Like, all right,
Yeah.
man. Fun fact about this quote, John. I was the intern that day. It was said. I was interning. I was in studio that day. We cut the sound and played it a million times.
I'm trying to. I can't remember who actually that quote is. Is it?
The former television broadcaster.
Oh yeah, got it. Yeah. We don't need to talk about that whole entire debacle.
There's a lot.
Yeah. The why to how that all happened. What actually happened right there.
Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino.
So Man U looked horrific this weekend. And now I'm just praying that Casemiro is no longer in the starting lineup and doesn't play anymore at all. That would be my hope. And that they fire Ten Hag. I keep saying that, but they're not going to fire Ten Hag.
Yeah, I saw somebody ask during the segment. Yeah, James did get me one of these awesome coffee mugs that heats your drink. And he got it laser etched with our logo. It's sick as hell.
It even looks a little goldish.
Yeah, kind of in that light for sure.
Yeah.
So I've got tea in here today, a little chai. Hey, we gotta
Damn it, John Bull.
we gotta have.
That's exactly what he said.
No,
about
it's
mine.
11:01, not 1:34. Learn to tell the time, nerd. No, we need to hit up this company and tell them to sponsor our program.
Oh no, that'd be a good idea.
Bro. Hey.
There we go.
I got a chai latte at Starbucks one time by accident. And really liked it. And so when I was at the store one time, I wanted to be a tea guy. And I went, hey, the chai latte is good. I wonder if chai tea is good. Turns out it is.
I'm not a chai guy.
That's fine. It's fair enough.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tyler. Preach, dog. Tons going on yesterday in Ninerland. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
I drink so much coffee during the morning, and then when I get home from work, that a nice chai to get me through the program is nice.
It's interesting. Like caffeine doesn't usually affect me. I can drink a couple of cups of coffee in the morning.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. I did not realize that chai was going to start arguments in the chatty house.
That's a weird
the
one to start.
chai tea house.
Yeah. That's kind of a weird thing to start an argument over.
Right? Somebody
I'm-
said, well, I guess it's not really an argument,
okay.
but
I'm just not a chai guy.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Not everybody's gonna like everything.
No, I'm totally fine with that.
Somebody not liking a thing. You don't have to apologize for not liking a thing.
Nope.
That's I don't
No.
know, man.
I will say I started. I've had a cold brew a couple of times, a caramel salted cold brew, and for whatever reason, the caffeine in that,
Cold brew's crazy.
I'm amped all afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cold brew.
Yeah.
Cold brew. A correct cold brew will punch you in the mouth.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Vietnamese iced coffee is really good. Don't disagree. This is funny though. Aldrin J said Vietnamese iced coffee greater than chai. That's like two separate things. That's like two different,
Totally
Two-
different.
totally different things that you're comparing.
Yeah, it's like
That's like, I don't know, sourdough bread greater than remote control.
they're two totally different.
Although I think that's the correct take, because if you told me I could have either sourdough bread or a remote control for my television, I think I would rather take sourdough for the rest of my life,
really?
assuming I have a means of manually changing whatever app I need to change.
I
Because I
mean,
don't have cable. Like, it's not like you go to the TV and flip through channels, right? It's
but
not.
see, Kyle,
It's not 2004 in here.
you weren't around when there were TVs without remotes, so you haven't lived in that era. You've lived in an era where you lose a remote and you scramble and look for it for an hour.
Mhm.
But to actually live in an era where you had to get up and change the channel, or your dad would say, "Hey, go change the channel." That's like before there were remote
doubt.
controls. That's why people had children.
No doubt. But
It's
this was
literally-
also when there were 6 channels.
Yes.
I turn on one app and I'm on that app for hours.
Yeah, that's true.
So if I have a means to manually change the app or scroll, whatever, I would rather get up to the TV and do that and have access to sourdough bread than be able to scroll with a remote and not have access to sourdough.
I'm gonna take
In
the other
fact,
side.
I'm
of
not even sure it's close.
that. I
You'd
just
rather
knowing
never eat sourdough bread again
and
than
have
have
a
to
remote
manually get up
control.
and yeah.
Yes.
You just got to walk over to the TV right now and hit the button, and it'll take you where you need to go on YouTube TV.
What about those days where
And
you're
you never
not
get to have. They
You're
say,
not
"Do you
sure
want?"
what you want to watch, and you got to sit there and look and look and look.
You're at breakfast, and they say, "Okay, and what kind of toast do you want? You're gonna have white wheat or sourdough," and you're now constricted to wheat and white for the rest of your life.
That would be a disappointment.
That's a disaster.
It would be a disappointment.
That would be terrible.
I agree, but as someone who lived in an era where it didn't matter how many channels you had, but you had to go up and there was like a turn dial and click, 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 click.
Right, but that's an era again. This is an era where, hey man, Family Feud is now over. Now we need to jump over to catch Columbo, and now you got to walk over and you got to change it. It doesn't happen now.
No, I know.
You're going to the TV so much less. You're
But-
not flipping channels.
Yeah, but you're telling me that I've got to go and like manually change
Okay,
that?
look, here's the difference. Watch. I'm gonna go. Watch me go to the TV right now
Okay.
and understand that the time this is gonna take. You're gonna have to narrate because it's gonna be dead air. But
Okay.
understand that the time this is gonna take to move the TV around to
Okay.
get it where I want. I don't even know if this TV has the functionality to do what I need it to do.
No, I don't think it does.
But again, I'm in this fake world. There's a TV that allows you to do this.
Okay.
Okay. Understand that the time that this is taking versus never having sourdough bread again. Okay, here we go.
Kyle
Here we
is
go.
getting up. He's
Okay,
taking
here we
his
go.
headphone off.
I'm going to take here. This is the remote.
Okay.
It's going to function as the. So let's pretend I'm walking over to the TV. Okay, let's see. I need to click studios. Okay,
Well,
it's
but you're
over.
still using the
No,
remote.
but in this scenario, the remote is like attached to the TV.
Oh,
You
okay.
understand what I'm saying?
Where you have like you can change the channel
Yes,
on. Okay.
correct. So I can do all this. I just can't take the remote with me.
Yeah,
So
but
we're gonna go.
so Kyle is trying to change a channel. He's struggling. This is a struggle right now already. Yeah. So what Kyle doesn't understand is that like when I was young, not only did you have to
But I would rather have sourdough bread than have this remote work. This is a thing.
never. No, I'm telling you. Like I had in my bedroom, I had our old TV, and not only did you have to manually change the channel, but then you had a secondary knob that was behind the channel changing knob to fine tune the channel you're watching. And then, like, we even Kyle has destroyed everything. Now he's just accidentally shut everything off. Like, hey, I really enjoy sourdough bread, but I also like rye bread, and I also like other forms of bread, and like, I think I could make it. I don't know, Kyle.
I don't know how we've gotten here.
This did not work at all. Kyle's attempts.
Neither does the remote.
Yeah, the remote for whatever reason is not working right now. So
But if Seth, our engineer, came in here and said, I can fix that remote or you can have this loaf of sourdough. No question for me, dog. Not even a question. I read this morning. That's James and Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Welcome to the program. I hope this isn't the first time somebody's listening.
well, if it
It's
is,
not usually this insane.
it's
We're
okay.
usually more buttoned up.
We don't usually
read-
have two guests at one time.
No, and we also we have at least Abe coming in later. Abe Kanan from KRXQ 98 Rock,
Yeah.
the afternoon drive guy. Love Abe. He'll be popping in. He is a White Sox fan, and he's also in the fantasy. We'll talk about fantasy real quick, but I need to get his thoughts as a White Sox fan.
Okay. I mean, he
Because-
is from Chicago.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. He is a Chicago dude for sure. So last night, Maury Brown, who does a bunch of like business and sports type of writing, is a Seattle guy, Mariners fan, and was bemoaning the Mariners' inability to beat the Athletics.
Mm.
And I went, he was like, the Mariners haven't gotten a hit since this inning, blah, 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 blah. This is the A's we're talking about. I was like, hey, man, haven't the A's been better than the Mariners for like a long stretch of time now?
Over 2 months.
The Mariners are 9 games ahead of the A's. Don't get it twisted. The A's are not going to catch the Mariners.
Mhm.
But I went and looked. The A's 30-22 since July 1. The Mariners 22-30.
That's wild.
And then the A's beat them last night in a walk-off. So 31-22 and 22-31 now.
Mm.
So I was tweeting about this. And somebody said, now do the White Sox.
Oh, no.
The White Sox since July 1st. So that is 2 months of baseball. Have won 7 baseball games.
Oh,
They are 7-42.
that is, man, that's bad, man. You almost have to try. And I watched, did you see the two dudes run into each other trying to catch a fly
Yes.
ball yesterday?
Yes.
Like
Routine fly ball.
this,
I mean, looked like a movie about a bad baseball team.
it looks like Little League baseball. Like it looks like these guys are failing in like a Little League way. It's very strange.
It's insane, dude. So, the White Sox in that stretch since July 1, they've won 7 games. They have scored 1 or fewer runs 17 times. Historically bad baseball.
Oh, yeah.
Like maybe the worst team we'll ever see.
I mean, they're going to lose well over 100 games.
They've already lost over 100.
What are they going to lose 110?
They might lose 120, dude.
That would be so shocking.
Can they lose 120? Hang on. They might not be able to mathematically.
I'm going to
do that.
guess that they
The
can.
White Sox they have lost 109 games.
Oh, no.
It's September 4th.
How many games do they have left? 22?
22. If
There's
they go,
no way they're going
if
500.
they go 500, they lose 120 games. If
They-
they go 500 the rest of the way,
They could lose 125, Kyle. What is the
I
worst?
think I would be
Oh
shocked
my
if they
gosh.
didn't lose 125. They're on
That's-
pace.
That's
What's their-
absolutely crazy.
Let's see. What's their winning percentage? 221.
You know, I think it's interesting because, you know,
They're on pace to win 36 games.
that is so crazy.
That is
So that's
wildly
126.
bad.
That's 126 and
Yeah.
36. So the A's are moving to Sacramento for next season. So
Mhm.
like we've been trying to get more involved. Both Kyle and I are A's fans. And we've been honest about that the whole time. And I think watching them right now, I'm feeling more and more excited every time I watch them. And not because they're moving to Sacramento, but because they're actually becoming like a really exciting story in the second half of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we actually might get to watch halfway decent baseball in Sacramento.
Yeah, man. I've been on this tip.
Yeah, I mean,
this is pause. This is the 2017 A's, dude.
yeah,
The 2017 A's weren't as bad early in the year as this A's team was,
Mhm.
but they also weren't as good through the entire second half of the year as this A's team has been. This is the logical, typical flow of the Oakland Athletics.
yes.
And they hit that valley. They went to the postseason, which they made it in 2020. And did they make it in 21 as well?
Man.
But then they were really bad for those couple of years.
Yep.
And then, look at that. Some of their young players have started to come up and they've started to be around and they've started to figure it out. And now they're on the rise. They're going to win 65 or so games this year. I think next year you're probably looking at something a lot closer to 500. And then you're probably looking at a playoff team the next year because that's just what the A's do.
It's absolutely wild.
Yeah, man.
They win for 3 years, then they lose for 3 years, then they win for 3 years, and then they lose.
Mm-hmm.
So you're right. In 2015, they won 68 games. In 2016, they won 69. Then they won 75, and then jumped to 97 and 97. And then in the 60 game season, 36 and 24, and lost in the ALDS. But yeah, they became like really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
And so those are
now
things-
they're on the swoon.
Yeah, now they're in the swoon. We went from
they're ticking back up.
86, 60, 50, and they're at 61 right now.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got 20 something. I think they're going to win 70 something games.
That'd be crazy.
I think it would be wild if they win like 71, 72 games. And maybe they could even like outside shot at like 74, 73, 74 games. That would be absolutely crazy.
Insane.
The way that they're playing right now. I mean, and
Their over under when the season started was like 56 and a half.
Yeah, 56 and a half, 57 right there. Yeah.
But they're already at 61 with a month to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's been super impressive, and I'm with you. I think if they got to figure their pitching out, that's been a little bit up and down this year.
They do, but they have some young pitchers that are all of a sudden getting some burn.
Yeah. So if that trend continues and they kind of continue to figure that thing out, then maybe you're looking at the postseason next year. But I definitely think, and this is what Kenny the other day said, I think John Fisher he's playing the long game and he's going to spend all this money in the last couple of years. Like, I don't think he's ever going to spend any money, but I think they're just going to be really good for probably their first 2 or 3 years here.
I think the way that they take a gigantic leap is if they can go out and get a legitimate, top of the order starting pitcher to balance. And I don't think they will. And that's going to be the biggest thing. So if they could get like a legitimate, even a number 2 or number 3 starter, or maybe 2 top, 2, 3, 4 starters, they would have a shot, because I think you can piece something together with Joey Estes and JP Sears and maybe Osvaldo Beetle.
I don't want to give anybody some false hope that John Fisher is going to come in and suddenly be like, oh yeah, hey, let's go get a top end starter. If he does, awesome, cool, it'd be a first. But I don't want to start painting some picture that the A's are going to suddenly start doing that, because there's no evidence that they will.
No, I totally agree with that. And then the other thing, I right now, I love watching Brent Rooker play baseball.
Mm-hmm.
He's playing. I mean, he's been exceptional.
Been incredible.
He's got 33 homers, 93 RBI. He's batting 294. I want to see him play at Sutter Health Park for the A's so bad.
Mm-hmm.
But this franchise, I can't guarantee that he's going to make it through the summer. The one guy I think everyone knows that will make it through the summer and is going to be a big part of what they're doing moving forward is Lawrence Butler. And my goodness, dude, he's literally becoming superstar.
He's so fun.
Right in front of us.
He's so fun.
Yeah.
He's just figuring it out. Watching good players figure it out is one of the most thrilling parts of being a sports fan. Just this player that you're watching and you go, hey, there's something there, man. Like, hey, he's not quite over the hump yet, but dude, there's a little, and you said it at the beginning of July, and I said, yeah, like I need another. I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
And then he just kept hitting and hitting and hitting, and he's still hitting.
He's on a 12-game hit streak.
Mhm.
He's up to 21 homers. I think he is going to sneak in and steal the AL Rookie of the Year. And we talked about this last week and was like, he's not even in the top 10 in betting odds.
Mm-mm.
All of a sudden, he's got 21 homers. He's got 54 RBI. He's batting 265. The guy who's leading I think he's got 21 homers. He got 49 RBI, and he's batting 245. That's the odds-on favorite, the Orioles outfielder.
Yeah, Colton Cowser.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm looking now.
absolutely
nothing.
wild. So, yeah, I think it's
I
good.
wonder if maybe BetMGM has him. Sorry, keep going.
No, I
am flummoxed as to why he is not in the running here. Why Lawrence Butler is not even on the board.
No, and I went through and I looked at, what is it, your qualifications to be eligible for Rookie of the Year, and it's 130 at bats. And last year he had 129 at bats, and it's 45 games, and he played in 42. I've looked, and I think he is eligible, and he's actually won 2 of Player of the Week awards, which E. Eaton says in the chat. He's, I think, the first A to win 2 Player of the Week awards in like many, many years. So yeah,
He's not even BetMGM doesn't even have him.
yeah, I don't understand why he's not still not on the radar, because his hit streak, and
There has to be an explanation.
yeah, there has to be an explanation.
And it's not. I don't think it's a market thing, because plenty of A's players have won Rookies of the Year and MVPs and Cy Youngs and all that.
I mean, they've had streaks of 3
Yeah.
Rookie of the Years in a row.
Yeah,
Right.
Canseco, McGuire, and Weiss. that right?
Yeah, but they did it again with, I think, Crosby.
Stills, Nash.
No, it wasn't Crosby,
Oh.
Stills, and Nash, or Young. No, it was.
Oh, that was
Ben Grieve.
no, that's not right. Ben Grieve was too early. He was like 98. Bobby Crosby was something. I can't remember. I have blocked this out of my head.
Yeah.
I'm also still stuck on the Lawrence Butler of all this.
No, it's let's see. Rookie of the Year. The A's. Oh, Andrew Bailey won Rookie of the Year.
Andrew Bailey, that's it. Yeah, the closer.
But that's not the year I was talking. Okay, so there is Bobby Crosby. There's Ben Grieve. Man, they've won a lot. So they didn't win back to back after the Walt Weiss, Mark McGuire, Jose Canseco streak.
Right.
Yeah. It's them.
It was those 3 guys, right?
Yeah. Oh, Houston Street won Rookie of the Year.
Yep.
That was in 2005.
Texas legend.
And then 2009, Andrew Bailey. That's crazy. So
I wonder-
I'm here for it.
I'm stuck on this Lawrence Butler thing now.
Yeah, why he's not eligible?
Yeah. Does he not have enough plate appearances or something
No.
to be eligible?
Maybe it's 350, but he's right there.
How many does he have? How many plate appearances?
I think he's at 360.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see.
I'm trying to figure something out here, and I can't.
Somebody needs to come up with a reason why Lawrence Butler's. It's possible he was up with the team too many games last year. He's at 332 at bats, so maybe you need 350.
I think he doesn't qualify as a rookie. That would be the only thing that makes sense to me.
Yeah, but I think it.
Because when I filter, when I'm on a stat site and I'm trying to sort this out, because it's really bothering me now. And when I filter out the rookies, he is not among them.
While some outlets have players as Lawrence Butler, Xavier Edwards, and Matt Walden listed as rookies, they are no longer eligible by NBA standards.
MLB standards.
MLB standards. Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
There it is. That explains it.
Okay,
Um,
there's got to be something, but then you can see why other people are like making their case for him to be rookie of the year.
mhm.
So, yeah, I don't know. I know the requirements are it's 130 at bats. If you go over 130 at bats, you're done. 50 innings pitched or 45 days on an active roster of a major league club.
45 days on the active roster?
Yeah.
Oh, then he definitely blew past that last year.
Well, I don't know how many days he was out. Well, we'd have
Well, he
to
played
look.
42 games.
Yeah, but when was he called up? So, yeah, I don't know. It must be that must
Man,
be the issue. That must be the issue. So, it happens.
Yeah, if he's not eligible, that would definitely throw a wrench in his rookie of the year.
I know this.
campaign.
I looked it up yesterday. I was like, hey, why is it that he's not eligible? And it must be within like a day or two, but I do know like he only played 42 games.
Yeah. So he must have been up for the requisite number of days to have his rookie status revoked this year. Real quick, we were on the White Sox to start this segment.
Yeah.
The historically bad White Sox. They are 78 games under 500. The American League Central has 5 teams in it.
Mhm.
4 teams in that division are above 500. And as a division, their combined record is 34 games below
Oh,
because of the White Sox.
that's wild.
Isn't that insane?
Man,
That's bonkers to me.
dude, they are 78 games under 500.
Yeah. 31 and 109.
That is absolutely insane.
They
They are
could win 70 games in a row and still be way under 500.
They are 49 and a half games back of the
Just of their division.
yeah, of the Commanders.
How many games?
Not
How many?
Commanders.
Guardians.
Guardians.
How many games back of the American League lead do you think they are?
They've got to be, well, let's see, 80, 81. Oh, they're 51. 50 and a half.
50. I didn't think. I'm hoping for a guess.
Well, just because
did the
I
quick
looked-
math.
yeah. It's Baltimore's only a game above.
The Angels
game.
are in second to last, 23 games back.
That's so
The
crazy.
White Sox are 27 games back of second to last place. And that is more games. They are more games behind the second to last place team than the second to last place team is from first place.
Hmm.
That's insane, dude.
That's wild.
Insane. What a season. What an incredible Major League Baseball season. Do we want to here, let's do the James Harden thing now. Or at least let's get into it. I read this morning. This is what I wanted to talk about this.
Okay.
James Harden just very quietly going to pass Ray Allen for most threes in NBA history this year, or second most threes in NBA history.
It's just
Like, how did we get here? And this has never been said once. I've never seen this. I'd never heard of this until today.
It's because it's changed like so much over the last decade.
Yeah.
It's just absolutely crazy. I mean, James Harden had a season. What did he shoot? 1,100
Yeah.
pointers.
In just a ridiculous amount.
I mean, that's where he was gonna always be. I mean, he was gonna compete with Steph no matter what, just because of the sheer volume. Yeah,
Mhm.
there was a season where he averaged 13.2 3-point attempts per game.
Man.
13.2 by himself.
13 just threes, not field goals.
Not yeah, he shot. Oh,
Just
my bad.
threes.
1,028. It's the record, I believe. He also had an 843, a 722, a 756, just 3-point attempts.
Man.
He's got 8,082 3-point attempts in his career,
Oh my God.
and he's almost hit 3,000.
Is he at 37% shooting?
36.4?
That's a lot of threes for a dude that's not hitting 37+%.
That is a lot of threes.
We'll continue digging into this, and I also want to play that Brandon Ayuk sound, what he had to say about his contract negotiation, because it piqued my interest, and I think proved some of the reporting after the contract signing correct. We'll tell you why next on ESPN 1320. That's James and Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. I hit the wrong button. Here we go. We're going to go to break now. You said it was 45 days was the max?
Yeah, 45 days is a max. It's got to be. That's why.
That's the only explanation.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, he came up
I'm gonna
for
see.
game 115, and he was with the team through the rest of the year. So that's what, 47 games.
Also considered. Oh, Rowan Kavanagh wrote this. Let me see.
I feel like if you only play 42 games, if you played a game, like, what is that, a quarter of the season?
Okay.
What?
This is the only place that I see this. Oh. Let's see. Trying to read Major League Baseball thing. Since the break, Butler's 178. What is WRC plus?
Weighted runs created plus.
Okay, ranks 8th in all of baseball behind Aaron Judge, Vladimir Guerrero, Bobby Witt, Yordan Alvarez, Juan Soto, Jaron Duran, and Gavin Lux.
It's so good. I'm not better at golf.
Yeah.
I would spend so much money
What, on clubs?
on everything. Shoes, clubs, bags.
Yeah.
But I'm an objectively atrocious golfer, and I don't work on my game at all. So I can't justify spending any money on it.
Let's see.
This is, man. We're going to run this Barrows quote too.
Yeah, golf, just to go out and play is so expensive. John Bull, what did I tell you to make up a name about? Wow. Golf is expensive, but once you buy your clubs and stuff, I mean, you can do it relatively cheap if you play courses that are affordable or you play in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I used to play a ton when I was young, but the back, I haven't played in a couple of years because of the back. It's probably like 4 or 5 years. I think the last time I played was out at Catavadera with Doug.
Yeah, I stopped keeping score, and that dramatically improved my enjoyment of the game.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, dude. When I blade a wedge 100 yards over the green, I go to my cart and I grab my beer and I stand on the green while the homies putt.
Mm,
And then I pick up my ball on the way to the next tee box.
that's crazy.
John gets it. Bro,
Yeah.
Drew, nobody's got it like that. Nobody here's got it like that.
What was that?
Enrolling at TPC Caraway.
Mm,
It's
no.
a super exclusive course. Like Rick Ross plays there. Some NBA guys play there.
Oh, Ramsey, you're near the Ridge. I haven't played the Ridge, but I've met Jim, the T-shirt guy, at the Ridge. Who you?
Abe.
Oh, how is that, Kyle? Your tea is still warm.
My tea is hot.
Hot.
Abe, pop a squat at this
What's up, brother?
mic over here.
Abe, during the football season, you'll have to come up and hang out and watch football with me and my son at least once or twice.
Are you guys live right now?
Well, we're
no,
live
there
on
we
the
go.
stream.
Here we go.
Oh, we're coming in right now.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. That's James. They're Jiffy Lube. They're omnipresent and the sponsor of this program. And 98 Rock's own Abe Kanan?
Yes,
Abe Kanan in
that's
the
correct.
building,
Thank you.
wearing a White Sox hat.
Am I?
You're here to talk
that's right.
fantasy football. Are you?
Should I be ashamed of wearing this hat as you're wearing the Oakland Athletics hat?
Yeah, no.
You've
The
got
only
more
two
wins than
historically
they do.
worse.
31 and 22 since July 1. Thanks. Yeah. The A's tearing it up lately.
Nice.
3 games coming up in Chicago at Guaranteed Rate Field, by the way, in a couple weeks.
Awesome. I can't wait to
Next
see the Sox and the A's play here in
Uh,
Sacramento next year.
Yeah, that's that's gonna be great for you.
That's the first month. Yeah,
nice.
I'm excited.
So
Kyle.
what?
You realize the A's have as many wins since July 1st as the White Sox have total.
Yeah. The Sox are
31.
horrible.
Damn. Like historically.
Yeah.
Like that's insane.
It's the worst team ever.
They might literally go down as that. It's hard to do.
Yeah. I'm happy because the owner is horrible, Jerry Reinsdorf, and
Mhm.
they're not doing anything.
Mhm.
And now he wants a new stadium. Like, you don't get a new stadium. You're trash. Like,
Well-
you don't earn a new stadium by being garbage.
Well,
Well, the A's did,
Let me
but
tell
they
ya.
had to leave
Well.
town. They had to leave town to do that.
yeah. No, well, yeah. Anyways, you're in our fantasy football league apparently twice.
That's not true.
Yeah.
So I was sent the invite,
yeah.
and somehow I think I don't know. They said I accepted it twice. So if you go to, I'm in like 4 or 5 leagues. So if you go on your app,
Oh, my Lanta.
I have this league twice. And why do you guys share a team? It's a $50 league.
Because we're the last team that were invited.
Yeah, they
and at
they
the
needed
time
a
What?
12th guy.
and at the time when we were invited, you had 2 teams. That's
Yeah.
on the list. It said Abe's team number 1
Yeah.
and Abe's team
Well,
number 2.
isn't that something the commissioner should have taken care of? Like if I were a commissioner and
Well,
I
we
saw,
had the
I'm-
commission earlier, and he put the blame squarely on you.
oh, he did. Well, if I were a
Just trying
commissioner,
to drum up.
that's fine if he did, because if I were the commissioner, now I went out of they're like, oh, we're 1 team short. So I'm like, let's get Ken Anthony from the Eagle.
Yeah,
I made that happen in 10 seconds.
it was
Everyone's like, "Oh,"
crazy how fast it was.
because I make things happen.
You do.
See, normally everyone's like, I guess I'll ask some people. I'm like, let me put in a call. Let me make this, and I made it happen.
Did you get on the horn? Did
I
you make a
I
phone call?
texted him. I said, hey, do you want to be in the league? He's like, sure, okay.
Wait, hang on. Ken from the Eagle.
Yeah,
Texted you back that quick?
yeah.
That's great. Ken has a I don't text back fast face. He looks like a dude who takes a day or two to get back.
Not only does he text you back, he texts you back forever. Like you can the conversation goes on for an hour.
Oh,
That also tracks.
Yeah.
That also
It's a
tracks with
long
Ken.
texting thread.
Right. So okay. So
By the
Ken-
way, what do you think of Caleb? What do you know? So it just keeps going and going.
what do you think of Caleb? That's a great question.
He's great.
Yeah,
The Bear-
I think he's gonna be awesome.
the
The Bears
Bear-
are gonna be good.
By the way, on my show on Fridays, I do the best bet of the week. Historically, I've had a 70% winning percentage picking NFL picks.
That is remarkable. That's a really good number.
Over the last like many years,
Mhm.
around 70%. And I pick one game each week. I look at the spreads. If
Yep.
it doesn't make sense, for instance, if the 40, who's a horrible team this year?
The Patriots.
Okay, so if the 49ers are playing the Patriots and it was the 49ers -2, it doesn't make sense, right? It should
Yeah.
be
Oh,
minus
that's
14,
Pats
right?
+2 all day.
So I would take the Pats.
Yep.
That's how I make my picks every week. I do that every week, and 70% over the last 12 years.
wow.
Yeah, dude. The bait
And now I
line is
can't bet on
crazy.
football here. So I'm glad I'm on ESPN. I need a bookie. What's the number here? I need an illegal bookie, or I need some way to put in bets.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you can be an illegal bookie for
I need an illegal.
98 Rock
I
Abe
need a way to put in my bets. Or I'm gonna have to. California's forcing me because I might have to get an illegal offshore account.
Mhm.
I said I want to put together a degenerate bus ride every Friday to either Tahoe or Reno.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you guys
Reno's
would be down
close.
for that.
I'm so down.
Every Friday. Okay, so we take all the degenerates. We take 10 from ESPN, 10 from 98 Rock.
Okay.
We take the degenerate bus
We've
ride.
got a gang of them here in the chatty
We
house.
could probably get that
We had people
sponsored,
talk-
the degenerative bus ride.
Yeah.
degenerate, not degenerative.
Well, whatever.
Oh, degenerate.
Yeah, it's not a
degenerate.
disease. I don't have a bone problem.
We had people in the chatty house. We had people in the chatty house would be like, "Hey, preseason starts tonight," and somebody's like, "Yeah, I got the Texans +3 against the Saints."
Yeah.
Like, what? It's preseason. Don't bet on that.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
it's crazy.
I
But
love
I-
this idea.
So Fridays after my show, it ends at 7.
Mm-hmm.
We have the bus pick us up here at the radio station, right in
Okay.
beautiful Roseville, California.
Love
right?
it.
We take the ride to whatever's the closest. However
Catered
we
by
get,
Kiki's Chicken.
what's that? Oh yeah, right by Kiki's.
Get Kiki's
See,
on,
Kiki's
on the
could
bus.
be on board.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whoever.
Yeah.
I'd love. I just went to Kiki's yesterday.
Love Kiki.
I get the 8-ounce thing of blue cheese. That's like a thing
Just a
of
little bucket of blue
massive.
cheese.
delicious.
Incredible.
Anyway, back to what we were saying. We were
Mhm.
talking about the fantasy league, right?
Mhm.
So yeah, so I got Ken. I made it happen. So if I'm a commissioner and I see Abe twice, wouldn't you be like, "Hey, why is Abe on there twice?" He didn't even
1000%.
look.
1000%.
He didn't even know that Paul wasn't signed in.
I think you and I went on the elevator together. You had a bunch of stuff, so I hopped on the elevator with you the other day.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, you've got 2 teams. I told you that. I remember, and I'm like, yeah, me and Kyle are going to share a team, and like you've got 2
Oh,
teams.
I guess I didn't know what you were talking about when you said that. I'm like, oh, I'm like, yeah, I guess. I'm like, I don't. I think I thought you meant other leagues or something.
No.
Oh,
Just blew
see,
me off.
I didn't even know. I was
Hey,
confused.
so you thought James said, "Man, you have multiple fantasy teams, so Kyle and I have to share one."
I didn't know what was going on. But what I
so-
do know is it's the commissioner. How did I find a player? They told me we needed a player. I found one in 10 seconds.
Oh.
It was remarkable. I said I'd reach out to somebody here at 1320 before I could even say I'll reach out to someone at 1320. Before I could even put that text thread together,
Yeah.
you were like, "Ken's in." It's like, wait, what?
Well, I told you this too. You guys have a text thread. I'm not on the text thread.
Yeah. Okay. So here's what happened.
Oh, you're
with
not in that? Oh, because you're
No,
not considered a real player. You're one
Yeah.
of those silent partners.
Yeah.
Ah.
minority
You're
owner.
Tom Brady,
Oh.
a fake owner.
No. Well, here's this, and this is James. Now this is on me now.
Let's test this out. I'm going to
Because-
text Ken right now and tell him to come in here. See how fast he comes in here.
All right. Here. Wait. Tell me when you hit send.
We're just bringing in everyone.
This is
today.
Studio 2. by the
Unless he
way.
left. I mean, we just had a big programming, a major meeting.
Yeah. It looked hectic.
Those major meetings.
The Hard Rock Live soundstage looks incredible, by the way.
We're not on that.
Oh,
either.
yeah.
We're not on the major meetings because like the major meetings always happen at 11 and we got a show.
Yeah, dude.
Oh,
the tender,
there it is right there.
dude.
Hang on. Did he just see my text? Hang on. He's
looking.
we're
We
watching
can
this.
see
Hang on.
Ken
I got to film
out
this.
the window.
I have to film this.
We can.
So
Can I
we're
get?
watching this in real time.
Yeah, here we go.
Ken reading my
Ken
text.
is
This is Ken reading my text.
over there
Let's see if he's
behind
texting
Abe.
back.
I think he is. I
Come
think he
on,
is texting
Ken.
you back. This is hilarious.
And over. Oh, look at these zoom.
Come on,
all the way
Ken.
in.
Make a play.
Come on, Ken.
Make a play,
Turn
Ken.
around, Ken.
You got to make a play, Ken.
Turn around, please.
Ken.
And you know, right next to Ken
Oh,
is
and
Karosh.
he's a hunt and peck Texter too.
Oh,
That also
no.
tracks.
Hang on. He's
does.
texting me a lot of stuff here.
Yeah.
Unless maybe he's texting someone else.
Oh.
Hey, it'd be so funny if he's doing all this typing and then just sends back K.
We've got Karosh right next to him, and Karosh got the highest grade in our draft.
Yeah, shout out to Karosh.
Yeah.
So this is what happened is they had 11 players. I was talking to Charlie one day. Aaron is in a closed door meeting. Gets up.
Aaron's the
opens
main
door.
boss here.
Aaron's
for those
the
that
boss,
don't know.
right? Aaron's the tribal chief, and he. I just recently learned that's a wrestling thing. Kenny and D'Lo call him that.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, right. That's
Roman Reigns. Yeah.
right. I just recently learned that was a thing. So he gets up and opens the door and points at Charlie and goes, "You're recruiting him, right?" Like, to what?
What the hell's
Hey,
Ken
here
doing?
comes Ken.
Oh, here we go. Perfect.
Yeah, no, this is great. Ken,
This is one of the top
Ken,
guys.
we're gonna by accident have every member of the Odyssey Fantasy League except for Vince, who's a Cowboys fan and is not afraid to
All
let
right.
anybody know it.
How does this work? How
Ken,
does this mic on?
Ken, I got to tell you, I was very impressed to learn
There we
that
go.
you're a fast texter. You
Yeah,
have a vibe of a person who takes a day or two to text back.
no, actually, I'm a voice to text person. That's probably why it happens that way. But I am the worst voice to texter ever. I'll talk to my daughters and I'll say, "Love Dad," and it comes out, "Love Dan." So they call me Dan now. Seriously, they call me Dan. It's never Dad anymore. It's kind of like an inside joke.
Ken, let's get to the real point here, Ken. What do
Right.
you think about, number one, no one inviting you into the fantasy league? Number two, me inviting you in after they just decided not to invite you at all.
Yeah.
Then there's a big controversy
Mhm.
because the commissioner didn't look and he saw that one of the people that he thought was in the league didn't sign in.
Right. Yeah.
It's no one's fault. And I always have to look out for my guy Ken because he's my top guy.
Here's how it happened for me. I about 2 or 3 weeks ago, Andy goes, "Hey, you want to be in our fantasy league?" I go, "Yeah, sure." And I don't hear anything. Then Abe texts me on Sunday, says, "Hey, you want to be in the fantasy league?" I go, "Yeah, I thought Andy
agreed
told
to
me
this a
about
long
that
time
about
ago."
2 or 3 weeks
Yeah.
ago."
You know what that means? It means they got the yeses and they
Yeah.
decided, yeah, we're not going to put Ken in.
Yeah, that's exactly
They
right.
decided that.
that because they thought the league was full because they got 2 yeses from Abe.
Yeah. Well,
They got 2 yeses.
and how does the commissioner not delete one? Like,
I
don't you look?
Right,
He
you
didn't
got to
even
make
know-
a play.
I
as a
have
commish.
some
You gotta make a
serious
play.
questions about this commissioner, the way this whole thing came down. But I will tell you this: I felt really bad. I ran into Paul Marshall in the hall a little while ago.
You stole his team,
I stole his team, and
which is Abe's fault.
but he's really upset. I mean, he's upset. He wants to sue me now. You know,
Oh man.
He did seem
Yeah.
mad because
He
I
gets
saw
mad.
Ken say, "Hey, Paul, come here," and Paul gave him the finger. He's like,
Wait,
"Hey,
hang
no,
on,
it
like
was
the
this
finger-
finger. It
this
was this
finger
finger.
or
to the
this-
chatty house.
It
this
was
finger.
the index finger.
Oh,
like,
the index.
Like,
finger.
hold on, I'm
Hold
talking
on.
now.
Hold on," with not saying "hold on," just the one finger up.
Yeah.
Dang. The
Yeah.
full silent treatment.
Yeah.
That's tough.
So how did you guys do?
Learn-
I didn't know.
So this is what when you came in, I
Right.
was telling the story. So the reason James and I teamed up is
Okay.
because Aaron said, "Hey, we need a 12th team. You guys are the 12th team."
Right.
And I wasn't going to do it alone,
Mhm.
and I didn't want James to do it alone. I'm
Right.
like, "Hey, content opportunity."
Yeah.
But
Right.
wait a minute,
So
you
we're
guys
turning the
work
whole
at ESPN.
bit a la you guys being
You guys, it's almost not fair. I mean, you guys are sports gods here, and you get to team up on your fantasy team.
Well, based on the draft, they're not really that godly. But I mean, it looked okay.
you
Come
just hear
on,
that?
man.
It looked okay. But here's the thing: you guys should have been the first 2 invited into the league.
That's what I'm. That's
Why
where
were you
I-
guys number 12?
Abe, we should also have sponsors, but we don't have those either outside of Jiffy Lube. So
Hey,
Kenny's
that's a
in
great
the
sponsor.
Kenny's in the building now. Kenny's not in the fantasy league. Were you invited to the?
Of course he was.
Were you invited to the ESPN or I'm sorry, the Odyssey Sacramento Fantasy League? Kenny Caraway.
I might have been. I don't know.
He doesn't even care enough
That's
to check.
crazy.
I'm not a.
You want to
fantasy
talk
guy,
about a
though.
slow text backer?
Things happen. Things happen. You know what I mean? I'm not a fantasy guy, but you know, I
Right.
like the numbers. I like the the games, betting on the games. You guys need to get. I'm gonna send you the invite. You need to get in the Pick'em League.
Oh,
You know what I mean, that we got going on,
oh,
where everybody loses.
I need to
me
get into this.
almost every. Y'all, come on, man.
send me the emails. Text me the emails. We'll get you in there. Everybody can
text him the
lose.
emails. He'll get back to us in a few days.
Can I ask you guys? Can I ask you guys as sports experts?
Huh.
One of the biggest mistakes people in fantasy football make is wanting to pick guys from the team that they like the most. You know what I mean? I'm a Raiders guy. I'm a Raiders guy, and I hardly ever pick the Raiders except for if Devontae Adams is available. Of course, I want to take him.
Luckily, I got him.
You know,
Can-
can I trade for him? No, but what? That's smart strategy, right? Because you don't want to be too personally involved with the players you're picking.
Well, Casey, why don't you tell Ken your strategy here, your draft strategy?
Well, I don't pick any players of teams I don't like.
So name
Wow,
No
you're
Rams.
too close to it.
Rams. I don't pick
No NFC
Cowboys.
West.
I might get a Cardinal in there.
Even
Okay,
if
we'll
it's
say the
wait,
Cardinals,
wait.
but no
Even,
Seahawk, no
hey,
Rams.
Kenny, even if it's CD Lamb, who's like going to projected to have an awesome fantasy.
If it's CD Lamb, that means if CD Lamb's on the board, that means somebody else that's not a Cowboy should be around.
Kenny.
here. So I'll take
So
Justin
no
Jefferson.
Cowboys.
I'll take
Chiefs?
Justin Jefferson.
You do Chiefs. You
I
have
got
Patrick Mahomes.
He's a
Yeah.
QB.
Okay.
And that's really about it.
Wait, hang on. Let's go back to CD Lamb. The biggest controversy in the whole draft, Ken took Justin Jefferson before CD Lamb. CD Lamb is going number 1 in most drafts. He felt, what did you have, 4?
I was third.
He had the 3rd pick. CD Lamb fell all the way to 5th. Who should have been the number 1 pick in the draft?
You know why? You know why? Because I don't like the Cowboys.
See, Ken gets it.
I'm joking. I missed that one. I love Justin Jefferson. You saw that
That's
show
fine. Pick the
receiver.
guys you want to root for.
I love this guy. I love this guy.
I just don't love Sam Darnold. That's
Yeah,
that's where
true.
I'm at.
That's
I'm with
true.
you, James.
Was J.J.
You're right.
better than CD last year? I don't know. Were they?
Yeah, but he had a better quarterback last
they're
year.
both really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now
He had
doesn't have
Cousins.
Kirk
throw-
Cousins.
I think Jefferson had better
We only
numbers.
had Kirk Cousins for half the year, and Justin Jefferson missed like 3 or 4 games. Right?
That's
Yeah,
true.
he missed. Yeah, I think he only played like 10. He missed
Well,
a bunch. He missed a bunch.
it's
Of games.
going to be interesting. Going to be a lot of fun. I'm so glad I get to be in the league. Sorry, Paul, if you're listening. Sorry, we really feel bad
Oh, he's
for
right
you.
outside the studio. He just gave us the finger.
If you feel
Um,
bad, you can split a team with him like me and Kyle did.
Just jump in. That's what we're turning into.
Well, he's a
content
Raider
now.
fan
This is
too.
the
So
draft y'all was talking about yesterday?
Yeah. We had Abe tried to steal 2 teams, and then no.
Yeah. Well, they sent me to somehow I ended up in there twice, but the commissioner, how do you not check?
Yeah,
And then
that's on
Paul-
the commissioner, Andy.
Andy Hawk, we're
And then-
questioning
who
his.
we
Yeah.
had earlier in here.
Yeah.
And then Paul decided to log in 4 minutes before the draft, and then he found out that everyone thought he logged in already.
Yeah,
He
dude.
wasn't logged in, so
It
we
was-
invited Ken. Ken took the
No,
spot.
He just stole the spot.
Well, no, they gave it. I had it
Oh my
yesterday. I had
God.
I had it the day before. The day before they invited me.
And I want to know why my 3 of my you guys are you 4 and Dame.
Well, D'Lo,
D'Lo are my-
adamantly against fantasy.
These are my top guys in the whole building.
Oh,
Why
that's
are
big
you
time
guys
for me.
invited last?
I-
You guys should have all been. You guys should have been the first 3 invites.
You know why?
what I'm
Because
saying.
people are afraid that we're going to get our butts kicked because you guys are the professionals.
That's exactly
so,
right.
So no, I'll tell you guys.
It's
what really-
discrimination.
So D'Lo will not enter, so it don't even matter. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
He's not a fantasy guy.
No, he hates
Okay.
fantasy.
Oh,
okay.
I don't like fantasy.
Mm.
I don't like it, but I don't hate it. So I'll
Why?
get in
Why
the
don't
league.
you
Yeah.
like it?
Because of what I'm talking about. Like, I don't want to be forced to root for people or
Other
teams,
teams.
that
Mm.
I
That's
don't want to be
interesting. Yeah.
successful.
Yeah.
You're
so
right.
because
Yeah.
of that, because of my strategy, I don't ever really win. So
Right.
Mm.
Yeah.
I'm not really crazy about it. But I'm in one with like my family, my in-laws. Been
Mm.
in it for like the last 5-6
Yeah.
years. It's fun.
Yeah.
We talk crazy or whatever. I'm not that bad. Like I lose in the second round of the
Mm.
playoffs or something like that.
Wow.
But I'm just not into it. I'm more into like
Yeah.
odds
Right.
betting.
Do you,
spread.
do you guys have a quick second for me to tell you this fantasy story, or are we up against it? Or
No,
what?
we got like we're out of here at 55.
Okay, real quick.
Yeah, quick second.
All right, so two years ago, I was kicking it in butt in this fantasy league I was in. I was number 1 in the league, went to the playoffs, won the first 2. The final game, okay, me and the second place guy. It was the game Cincinnati and
Yeah.
Buffalo game,
The Hamlin game.
the Hamlin game.
Yeah.
And I had Josh Allen as my quarterback. I was down by 5 points in the second quarter, projected to win by 25 because I had Josh Allen. And they called the game.
Mm.
So I ended up losing because they said, hey, there's nothing we can do. It's an official game. So I lost a lot of money, and I was number one in the league. So they put an asterisk next to my name. But can you believe the luck there?
That's
of course,
brutal.
it's all about him.
Of course.
But there were a lot of people that had the same situation,
Mm-hmm.
and for it to end on that game, that was crazy.
We split like in our league. We
Sure.
the two winners
Got
just
it.
split because it was the Super Bowl, right?
Right.
Yeah, so it was like, okay, like the money, whoever won, but the
Mhm.
money, like everyone splits. So
Yeah,
that's
but
tough.
look, it was all about him. But I'm sitting there going, I'm down by 5 points.
And every week you're like,
right?
"Come on, little fella, get
Come
up."
on, get up, please, DeMar, please.
It looks like he's going to start at safety for the Bills.
Amazing.
On
That's
Sunday.
great.
Shout out to DeMar Hamlin.
Way to go, DeMar.
Great
All
ending
right,
that story.
thank you for
D-Lo and
letting me-
Casey coming up next. What you guys got?
I want to give a shout out to my backup running back on my fantasy team, Isaac Arano.
Isaac Aranda? Yeah.
Never heard of
Backup
him.
running back.
I love
got him
that.
on my team.
I love that.
I'm probably the only one in America.
Rostered on 1% of leagues. It's Kenny.
That's amazing.
All right, that's going to do it for us.
Thanks, guys.
Abe, Ken, thank you so much. I almost called
Thanks,
you Dan.
guys.
Ken, thanks for jumping in. D-Lo and Casey coming up next are going to take you to 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're back with you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Until then, drink water and be nice, people. Chatty gang, appreciate you guys. Hey, thank you guys so much.
That
for
was
Thank
hanging
you.
out. Yeah,
That
thanks.
was fun. Thanks for letting us in.
All right, Chatty, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
From now on.
Good. What's good? Check one. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Yes, one more time for the midweek. Let's go. One time for the last day without football. Come on, man. Let it ride.
Yeah, man.
We in here. Welcome into the Wednesday, September 4th edition of Dealing with KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we in here.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
There we yes, indeed. Y'all know what it is, man. As the NFL season gets underway, we are so underway tomorrow. We are so happy that you are here with us. If you're watching on youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, salute. That goes a long way with our bosses. If you're listening on 98.5 FM, KRXQHD2, or you're listening on 1320 AM, wherever you are, we appreciate you. We got a couple of hot days ahead. It says 103 on my app today.
Let's make it hot.
That's what we do. 105 tomorrow, 104 on Friday.
All right, settle down.
Shout out to Delivery Joe and the rest of the delivery drivers out there getting through the day, making sure everybody gets their Amazon packages and their FedExes and their UPSs and
those poor Amazon people, man. I want to give a shout out to them, man. I saw something on Inside Edition the other day. They just slow down.
Inside Edition is still on?
It is. It comes on like all the time on ABC after a game.
Wow.
Or not even like directly after a game. It's like 2 shows after a game. Inside Edition's coming on, and then ET will be coming on after that.
What game are you watching that happened?
It was on
like
the,
a college. That's like a middle of the weekend.
No, it was after the USC game. So after the USC game, it was probably 8:30 or whatever. And it seems like these networks, they get in like no man's land. Like they can't put on The Bachelor,
right?
But they can't start the news,
right?
So Inside Edition.
Damn insiders broke the TV.
Oh no. Oh man.
Hate having roommates.
But yeah, the poor delivery people, they got to deliver like 57 packages in 2 hours.
Yep.
And all I say is, look, just follow the rules of the road. You're doing the best you can. Don't stress out, and because the whole story was this Amazon lady hit this lady with a baby.
Oh God.
Because she was speeding, trying to get to the next thing. Just calm down.
Okay.
Get there. It'll be okay. It'll be all right. I don't need my Amazon package by 3 p.m. Okay. If it gets there at 5, that's fine too. Okay. It's okay. Just don't go hitting people.
Amazon drivers, delivery drivers, all of y'all, man, we appreciate you.
Better get there today, though. I know that.
Come on, man. You could have kept that to yourself, man. Come on. What's wrong
I
with
got something today for Ryan that doesn't come till Saturday, and I was perfectly fine with that.
Okay.
It's okay.
We have gotten so spoiled though, where it's, Amazon has the ability to get you something in 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have to wait 2 days or God forbid 3 or 4, it's like, hey, what the hell is this? What is this? 5 to 7 business days? What type of poor do you think I am?
2 stars.
See if I come back here. And you know what I find myself doing that's infuriating is you'll purchase something like I just did this with a short set.
Mm-hmm.
Shipping is free. Yeah, but it's like 7 to 10 days.
Well, yeah, maybe I need to spend $15 to get it here.
Exactly.
In 3 days.
So my stupid ass all of a sudden is paying, instead of it's free shipping, my dumb ass is paying the $15 to get it here in 2 to 3 days. Yeah, these people are slick. They gotten over on us in a major way.
Not even to get it here the same day. Get it
No.
in 3 days.
No, just and then you say, and I have done this time. Well, I'm not wearing it until such and such, but it doesn't even matter. No, I want it now. Waste $15 on it. Goodness
like
gracious.
They got us spoiled.
They do.
Or tricked.
No, they got us stupid is what they got us. They got us stuck on stupid. COVID destroyed our intelligence.
Well, we'll be all right. We're gonna make it. We can beat the robots.
Okay, well, good luck with that, pal.
Well, you see how they do with the chat. They don't even. They're not very bright.
Oh, they struggle. Yeah, them AI chat summaries. But well, some of them are pretty funny. How did no one capture an AI summary from Friday? Right around Smells Like Teen Spirit. How did we not get a chat summary?
YouTube was not concerned with AI, bro. They were trying to charge us for all the music we were playing. That
Well, yeah.
They're like, turn off the AI. We got to work.
That email came when Casey and I were on 102.5. I couldn't wait for that thing to come through. I was like, no, let me see. Go ahead. Let me see. Go ahead. 8 violations. That's fine. Get used to it, YouTube. Get used to it. NFL season gets underway tomorrow. The Ravens are in Kansas City to take on the defending Super Bowl champion, Kansas City Chiefs. We'll talk a lot of football moving forward. We'll talk a lot of 49ers moving forward. Yeah, I know it's a strange place to start. I'll start here only because I don't. This isn't a show long thread. It's legit just something that I feel like this has always been the case. I thought it would die down after last year. It's not. I'd actually think I could make a strong argument. It's intensified. I think some of the dialogue around Lamar Jackson is bordering on stupid. And I'm not telling any of these individuals that they're stupid. I'm telling them that I think their perception of professional sports is stupid.
Explain.
Lamar Jackson is a 2-time MVP. And this whole thing was actually sparked by the thought of, could Lamar win a third? Because Lamar he's fallen into like a Giannis pre-championship category.
That's a good call.
Where it's like, okay, well, the NFL media is going to dislike Lamar Jackson until he wins the Super Bowl. Or dislike is probably the wrong term. They're going to discredit Lamar Jackson. And Lamar Jackson. And Stephen A essentially said the same in a different way. He actually confirmed what I thought, because he just straight up said it out loud. I don't care what Lamar Jackson does. I don't care what he does in the regular season. I don't care what he does on the ground. All I need to see is Lamar Jackson beat the big bad wolf. And he's talking about Patrick Mahomes. And people a lot lately have been using the Jordan analogy of there's going to be a lot of Patrick Ewings and Charles Barkley's and those 2 guys from Utah. There's going to be a lot of those guys in the NFL, because this is the Michael Jordan, aka Patrick Mahomes era. And everything until further notice goes through him. And the insinuation, of course, was that that's Lamar Jackson. And until Lamar Jackson can do what no one in the NBA did, knock off the Michael Jordan, the Patrick Mahomes, what he does in the regular season doesn't matter. Now, the one thing that gave me pause with that was they didn't make Aaron Rodgers do it. Aaron Rodgers continued to win MVPs. And don't misunderstand me. I do not like him. But it's not like he wasn't deserving. The dude was the best player in the world.
Right.
But they didn't hold him to that same standard. And you start looking, and I mean, obviously Brady has won, Super Bowl after Super Bowl after Super Bowl. Peyton, won a couple. Some would argue the Denver one was dire. He needed it. But I wonder if the NFL is a little bit different in the NBA in that regard. Then it hit me again. Lamar Jackson was available for trade, and teams were actively saying, no, we're not going to trade for him. No, we'll stick with Kyle Rittner or whatever the hell that guy's name was. No, we'll stick with him.
Ritter.
We don't need a quarterback. Well, it's Rittner now. And I was like, man, they really view Lamar in a different way that they view Josh Allen, who hasn't won anything. Jordan Love hasn't won anything. Joe Burrow got to a Super Bowl. Didn't win. Hasn't won any other year his time in the league. Hasn't won anything. But Lamar is expected to win. He's expected to beat Patrick Mahomes. And I just find the dialogue around this one singular quarterback fascinating.
I'm with you. And
sometimes you say that, and then you tell me 10 reasons why you're not with me.
No, I'm with you.
Okay.
But my focus.
I know Lamar's your boy. The Ravens are your. I don't know what the Ravens
Yeah,
are. But
they're the closest thing to a team in the NFL that I support.
I think so. And that's fine. Like Cheryl's out there. It's all right. Yeah.
Shout out.
Not Cheryl and Elk Grove. Cheryl and B-More.
Yeah, shout out B-More. My focus. And I even hate to say this because it feels like maybe I'm picking on the guy or doing too much because he is a really good quarterback. But my focus is the perception of Josh Allen compared to the perception of Lamar Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's not the same.
So you're right. You're 100% right, and that's the most glaring because of where those two guys are at. And I mean, I see Cud and Pete, I see John Bull, I see everyone who's saying we all know why this is the case. They love Jordan Love, and maybe it's because he's so new, maybe it's because it's so fresh, maybe it's because it's the Packers. I'm not sure, but there are other instances around the league that's like it's not just Lamar being black. It might be the way they thought of Lamar when he came into the league. We talk about this with Brock Purdy. The perceptions of a player coming into the league. The perceptions on Brock were they didn't know. And I think Brock Purdy still pays for the fact that they didn't know him coming into the league. Lamar, they thought they had it all figured out. He was the 5th quarterback in a 5 quarterback draft class, last one taken in the first round. Joe Flacco was there. All of these different. The Colts general manager, general manager.
Irsay.
No. No, that's the owner. The old general manager who was on TV.
You're right,
Poland. Switch positions. If he knows what's good for him, he'll switch positions right now instead of wasting. And people stuck by that for years. They stuck by that after he took over for Joe Flacco and got this team into the playoffs. And they I think it's Bill Polian. I think he did. I believe he did. But the amount of people who refuse to just go, got that one wrong, is stunning to me. And they still hold on to, well, he's not really a good quarterback. He's an athlete. We've created this new phrase for him. He's not a quarterback. He's an athlete. Oh, if you want a quarterback, you need a guy like Josh Allen.
Who's not a quarterback? Who's the same player as Lamar Jackson?
Maybe this was a little more extensive a conversation than I gave it credit for to start the show. We can continue the conversation. We'll open up the phone lines 916-909-1320. We got a lot of 49er stuff to talk about as well. Again, we're thrilled that you're here with us on the eve of the start of the NFL season. We're just getting started. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That boy right up there is bad. He was fun to watch this weekend. Not him, Cam Ward.
Hey, Cam Ward is the truth. I want to see what I want to see what happens with the U, man. They should win the ACC. They should get into the playoffs. I'm expecting that from them. We'll see. We'll see how real it is. Cristobal's done a good job.
A lot of tension at the Odyssey offices today.
Tension?
Yeah. Walked into something this morning. What the hell is going on here? Yeah. Nah. Yeah, something happened. Yeah, something happened.
Are you a big believer in, like, you know how in sports this happens, like in sports, but I guess it could be in any walk of life, where they're like, "Oh yeah, you need a little tension to be great." I'm not a big believer in that. Now,
I'm not
granted,
either.
I've never won a championship like in sports or anything like that, so maybe that's what was missing. And my coach used to always,
Tension?
yeah, my coach used to always call us the happiest team on earth. We were really good, but we just really
No.
loved each other. I was like, nah, that's not why we didn't win.
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. Like, I don't agree with that at all. I think a competitive nature is good, but in the end, like if Paul or Abe are really good at something, like I'm gonna ask them, like,
Yeah.
hey, why do you do that? Like, how does that work for you? Like, yeah, I'm gonna ask questions. Like, I like the competitive. Hey, we're gonna have a bigger show than Abe, but we're gonna have a bigger show than the Wake Up. I'm good with all of that.
Right.
But if they do something I like, I'm gonna ask questions.
Right.
Like we did yesterday. Like the end has this tech. Like you can text the end's number. Like 916-909-1320. They have 916-909-1065 or whatever. I don't know if that's the number. You could text it and it can send an automatic, like if we were talking about yo, did you see that throw from you see the crowd angle of that Brock Purdy pass? Oh, you didn't? Hey, text Brock to 916-909-1320 and they'll text, some people will text it and it immediately sends the video out to them.
That's really dope.
They're the only ones with that capability.
That's really dope.
Because the fuck offs who ran the station before shut it all down and they were the only ones who still have it.
Damn.
I'm like,
That's
can we
crazy.
get that?
Yeah,
Like,
we need
that's
that back.
crazy.
We need that back. But yeah, I don't subscribe to it. Like, and like you said, maybe a competitive nature. Like when I was coaching, if we had practice and two kids was going at it, like in a drill, we were during the break, we were talking about creative tension and how people are like, yeah, you need a little tension to win sometimes and all this other stuff. I don't subscribe to that at all. But I do subscribe to, like I said, if there's from coaching and there's practice going on and two kids or two teams or whatever are going at it, yeah, I ain't gonna call no fouls. Let me see what you got. I mean, get after it. Let's see it. At the end of the day, though, when we huddle up, it's love. Like it's love. Like we cool. We was competing. You know, he's getting each other better. Now it's love. It shouldn't be tension outside of that. I'm not big on tension like that.
Yeah, tension in the workplace isn't fun. We've had it. We don't need that. We don't need that. We started the show. I don't know if there's more to say on Lamar. Obviously, it's the Chiefs and the Ravens tomorrow night. The focus should absolutely be on the Kansas City Chiefs as they go to defend their Super Bowl championship. But
what Stephen A. said was stupid, though. I don't subscribe to that, and I try not to say that about people's opinions and all this other stuff because it's your opinion. But I find that stupid.
Isn't that just first take at this point?
And that's the difficulty with shows like that is you don't know.
They don't talk ball like to talk ball like how we do. They try to stir it up. Like, let's call it what it is. They are playing characters on that show. That's not real.
That's it. Like, I think the perfect term for people on that network, particularly on that show, particularly Stephen A., is, and we've discussed this at length before about being a journalist and so on. We're used to hearing this term in a different fashion, but Stephen A. Smith is a sports entertainer. Now, I know we associate that term with professional wrestling, but what else would you call him? I'm not going to call him a character because that almost feels insulting. He's an entertainer. He is a sports entertainer.
Now, I will say this. I don't watch First Take often.
Really, I don't either, but that sure appears on my timeline a lot.
Well, so this is what I'm saying, though. I don't watch it often. I don't watch it really at all. But when I do watch it, if you watch the show, there are regular conversations, but regular conversations don't come up on your timeline. Like Stephen A. Smith, I don't know. I'm not stalling him out here or nothing like that, but he could have had, because the segments are like 12 minutes long. He could have spoke for 9 minutes about, Lamar is great. He's the MVP, da-da-da-da. And he might have said, but I'm telling you how I feel today. I don't want to see nothing else from him. He needs to get past da-da-da-da-da. I'm not worried about none of that MVP stuff. Well, what came on your timeline?
But how is the context different?
Because he could have spent 8 minutes talking about, now this shouldn't disqualify him from winning MVP. I'm when it gets down to it, I'm gonna be. I don't know what he said, but he could have said something like, he's a great ball player. He's one of the best or whatever. He's good enough to beat. He could have praised him for 8 minutes, but the wild thing is the thing that plays for a minute and a half on your timeline. And I know with that show specifically, I think that happens more times than not. Like there is just regular sports talk, regular dialogue or whatever. It's not salacious.
I disagree.
It's
I don't
not,
think
If it was regular, you wouldn't be having Mad Dog Russo on there.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
agree.
I
I don't
mean,
agree
he's-
with that thought.
he's
I agree.
whatever.
I agree with your sentiment that is the bulk of the flow of stuff that hits social media. I 100% agree with you. I do not agree with you about that show.
Well, I watch it. Like I've watched the show, and it's
Well,
just
I've
been
watched it too, but
it's been a sensible conversation.
I think but I think as a whole, it's not. Like, are there like, as the, if we focused on the main characters of that show, which I guess there really aren't any. It's Stephen A., Molly, the Mad Dog guy, and then it's kind of a variety of cast of characters. I think a lot of the dialogue can take place sensibly, right? But I think in the crux of like what that show is, it's not. Like there was a great it might have been last week. It could have been yesterday. I don't remember. I was up early, threw on Good Morning, Get Up. And Damien Woody was on there. He was in studio though. He wasn't at home. He was in studio. And he kept yelling. Like he was like nonstop yelling. And I was like, why? Like no one's disagreeing with him. He's just screaming about some point. And it's like, who taught you to do, like, why are you doing this? You're unlistenable right now, which is really frustrating because I trained myself to listen to what you were saying, and it makes a ton of sense. But you're screaming at me for no reason, and this is an extreme tune-out thing. But that's the I'm going to my clip is going to hit the socials. And I feel like so many people, JJ chased that. JJ was totally normal when he started. JJ was a breath of fresh air when he started. And then he got eaten up by that ESPN monster. And he's like, I got takes.
Yeah.
And I'm here for him. And Bob Cousy was a plumber or whatever that thing was.
There was a new comment to that.
Bob Cousy?
No, it wasn't Bob Cousy. It was almost worse. It was terrible. It was
Who the hell is Derek McKee?
Come on, man.
Wait, what? Who said that?
Rasheed Wallace said Anthony Edwards wasn't better than Derek McKee.
All right, man. All right, dude.
Who?
All right, dude. Why do we do this?
And then he tried to clean it up with Scottie Pippen and someone else after that. But
come on, man. Come on.
Can I tell you something funny? Because I don't know that Scottie Pippen's name is going to come up again anytime soon.
Okay.
I use this app called Calm, and it plays. It has like white noise, but it also has like there's this thing I listen to called the Daily Calm. It is this woman with this just very soft, calming voice, just telling you it's very effective. Hey, don't allow your frustration to create more angry thoughts. That's just anger compounding anger. And you're like, I'm listening to it, or I'm in the cold plunge and this whole thing. They also have this series of, they're not motivational things, but they're like, one of them was about planning. like in structure and regiment, and it was read by LeBron. And LeBron has this series of maybe 6 to 8 things that he had read that are like 10 to 20 minutes long. And it's like, oh, this is pretty dope. And out of nowhere, Scottie Pippen popped up with a series. And I'm like, wait a minute. I do not want calming advice from Scottie Pippen. I do not find Scottie Pippen the type of individual I want to go to when I want to be calm. And I want to know who booked Scottie for this gig. That's the gist
Mike,
of it.
pass me the bowl.
Oh, come on, man.
That was like when the Wayans brothers, when Marlon Wayans, he was like, he put his this was wrong. He put his nose up to the window so it was smushed. He's like, hey, Mike, pass me the ball.
Oh, come
hey,
on,
Dennis,
man.
get off my ass.
Where did LeBron's is called Train Your Mind. Where did Scottie Pippen go? That was a crazy thing to stumble
Scottie
across.
Pippen has a nice voice, right?
Well,
like
there's
I don't know, maybe be good for radio.
the history of a dream is what it's called. Scottie Pippen, one of the greatest players of all time, invites you on a personal journey.
Played 17 years in the NBA and helped the Chicago Bulls win 6 championships.
Okay. I'm not super confident in this. I'm not. I'll give it a listen. I'm not super confident in it though. Gotta admit.
Hey, Mike, pass me the ball.
Come on, man.
Hey, Dennis, get off my ass.
Let's get Lazy in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Lazy?
Yo, D-Lo and Casey, what's popping, guys? Hey,
HAL.
What's up, man?
Or,
I'm walking.
or
BAL.
Oh, no. hey, I'm not talking football today, so I'm not going to be BAL.
Okay.
Well, you're always.
I get emotional.
Well,
I get emotional about my Eagles.
I got bad news for you, Lazy.
Yeah.
The world sees you as BAL every day, buddy.
Like Farouk told Ahmed Johnson. You can't.
Man.
Ahmed Johnson. Sorry, Lazy. Go ahead.
No, you good. I didn't think that through when I started to talk, but I was gonna ask D-Lo. You mentioned Stephen A. Smith. You talked about kind of how he's a sports entertainer, and I definitely agree. Stephen A. Smith, he does a lot of stuff, just for show, and he leans a lot into his bits. But isn't that the kind of thing that makes him popular? Like if you look at a guy like JJ Redick, we all couldn't stand JJ Redick because all he did was want to bore you with numbers and things like that. I'm just asking in 2024, like some of the most successful people are entertainers in sports. I'm asking, is that really such a bad thing? Because like I love Shannon Sharp, but he's more of an entertainer. He's not giving me numbers. He's entertaining me in a different way than Stephen A. Smith. So that was kind of just my question.
No, I got you. I think there's probably when I say sports entertainment, like Shannon, I don't think Shannon is saying stuff to be entertaining. I think Shannon's personality, like some people's personality is very genuine. And it shows. Like I think you're a great example of this. Like you are exactly the same on the air and off the air. You're exactly the same. I think Shannon is the same way. Stephen A., I think because he's really good at this, he's perfected it, and he knows to hit different levels along the way, and he knows it's football season. He knows casuals are coming back. He knows there's more eyes on him. Like he has perfected this game. It's why he's worth $20 million a year or whatever the dollar figures. This is exactly why. And to your point, Leezy, no, there's nothing wrong with it as long as you don't damage your credibility along the way. And part of it, admittedly, for me, is while I respect your history in this industry, that Russo guy does not belong on television anymore. The fact that Stephen A. thought like this is the pairing we need to have is absurd because it is not. And it is an ultimate. I think he's on Wednesdays or was at least. It's like, yeah, I'm not I'm not watching this. Like I want to know what Stephen A thinks about this. Sure. Oh, Stephen A laughing at the Cowboys. That's always funny. That's a good bit. I mean, bits are good. Kenny's got impressions. Stephen A laughs at the Cowboys. It's really all the same thing. I'm not watching that dude though, because that dude damages his credibility and the credibility of that network every time he opens his mouth.
So here's the thing. I
and this was all supposed to be about Lamar Jackson.
Well, Stephen A said something stupid about Lamar Jackson.
I think he did.
But I think there's a couple things at play. And I don't know. I don't know if I'm defending First Take or not or anything. But if Stephen A for a show 95% of the time is talking sensible and for 5% gets carried away and says something stupid.
Do you think that's the case?
I think that's the case.
Okay.
Like watching that show.
So then it's just a level of disagreement. Like, I don't believe that that's the case, but maybe he's not screaming and yelling more than the 5% that you just laid out there. But I also don't believe his thoughts are his dialogue is sensible either in that other 95%.
Well, that's fair. So with Chris Russo, though, I just think his outlook on sports and athletes in general is just outdated, shady.
Yep.
And
Grant Napier told me all about him.
And
no one even asked him. No one even asked Grant Napier, but he told us all about him.
And questionable at best.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't like about watching him. And then, it's one of those things where, like you said, if you damage your reputation, maybe reputation isn't the right word, but like your credibility, then for me, it's like, what am I listening to? That's what Skip Bayless did a long time ago. A long time ago. It's like, this is a joke. And sometimes you can't be entertained because, like I said, to a certain degree, when you talk about TV, when you talk about radio, like anybody can read the box score. Like anybody can do that. You don't have to have any talent or personality to read the box score and talk about what just happened. Like they got stats up there. I can just read those stats. I don't think anybody will watch that or listen to that. There is a level of, like you said, you got to be entertaining. And when it's natural, that's when it's best. But
and that's an adjustment. Like that's an adjustment to the medium, because you talk about scores. People did used to tune in for scores and highlights and stuff like that. Now scores and highlights wind up on your phone seconds after they happen. And it's what we talk about with this show all the time. No one is tuning in to hear if the Kings won last night. They're tuning in to hear what we think about how the Kings won last night. And or the other way around, or the Ravens and Chiefs or the 49ers or whatever. I think one of the greatest examples of this show that we never talk about, but it's one of my favorites, was the Trey Lance draft. I know that that's not a fun thing to look back on now.
Talk about things that I got right,
but
got that one wrong.
No, I'm right there with you in the wrong bus, because Jesus, we were a little, and I think a whole lot of the world was wrong in that one. However, I remember it was back in the days of 8-hour draft day shows. Like we were on the air. It was an incredibly eventful day with the Packers rumor, the Aaron Rodgers rumor that started our show. We had Trey Wingo on, who was in the middle of all of that. And leading into the 49ers selection, we saw the YouTube stream climb by almost 300 viewers. Not because they wanted to see who the 49ers were going to pick, because they wanted to see what would happen with Kenny Caraway if the 49ers selected Mac Jones.
We weren't even damn near broadcasting the pick.
Yeah, right. Right. They were tuning in only to see your reaction. And that's it. And that is the definition of how sports media has to work today. Because everything else, you get it and you get it on demand. But, well, I like D'Lo and Casey. What did they think? I like Stephen A. What did they think? When the Cowboys blow a big game, I want to see the clip because it's funny. Like, it's a great bit. And he's leaned into it. I do not believe that man hates the Dallas Cowboys the way that he portrays. But because so many people hate the Dallas Cowboys, he did it It was like Drake bars. You did it. They bought into it, and it became fun. Stephen A. bought into it. He was like, "Oh, they're digging this. Okay." And now, like a yearly tradition.
I think he's there today.
In Dallas?
Yeah, he said, "Guess where I'm at," and took a picture of all the trophies.
Oh my!
I don't know. I guess he's gonna be there tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow because of the start of the NFL season. I guess he'll be in Dallas. I guess. I don't know.
It's a weird place to start, given the game's in.
Yeah, well, you ain't gonna go there.
I guess
Well,
not.
no, I'm saying the game ain't never gonna be there.
Well,
ain't never gonna be there.
Well.
So if you're waiting for that, you're gonna be waiting forever.
Yeah.
So this is fascinating. So where do you stand? Where does everybody stand on what happened in Game 7, Knicks Pacers? Because I can make the argument. Even though people were really upset about that was part of the story. Stephen A. and the Knicks and what would happen in a Game 7, his emotions leading up to a Game 7 in the Garden. I don't. It didn't bother me the way it bothered others, but
that's not his. So my problem is, that's not his show. First Take is his show. That show, NBA, and for those that don't remember, the NBA Countdown was basically a 35-minute Stephen A. New York Knicks hype tape. And that's not what Countdown is. Like, every show Stephen A. is on can't be Stephen A.'s show. NBA Countdown is about, in this case, it's about the Pacers and the Knicks. And Tyrese and Siakam and the Pacers deserve to have their story told too, just as the Knicks did. But I don't agree that those are the same thing. You do what you got to do. I know the timeline doesn't match up, but on First Take leading into that game, or you do it the next day or whatever. You took a national NBA game with an entirely different audience than yours. It is not the same audience. Crossover, absolutely. Not the same audience. And you made the show about you, and you made the show about one team. That's not, in my opinion, that's not okay. That's a completely different platform.
I hear you.
You disagree?
I mean, I
did have, and for to clearly answer your question, I did have a problem with it.
Yeah,
I thought it was absurd. I thought it was ridiculous.
I thought nobody. I don't want to say I care. We cared. We're different type of viewers, but the general public, nobody care about the Pacers.
I don't agree with you. I don't think that's fair though. Like
in that scenario against that team.
No, because I don't think the Knicks are as worldwide as you're making them out to be in that scenario. Sure, they absolutely are, but it's not. It's a game. It's a Game 7. It's an elimination game with two teams. The story of the game is the two teams. You can't like people in Indiana cared. Now, are the you have to. Part of telling the story of a one-off game like a Game 7 is, how did you get here? It's not just, this isn't the proper terminology, but it's not just highlighting the champion, or in this case, the most well-known team. It's highlighting the challenger and talking about why this is such a big deal in the Eastern Conference. And not only was the game not about the Knicks, not only was the show, not about the Knicks, it was about Stephen A.
Yeah, I
that's
understand.
the problem.
I understand, but I just think in that scenario, the story was the Knicks. The story was the Knicks. Story was the Knicks trying to get back to the conference finals for the first time in I don't know how long. MSG, all this other. The story was the Knicks. It doesn't mean it
was the 90s, Pacers, right?
Maybe early. Was it?
No,
99?
it doesn't. It probably doesn't matter.
It might have been 99.
That was my thought.
Larry Johnson, was that the last time? It's a long time. I wonder if
that's a long time. It's a long time.
So I thought that was the story. And I'm from Sacramento. I know how it feels to be a Pacers fan in that situation where you're going up against the big time people and they don't pay no mind to you. So I'm sensitive to it. I understand it. But I also
what if it was your dream finals? It was Game 7, Kings and Knicks.
The Knicks are the story. The Knicks are 100% the story. for what
A game
they're
7, that's impossible.
The Knicks winning the championship for the first
That's
time
impossible.
since the 70s.
It's impossible. A game 7 scenario in the NBA Finals. A game 7 scenario in the NBA Finals is not a singular team story.
I understand, but I know how that's going to play out. And I just know what it is. And I know what's a bigger deal to what I feel is a bigger deal to the masses. And that's the story is,
I don't
will
think
the
the
Knicks
Knicks are
win or
like
lose?
that. I don't think the Knicks are like that.
If the Knicks were in the finals against the Kings, game 7.
Oh,
the
yeah,
story
the Knicks
is,
over the
will
Kings.
the Knicks win or lose? That's the story. Because if they win, it's
to
going
be
to be
clear,
that. If they
you're
lose, it's
fine.
going to be laughing at the
No,
Knicks.
no doubt. I want to make sure we understand this. You're okay with Stephen A. doing the show that he did for the Pacers Knicks to the Kings. Like you're okay. You're good with that type of coverage on that platform, leading into, in this scenario, a fictitious finals game.
For me personally, it don't bother me. It doesn't bother me.
Okay.
The only thing that bothers me when the national media or whatever is when you're just completely uninformed about what's going on. That's what bothers me. So if Stephen A. Smith is hopping on there at game 7 of the finals talking about if Keegan Bradley is good tonight, it's like, bro, get the names right. Know what you're talking. That's what bothers me. But if they spend all that time on the Knicks as opposed to the Kings, it's all right.
And here to bring this all full circle is why this whole thing is frustrating, because of, and I'm glad you brought that Pacers Knicks game up.
Mm-hmm.
It's ESPN has built this platform that they believe Stephen A. is bigger than the game that's actually being played, and that stuff reverberates around the NBA. Like that was a huge conversation that day.
Mm-hmm.
Was that show. And not just Stephen A.'s behavior, because he was given the platform to do it. So I can't be mad at him. I could be more frustrated with ESPN allowing that to happen. Now you take that scenario and go into the Lamar Jackson conversation that we were having. Mm-hmm. And you wonder why this Lamar Jackson narrative never dies, is because it continues to get perpetuated no matter what the man does. One MVP didn't do it. 2 MVPs didn't do it. Now we're moving the goalposts for apparently Lamar and Lamar only, saying, well, he's got to beat Patrick Mahomes or none of this matters. None of it.
And that's where I disagree. That's right. That's what I disagree with.
You didn't move the goalposts for Aaron Rodgers.
You're not moving the goalposts.
You didn't move the goalposts for Brett Favre. Brett Favre ended more NFC championships on an interception than I think any quarterback in history. No one cared. But for Lamar, you moved the goalposts time and time again, and I don't understand it. It takes away from how great Lamar has been from the second he got under center for the Baltimore Ravens. We'll shift our focus to the 49ers when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, I got alerted the day SmackDown is here. That's the 20th.
Mm-hmm.
Bailey is going to be at Cricket Wireless. Bailey is going to be at Cricket Wireless in Rancho Cordova. 10345. Jesus, that's a lot of numbers. 10345 Folsom Boulevard in Rancho Cordova, from 9 to 11, September 20th. Bailey will be at Cricket Wireless. And so will I. I'm not sure what station I'm there for, but I'm there for one of them.
All right. This is getting ridiculous. I can't figure out how to get this thing on a full screen. I guess I just never know. This is ridiculous.
Scout Cricket's cooking. Yeah, Cricket's cooking. Apple cider pills. I have not, Michigan. I have not. Why apple cider pills over apple cider vinegar? Just as something different, or I be honest, Michigan. I don't think I've ever heard of those. Yeah, Leezy, it's when you're chasing something, it ain't gonna work. You gotta build your own thing. I really want to get that brother a better ring light too, because that is just killing my man right there. That is just killing him. KC been crushing that water.
Yeah, man. Trying to clear my skin up. Big Za.
Kenny Caraway on that map training. He got his.
I'm at the beginning stages.
Yeah, that's a good look. Yeah. That's a good look. That's a good look. I actually got a peek of some things that they're building over at maptrition.com and Train with Map. It's pretty exciting, man, and it's going to be a big welcome to anyone listening to this who wants to maybe eat a little bit better, get in better shape, clear your skin up, whatever the case may be. We've got some special things jumping off, even far beyond the supplement deals we have with the strength enhancers and the fat burners and the cravings crushers. I think my man Kamara ordered some of the cravings crushers, had those all sent all the way to Orlando. Hopefully he used the promo code DLO1320 at checkout because that gets you 10% off your order. I left my all-day BCAAs at home. I'm devastated over that. But they have a great essentials pack that you can go check out amongst a variety of other things, including protein shakes and all of that good stuff. It's maptrition.com. Use the promo code DLO1320. 49ers have a good offseason. I purposely waited until right now to ask that question. I waited until everything was done to ask that question.
I'd say yeah. It was a little turbulent here and there, but at the end of the day, things got done. And we won't know this for a while. But it seems like they had a good draft. So you look at those two things in free agency, they went and got Leonard Floyd. He looks like he's going to be a good addition. So between re-signing their own guys, getting Leonard Floyd, and potentially a good draft, I'd say yeah. What do you think?
I thought Jesse raised an interesting question. Did they have a loud offseason?
They definitely had a loud offseason.
What is that kind of drowning out whether it was good or whether it was bad because it was just actually really loud? I think the one thing that's important is what you brought up about the draft. It looks like they might have had a good draft, and it's going to take time to tell that. But the early returns feel positive.
Mhm.
And you kind of brought this up yesterday, and I can't remember. Maybe, truth be told, it might have been at the very end of the show. We wrapped up talking with Jason. We mentioned that Debo had restructured his contract, and that could mean big positive things moving forward. It could actually mean the end is near. Eric Armstead on line 2, calling from Jacksonville, can explain that to you. But I'm not as sold on this. Use the Michael Jackson phrase. This is it. This is it. I'm not as sold on that as everyone else seems to be. And I think part of that is because there's you always have to, and this is amazing because it only happens in the NFL, fine-tune the salary cap a little bit. And it always seems to get done. Like we just saw Baltimore do it yesterday. There's probably not a player as good at what he does in the entire league than Justin Tucker. And they restructured his contract. And it's just it's such a work, man. It's just like a maneuvering of money that in no other walk of life is legal, but it's legal in the NFL.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, why can't this continue to get done? Now, there's going to be a point, again, I'm sorry to keep using the Eric Armstead example, where there's only so much you can do. You need a complete change. And I am of the belief that the 49ers were perfectly understanding of the fact that the proposal to Eric Armstead was going to result in a breakup. And I'm not saying they were ready to be done with Eric Armstead. That's not at all what I'm saying. I think they understood that their time with Eric might be over. Yeah. And I don't know that there's anyone on the roster, especially the guys that we talked the most about. Debo, obviously Ayuk is not in this conversation anymore. Kittle. I'm not sure that there's a guy that they're willing to move on from. So as long as they're not willing to move on from somebody, I think you can constantly get these restructures done. Now, you can absolutely make the argument when you talk about the, this is it thing. Well, they're a year older next year, and that's perfectly fine. You need a lot of things to go your way. All of those reasons are perfectly fine and rational. The idea that these guys might not be around, to me, that I'm starting to question a little bit.
It feels like with the salary cap and all the cap restrictions, like off the top of my head, it usually feels like, oh man, the cap's coming. Brock's going to get paid. They're probably going to lose about 6 of those guys.
That is not how this works.
How it works. Like you may lose a guy. You may lose a Huffung.
And the crazy thing, correct me if I'm wrong, the bulk of Brock's money will come for at least the next season.
Yeah, so
it'll come in a signing bonus.
Yeah, that's what I was under the impression too, because he's just extension eligible this summer. It's not the new contract taking place.
Right.
So he's still gonna play for
he'll make $900,000. Right. He'll get paid $70 million. And then the salary, they'll and Kyle is better at this, they'll dump the 5th year option and his new salary will start the following year.
Yeah. So
he'll sign a contract this year that it's not going to affect as much as we think immediately.
Yeah. And that's one of the
all
things.
Bets are off in 2 years, but
you never know. Sorry.
Everyone. Sorry, everyone.
Need a whole new team.
We're talking like Brock Purdy's going to get $100 million a year or something.
But
on that Steph Curry deal,
they said Debo, restructuring, helps out this year. It might help out the fact that he may stick around a little bit longer than I anticipated. I thought this would be the last year for him. It could be a situation where he's got maybe 2 more years with the 49ers. And then, then you're looking at just age and like, when do you want to move on from somebody because of how long they've been in the league, how many games they've been through, whatever. Not, oh, he's really good, but we can't hold on to him. And that's a different conversation. And I was one of the people that was like, oh man, last dance for the 49ers this year, for this group or whatever the case may be. They may be able to run all of this back again next year. And I told Kyle this off air because he heard from Matt Barrows. Matt Barrows was on, I think, 95.7 The Game. And he said this 49ers team is the best team that he's seen since 2002, since he started covering them in 2002. This year's team is the best. And you take a step back, and I was like, oh, I thought last year's team was the team. I thought last year's team was the best team since 94.
One more time, who said this?
Matt Barrows.
Okay.
I was like, last year's team was the best team since
I think
94.
I think Matt's one of those guys whose name is barred from being mentioned on this show. I think we'll get fined for that.
Yeah,
I think so.
Sorry.
I was going to say, that's like, I think there's a reason. Like, why has Matt never been on the show?
Yeah.
I know why.
MB said that is the best team since he's been covering since 2002. And I was like, might be right. Because they didn't really lose. They lost Armstead, and that's a loss. But they didn't lose anybody else. They gained Leonard Floyd. And I think their draft class is really good. So this team that they have right now could push for another year or two.
Let's try. So Armstead, I think you just said this. Armstead's the only.
Armstead's gone and Greenlaw's hurt. So
Okay.
that's a factor as well. He's still on the roster, but he's not going to play with him for a while.
Oh man, he got hurt in February. That return is tough.
Yeah.
Is part of it, do you think the idea of I'm speaking from a media perspective and not necessarily a player's perspective, because I feel like we've spoken from or at least have tried to speak from a player's perspective several times. From a media perspective, is like, I've picked him like 4 years in a row.
Could be.
And then you look at Detroit. Oh boy, and I feel like sometimes this isn't a shot, but like sometimes you just love what's new, and the Packers are new. In at least this incarnation of the Packers are new with Jordan Love, and like this is a new thing. This is something to be excited about. The Cowboys are a good football team. No one wants to pick them again because they didn't win. And in the end, however the Cowboys flamed out and how the 49ers didn't win, it doesn't matter. In the end, they didn't win. And you want to try to find, Detroit. Oh, who could make a comeback? Boy, they really did a good job there in Los Angeles with the Rams. Or those people were like, man, I think Harbaugh is going to make a world of difference with the Chargers. Ignoring all their past failures. And I'm one of those people, by the way. I'm one of those people. Like, I think Harbaugh is going to do a world of difference with the Chargers. Not to the point where I think they're winning the Super Bowl, but I can understand the just kind of being enamored with Ken Rudolph used to dub it the new hotness. Being enamored with the new hotness, and the 49ers, they don't feel new. And it's like, yeah, they're really good. Can they do it again? Or they do the thing that, man, so much went right for them. And man, they really landed this Brock Purdy thing. I just don't know the sustainability of all of this. And you start second questioning what you actually see. Because you see, this team's really good. They lost Armstead. That's tough. They picked up Leonard Floyd. He's really good. Being without Dre Greenlaw, that's tough. Man, what could Brock Purdy be in his second full season? I don't know. And then you talk yourself out of it.
Oh yeah, that's the biggest thing. You start to look for reasons to not pick them. And
with the newer teams, you're looking for reasons to pick them.
Right. When right there, if you're just looking at things, that defensive line is it's one of the weaker defensive lines they've had, in recent memory. It's still should, off the top of my head, it should get you, that defensive line alone should get you 25 sacks, being conservative. We know Leonard Floyd is good for 10. Nick Bosa, we'll say he has a better year. He gives you 13. And Hargrave, I'm gonna be real conservative. Say he gives you another 3.
Fred gonna get you a couple too.
Yeah. Well, I'm just talking defensive line.
Mm.
I'm just talking defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
And people are like, nah, the defensive line, they got holes. At the very least, they're gonna get you 25 to 30 sacks.
Mm.
Then you got.
It kind of feels like a lot.
I mean, history says. History says Leonard Floyd 10 sacks last year. Leonard
How many
Floyd.
do you know how many the 49ers had last year as a team? I'll look. I'll look.
But Leonard Floyd, I'm just going off their history. Leonard Floyd gonna give you 10. Bosa in a terrible year for a lot of people gonna give you 10. We're at 20. A couple interior linemen give you 3 or 4 throughout the whole season. We're at 25. So there's that, and that's before we talk about.
I don't know why, but 30 sounded so much more than 25. I don't know why. And I know that's stupid, and I apologize. It just sounded like so many sacks. Pause.
You get. Wait.
I paused.
Were you listening?
I paused it.
Oh, he didn't even hear.
Official wasn't
Play
watching.
Play on.
Oh,
I was talking to my co-ref in the studio.
Earl Hebner in there. Wasn't paying attention.
I didn't see the foot on the rope till after the 3 count. I'm sorry.
There you go.
But yeah, man. I mean, like I said.
Wow. Okay. I stand corrected, and I apologize. You're undercutting this now, unless you were saying 25 to 30 as a defensive line.
That's what I was saying. Defensive
okay.
line.
It looks like if I'm reading this properly, they had 34 last year. Not the defensive line.
It's a total.
The San Francisco 49ers.
Right.
You're on. You might be conservative.
It
might have been a conservative number.
And like I said, that's without Leonard Floyd. They got a guy that history says now he may have a fall off. It may be 2 sacks this year, but history says he's gonna get you 10. So you look at that, the defensive line, they're stacked there. Linebackers, you got Fred Warner, you're missing Drake Greenlaw. That's a big. With those 2 there, you got the best, but you're missing one of them. That's gonna be interesting. Fred's still an All-Pro.
Yeah.
The secondary looks super solid. You got Lenore, you got Charvarius Ward, you've got a man out of Penn State, the second-year guy. Drawing a blank on the name. Jair Brown. And then you've got Fongo will be back.
Yep.
Do whatever you want there. You got guys Mustafa waiting for him, all this other stuff. I mean, that's stacked. There's nobody else in the NFC that has that defense. Like if we're just talking about, we're not talking about narratives, and we're not talking about they went to the Super Bowl and nobody comes back to going back. Nobody got that. Nobody's got that in the NFC. Not one team. So if we're looking at, and I'm just on the defensive side of the ball, we know all their studs are on the offensive side of the ball. So if we just looking at, if anybody wants to say they're the best team in football talent wise, can't dispute that. There's just something there that I don't feel comfortable picking them to make it to the Super Bowl. Completely understand that. Completely understand. That's fine. That is very real. But don't act like it isn't what it is.
Like they're not
number,
loaded.
yeah, they are stacked. They are stacked on both sides of the ball. They have the best roster in the game, in the NFL, on both sides of the ball. That to me, that's undisputable. I don't think there's a better. Kansas City, maybe, and that's where it ends. There's no team that can match up position for position with the 49ers. Like I said, if you want to say, it's just been too much, and the vibes, and they're not going to stay healthy and all this other stuff. Sure, that's valid arguments, but don't act like it ain't what it is.
I'm not going to argue with you.
It's weird kind of predicting what they're going to do because it's low key. They're like the Buffalo Bills of the 90s, but like they're the top 2 team. They're top 2 team in the NFL like year after year. It's like you kind of like even this year or whatever, like they should be that. So you kind of expect it, but it's kind of like I don't know if it's a matter of they're just going to be on top for however long, and maybe they don't get the job done, or maybe they finally do, or maybe they finally regress. At this point, it's kind of I don't know how to predict them.
The interesting thing about a regression with them is it seems like,
and a regression would be like divisional round or whatever. Like they're not falling out the playoffs or anything.
I don't want to do too much.
A regression is legit not making it to the Super Bowl.
That's the thing. It's so warped. Like they go to
Yeah.
the Super Bowl every year. Regression
Yeah.
for like what we're talking about is like, all right, they're going to go to the divisional round or maybe losing the NFC Championship.
Divisional round.
Yeah,
they're falling off a little bit.
I don't know how to like just talk about these guys and like it's weird.
And like I said, I don't want to do too much with the team, but you guys tell me if I'm wrong. It feels like they're in a perfect spot. If I take I know people think my emotion is that it's all positive, but my emotion is actually apprehensive because it's like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop, right? Because it's like they can't just keep doing this for 7 straight years,
right?
But if I take the emotion out of it and I look at it, they look set up for 2 to 3 years. No, Trent is older. Kittle, you probably move on from, but everybody else is in the prime of their career. And like,
there's no Buffalo Bills
3
soft restart coming here. I think where like you maybe need to draft a couple of guys. Like you guys are gonna be here for a while still.
Right.
Sell me.
Nobody,
This is crazy.
It feels like nobody's looking at Trent is one of them.
Well,
and Kittle is another. That's 2. And those are 2 big ones. But nobody else is looking at the back 9 of their career.
But okay, what about if I said the back 9 of production? Sell me on 3 more years of Christian McCaffrey. Not because Christian McCaffrey is great, because if that's the case, we're almost asking for something we never see at that position.
True. So back 9 of Christian's career may still be 80% better than in the rest of the league.
Like Raheem Mostert was 31, led the league in touchdowns. I mean,
yeah,
he
but
can
how
do it.
old
CMC.
is Christian right now?
I think he's 29. 28.
He's
Kyle Madsen
28.
says.
Okay, then I'll take 3 more years. Yeah, I'll take 3 more
You
years.
look at
He's
IU.
28.
3 more years IU. You look at 3 more
Mhm.
years of Debo. You look at 3 more years of.
Oh, there's
Fred
going to be
Warner.
a holdout for Brandon Ayuk in 3 years. We established
No,
that.
that's just true.
I think
it really is.
I mean, can we say maybe you expect a jump from Brock Purdy at some point too? Because this is what year 3 or year
I honestly
2?
think we get that this year.
Yeah, like I think there's another level
think that's
where
the hit.
like he can hit.
The level. I think he's going to do the same. And to me, the same was top 5 MVP candidate.
I mean another level too in the sense where maybe we put a lot of credit on CMC. He makes the offense go round. All right, well maybe this time it's Brock Purdy making the offense go round. Like he's kind of taking the reins at this point.
I think there'll be times this year where we go, Brock Purdy won the San Francisco 49ers football games, which I don't think is something people like say about him. Well, Kyle did this and Christian did this and Nick did that. And you work really hard for some people work really hard to discredit Brock Purdy as if he wasn't a part of it. I think Brock is going to play at a level this year. And this is not speaking from any sort of fandom. This is just speaking on what we watch and what I think is the evolution of him as a player is I think he's going to play at a level where he's undeniable. It's like, no, the 49ers really have a quarterback here. At some point, there's going to be it all can't be trajecting up. At some point, he'll level out or he might even have a quote like down year. Right. I just don't think it's happening this year. I don't think it's happening this year with this group.
And the other thing about this too is I'm saying all this, assuming they don't find no more good players. Right? What if Jacob Cowing is who I think he is?
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? What if Pooney is an all-pro guard? What if Mustafa is that guy? You know what I mean? Like that's assuming they don't hit no more on the draft for the next 2 years.
See, with that, I think they can hit on guys, but there's also an aspect. I don't know if they'll be able to hit the same way like they did in the past with like Hall of Famer after Hall. Like they got Hall of Famers, you get what I'm saying?
So, no, for real, because I used to think that way about Seattle. When Seattle had the Legion of Boom, and they were like, I forgot the guy's name who was the GM, but they were like, oh, he's shown that this is what he does, and he'll da-da-da-da. I was like, so he's just gonna do that again? Like, no, and all those guys, I think Earl Thomas was a 2nd round pick, maybe a 1st round pick, but the rest of those guys were 5th, 6th round. Like Cam Chancellor was late in the draft. Richard Sherman famously was late in the draft. I was like, oh, that's just what he's gonna do. He's gonna do that every year.
Mhm.
And I used to always have that type of outlook, and I still feel that same way about John Lynch. But at the same time, the GM, I wish I could remember that. I want to say Snyder, but I can't remember.
John Snyder.
Yeah, Snyder. He did find DK. He did find Lockett. You know, so he, even when I was like, you're not gonna do that again, he still found players. He found Kenneth Walker, you know, and guys like that. So yeah, to say Mustafa is going to be a all pro like Hufanga was, I'm not going to say that today. But if you keep finding guys that can produce and that can add to the top flight players that you already have, because Bosa, Ayuk, Brock, they're not going anywhere. These guys are early 20s, mid 20s. So I think they're set up really good. I think they're set up really good. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means they're going to win a Super Bowl or not, hopefully. But I think they're set up really good to be in this type of position for the next 3 years or so. And that's accounting for the 4 or 5 years they've already been. 2019 was 5 years ago at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So the 8, I got to get a Super Bowl. A 10-year run of being that type of team.
They're kind of,
you gotta give me one, man. Come on.
They're in a sweet spot for the NFC right now because Jalen Hurts and his coach don't like each other. Detroit is coming onto the scene now. They're trying to tell us about Green Bay. We'll see more about them, but like nobody else, like Dallas, we've been waiting on for years or whatever. They'll tear up the regular season, but playoffs, like there's no one really there like to take it from San Francisco, I feel, unless it's maybe Detroit or Philly figures it out.
That's the other aspect.
I'd like to see Detroit do it again before I get completely on board with them.
They've had steady progression, I feel like, so that's why I'll buy into them early, I think.
I'm with you. Yeah. I hear you.
I think Detroit's a really good team. I think the Packers are going to be a good team.
I actually think the Packers might be a little bit better than Detroit.
But there's no one like sitting in the room with San Francisco right now, I feel.
I'm with you.
Philly had that.
Philly should.
See, that's the thing, though. Yeah. The biggest fear I would have if I was a 49ers fan is when Howie Roseman realizes he needs to fire Nick Sirianni.
That's the thing. Like Philly, they have everything. It's just the coach.
Yep.
You know what worries me about Philly a little bit? Well, I don't care about them, but what worries about a little bit is I'm never a fan of inter-division trades. It's like, what? Yeah.
I mean, the Commanders always working.
The Commanders and wasn't Saquon a trade?
No, I think he's just.
I don't think so.
He's just free agent. Yeah.
But I'm like, oh, why you don't like me? Why'd you give me this guy? What's up with that? I'm always leery of that. Always leery.
CeeLo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino, where we will be this Monday. Back at 32 Brew Street, coming up this Monday for the start of the 49ers season. It's the 49ers and the Jets on Monday Night Football. We'll be doing our entire 4-hour show live from there. We hope that you can pull up again. It's 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino. We're happy to be back for another season. We're happy to be back for another live broadcast. No restrictions on this one. No RSVPs. Just show up, pull up, have some amazing food, have some amazing drinks, hopefully watch an amazing show, and we'll see the 49ers kick off their season.
That's right. They're going to beat up the Jets. I'll tell you that right now.
32 Brew Street, Sky River Casino, this Monday with D'Lo and KC. More ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I disagree a little bit there, Ramsey. The Bears defense looks really good on paper, and they played better in the second half of the season last year. So, like I said, with the Bears in general, I think they got a lot of talent. You know what I mean? I want to see what they can do. The Lions defense, no, the pass rush is cool, but I'm not a big fan of the secondary. think they're a little soft in the middle as well. So, yeah. Not them. Daniel, maybe so. Maybe so, man. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. We'll talk about it more on Friday, but yeah, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. Both of my teams, man. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Michigan going up against Texas. Luckily, they're at the big house, but then my other one, Colorado at Nebraska. I don't know. It's gonna be. I don't know if it's gonna be a good weekend for your boy, man. Both my teams might go down. Michigan, I'm not convinced about the quarterback situation. Oh yeah, that's Mando. That's Mando. When they come out, definitely gonna have to cop. Definitely gonna have to cop. All right, securing the Bagley. Settle down.
Lisa, you pulling up Monday? Now 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on these phone lines, James Ham with us, the final hour of the show. Only guest book today. Really excited for tomorrow. Already started working on tomorrow's show. 4 in and 4 out is back. Which teams are headed for disappointment? Predictions, Super Bowl predictions. Matt George is with us on Thursday. So obviously we got a great day today to talk football, but I'm pretty excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. It's upon us. The start of the NFL season is upon us. I'm hyped up. Plus, we still got basketball in the back of our head.
Yeah,
Number
it's not that far
19
away.
of the top 20 Kings games is today.
No, that's a good one.
Yeah.
This
one was fun.
It's exactly that's the perfect word. I did. I watched it. I desperately ran out of time, but I watched a very condensed version. It's kind of what it was. That's kind of how I watched the game. I was like, "Oh, this is good. How's this not number one? This is good." That's fun. We've got that coming up. Again, completely different field to last year's top 20 list. The Athletic did a GM survey headed into the NFL season. And I take that back. It's not GMs. It's decision makers. There's coaches and executives. That could be head coaches. That could mean special teams coordinators. It could mean the guy that gets the coffee. It could mean the owner of the team. It's coaches and executives. 27 of them, and ask them a series of questions. I think some of these are are fun and interesting to discuss. MVP, everyone went with Patrick Mahomes. Not everybody. He got 18 of the votes, but Patrick Mahomes finished first. Joe Burrow second. Lamar Jackson finished third. Maybe that answering a question that I asked earlier.
Joe Burrow second is interesting.
It is. You're starting your franchise from scratch. Who are the top 3 quarterbacks you'd want? Voters were asked to consider age and contracts. 25 people selected Patrick Mahomes, or however they ranked this, because this was a select 3.
Was it out of 32?
So I think it was out of 27, but this is a select, like the top 3. So it might have been like scored and weighted. But Patrick Mahomes was 1. I'll leave the numbers out of it because that just confuses things. Number 2 was my guy CJ.
They love CJ. I like CJ a lot.
And number 3, who do you think it was?
Jordan Love.
Jordan Love is way down on this list. In fact, Jordan Love didn't get a vote.
Well, because you're asking me and the way you're asking me, I think it might be Brock Purdy.
It's not Brock.
Who the hell is it?
It's Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow was 3rd. Josh Allen was 4th. Lamar, Caleb, then Brock. Some jackass selected Aaron Rodgers, and that individual obviously just gets somebody's coffee for a living. He can make his
That's ridiculous.
He can make his life podcasting. Who is the league's best offensive player, non-quarterback? Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, Christian McCaffrey. Jamar Chase is 5th. 4th? I love this.
CD?
It's Trent Williams.
Wow.
It's Trent Williams.
Well, they're consistent with what I've been saying for a couple of years. If you said Aaron Donald was the best player in football,
Gotta do it.
Gotta have Trent Williams in there. But I didn't expect that. I wouldn't have had him top 5.
League's best defensive player.
Miles Garrett gets the most. 2nd, Micah.
Got it.
3rd, TJ.
Close.
3rd.
Separated by 1 vote. Come on now.
Oh my, this is gonna be ridiculous.
Sir. It's Nick Bosa.
I didn't think they put Bosa ahead
Yeah,
of TJ.
it's Miles,
I'm
Micah,
surprised.
Nick Bosa, and then TJ.
Because no, they ain't no way they picking Nick.
It was Bosa.
How old is Nick Bosa? He's Bosa like 25.
He's still pretty young. I don't think he's that young.
He did
Stand by.
3 years at
We're Googling.
He might be 26.
He's 26.
Yeah. He did 3 years at Ohio State.
His birthday. When is his birthday? Well, according to Wikipedia, his birthday is there it is, October 23rd, 1997. So he'll turn 27. Yeah. Where's my list? There we go. Caleb Williams, quarterback with the. So this was the one that I thought was fun. This was the one that I thought was really interesting. Name 3 teams that will surprise you in a good way.
Can I guess the teams?
Sure.
Falcons.
The Falcons were number 2.
Yeah.
People really in on the Falcons.
Falcons got some talent. They got some talent. Man.
Okay.
Ramsey's Falcons.
Ramsey's Falcons. Well, I don't know how we differentiate all this, but Ramsey's Falcons.
Seahawks.
Seahawks are 3rd. It's very good. You got 2 and 3.
I don't know why these idiots think that team's going to be any good.
You got 2 and 3. You want to take a shot at number 1?
Yeah. I'm gonna say number 1 is the Jets.
No, Jets are a little further down the list.
Okay, hold on. Give me one more chance. Kenny, give me one more chance. Kenny, give me one.
And not everybody knows about that version. They all know about the one more chance.
Kenny, that was one of my. I mean, the song was dope, but just I could put Kenny in there. Kenny, give me one more chance. Kenny, give me one more chance.
Nobody asked for that.
The number 1 team, I would say, I'm running out of teams to think about. The Commanders.
I don't agree with this one.
The Commanders.
It's not the Commanders. It's the Cardinals.
The Cardinals. I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna say this right now, and this is why I haven't talked crazy about the Cardinals yet. Marvin Harrison scares the daylights out of me.
Yeah, that's why your team took him out in the game that mattered the most.
Well, I'm
you
glad
injured
they-
him on
I'm
like
glad
the
they
first.
did.
You injured him on the first play of the game, so you'd have an advantage.
I'm glad they did.
I know you are because you're the dirtiest player in the game. Ric Flair Caraway over here.
The lineman from Michigan just goes to Harrison.
Hits him with the low blow. Sensational Sherry hits him with a loaded purse, and out goes Marvin Harrison.
Yeah, I don't think the Cardinals are going to be good. Like, I don't think they're a playoff team, but I think they're going to be.
I think they're
going to be a little
interesting.
frisky.
Yeah, they're
not going to be easy out.
They'll be interesting.
I hear they have a terrible defense though,
Mm.
so I think that may be what offsets things. But I hear they're going to be awful on the defensive end. But I mean, hell, they may gain power and momentum from having an apartment complex in their end zone.
Okay, it's just all right. It's a $40,000 suite, sir.
I'm sorry, it's more than an apartment complex. They got like
It's
10 of them.
They really do. Who was there? Bill from accounting or Bob? It was Bob from accounting.
Oh, that Marvin Harrison.
Hey,
that's
man.
a bad boy. I'll tell you right now, Marvin Harrison, he's a bad dude.
Name 3 teams. Yes, sir. Can you get out of my apartment?
My bad. Gina's just ripping the pants off some stripper right now.
That's a deep cut. Not everybody's gonna understand that. One of my favorite things about the show, as my Martin rewatch continues, is every time Martin Payne leaves the room, some character is gonna appear because they can't be on camera at the same exact time.
Yeah, when he had the bubble guts and then his mom came in.
Right, exactly. That happens. That's like if once you catch it, it's a terrific running gag on the show. Like, oh, where's Martin? Oh, he's on his way. He went to get the tickets. Knock, knock, knock. And Roscoe's at the door. Buy my raffle ticket.
I'm selling candy for my school. Can you
Don't
buy
go-
some?
don't go to
Or
school, Roscoe.
just give me your money. Everybody knows Martin ain't got no good job.
Name 3 teams that will surprise you in a bad way.
Top 3 is the 49ers.
Nope.
Oh.
49ers 5th.
Yeah, I know.
You want in on this, buddy?
Is Miami in there?
Miami's number 2.
Wow.
What about the Chargers?
Chargers.
That's a team. That's a team people are in on. I just don't understand it.
So Chargers made the fun in a good way list. Where were they? They were right after the Seahawks, actually. So no, they're not on this list. But the Dolphins were second.
I'm gonna say.
I feel like this is easy.
The Ravens are gonna be on that list.
You're overthinking
Oh, the
this.
Cowboys.
The Cowboys are number 1.
I was telling. I kind of made the. I'll make my official thought tomorrow, but I just kind of made the Cowboys might not make the playoffs.
Are the Bills in there?
I don't think the
Interesting.
Cowboys are that good.
Bills are 3rd.
Yeah, it's all the frauds basically.
Yeah, Bills are 3rd.
Yeah. Well,
Call it what
no,
it is.
I wouldn't put the dog. I don't agree with the
Hey,
Dolphins.
hey, I'll
being
call it what it is with my team. Those
Nah.
boys are 8-3 come December, and then quivering their boots or whatever. Dallas and Bills fold in the playoffs.
That does happen. But the Dolphins are going to win the.
I think they'll figure it out this year.
they're
But
going to win the division.
yeah,
And they're going to host a home playoff game. They haven't done that in a long time.
since 2000, I believe. It was
They're gonna
4,
have
3.5 maybe.
They're going to win. They're going to win the East. So what happens after that? Do they win enough of the big games? I don't know, but I think they'll win the division. The Bills aren't good.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I don't hate that. The Jets are 4th. And why you guys think the Jets are going to be good is just crazy to me.
I
But
think
whatever.
It's gonna come down to Jets and Bills for the final playoff spot.
The Cowboys have 3 consecutive 12-win seasons, and you got them out of the playoffs? Question mark.
I'm still working through that. I
Okay,
can tell
I'll
they're
give
not
you a
gonna-
day. I'll give you a day.
I can tell you they ain't winning. They ain't having 4 straight 12-win seasons.
Do we get bad
Fair.
vibes? Mike McCarthy in the last year of his deal. Dak still doesn't have a contract. Micah didn't probably have his deal
Yeah,
going into the
but
year.
like Dak Dak is better suited to if Dak shouldn't have bad vibes. Dak should be on top of the world because the only contract that can top Brock Purdy's next year is his.
Yeah,
And he knows whether it's Dallas, Las Vegas, or one of the like 6 other teams that are going to need a quarterback the caliber of Dak Prescott, he's going to get paid.
But I mean, it's more so like
And-
all these questions clouding the Cowboys all year and stuff like that.
Again, when you know your future is bright, I think he's chilling.
Yeah, it feels
CD
like
got paid,
He's got nothing on the line.
and
It's
Micah will
all there.
get paid this offseason, or I can't think of a time they've done a deal in the middle of the season. Maybe they have. I don't think so. But like Micah's money's coming. It's just Dak is like the crazy. I really think I don't know what to believe, truthfully, because I genuinely believe there was a conversation about Deshaun Watson's contract where it was like, are we agreeing to never do this again?
Yeah.
I absolutely believe that contract took place, or that I'm sorry. I absolutely believe that conversation took place about that contract amongst NFL owners.
Yeah, when it happened, hey, all right.
Don't do
That's
that
enough.
again. I also think someone's going to get desperate next offseason. And Dak Prescott's going to be available. And to get on my Kenny Caraway vibes, there's going to be a bidding war.
Well, there is.
And if
I can agree with that.
you can go over the top by saying, look, sorry, Jerry, I got 260 guaranteed. You in or out? That's how Cleveland got it done. Remember, there was a bidding war for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
Cleveland pulled the ultimate trump card, infuriated an entire league, and got the quarterback they wanted. And
Could
someone is
happen.
going to do that.
Could happen all over again. But he's going to get paid regardless.
So the point is, Jesse, I don't think there's going to be. I think Dak's going to be on top of the world.
I think the vibes are going to be.
He's going to play
good.
freer than he ever has.
They're not very good. They don't have any receiving options outside of CeeDee Lamb, as far as we know right now. They have their run game.
They did nothing this offseason.
That run game might be one of the worst in the NFC.
Oh my God!
And
got 1,000 yards for Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah,
My hot take.
60 yards a game.
I was going to say that's not even that good anymore, is it?
No, it might be lower than that. It might be like 50 yards a game now, 55 or something like that. But
Zeke might lose his job midseason.
To Dalvin?
No, to the Rico kid they got in the backup.
Okay. Because Dalvin's going to be a part of this somehow. He's going to be a part of it
He'll
somehow.
be a part of it, but like we'll see what he has left in the tank because that Jets thing just did not work at all.
It didn't go well.
The middle of the defense is still awful, and the secondary is boom or bust.
What you mean the middle? The second line, like
The
we're
linebackers, terrible, not good enough.
All right.
Get destroyed. So they yeah.
Who the hell is there, Fred Warner?
Eric Kendricks.
That's their middle linebacker?
Yeah.
Huh. All right.
Let me see what's going on with their schedule.
Good luck with that, pal.
They might start off 0-3.
What is their schedule?
Cleveland, New Orleans, Baltimore. Then it eases up a little bit. You got the Giants.
Not losing to New Orleans.
We'll give them 3-1, 2-1 in that first three. But
3-1. That means they're gonna beat Baltimore.
no, they'll lose to Baltimore. They'll beat Cleveland. They'll beat whoever the second team was.
Why do you hate Cleveland?
I don't hate Cleveland. It's not even supposed to work out that way. We don't even know if Deshaun Watson's shoulder works right now.
That's true. We don't.
That's a good point.
We
That's
don't.
a good point. They
I think I might take Cleveland in that one.
I think I'm taking Cleveland. They're gonna be they're gonna have like a 9-8, 10-7 type record.
That's a take.
10-7.
That's a take.
And 10-7 actually probably gets you in the playoffs. So you'll be good. But they have like these
That's
little
a
weird
take.
stretches. Like they got Detroit, Niners. Like this is kind of tough. Oh, this is nasty. In the middle of the season, Detroit at home, at San Francisco, at Atlanta, at home for Philly, at home for Houston. That might be 4 losses right there.
Houston gonna repeat, accelerate, decline.
I think they're going to repeat.
Okay.
They're going to repeat.
I hope so.
That's a team that lost in the divisional round.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they'll be around that again. Can they make it to the conference championship? Sure, for sure. But I think they'll be around that type of team again. But yeah, who knows what Washington's going to be either. Watch out. Where's Washington on that sneaky list? Sneaky good.
Please hold. Please hold. We will be with you shortly.
I'm interested to see what they do.
Jaden Daniels feels like he's something.
Washington, it definitely does. He definitely does. They got 3 votes in the sneaky good. For context,
27 years old.
Arizona got 7, so they were number 1. Wait, who's 27?
Not really, but Jaden Daniels, he's like 25 though, I think.
Oh,
I was tripping because I wondered because Jaden Daniels was at the recording of that Pivot podcast that Brandon Ayuk did, and they were like yeah, that's your boy or whatever. He's like, yeah, that's my guy.
Sir, Jaden Daniels is 23 years old.
I need to check the Carfax.
Why are you aging? What this man?
Look,
Buddy Hielding this guy.
Like, what are you doing? He turns 24 in December. So during the season.
Listen, because they're like, oh, you guys are good friends. Like, why are you good? He's like, yeah, man. Just since we played together, at Arizona State, we just vibe. I said, wait, what? Ain't he a rookie? You played with this man?
You mix in the pandemic and the transfer portal. College football aged about 10 years over the last 5.
Yeah, he played from 2019 to 2023.
Brandon Ayuk just signed his extension contract
with a year left. The man's 23 years old. You leave this man alone.
Check the Carfax, man. Check the Carfax.
And he out here calling you Buddy Hield.
Either way, I think he's gonna be good though. I think he's gonna be good. I don't know. Maybe he has a CJ Stroud like rookie year. I'm interested to see what.
That's the thing. I think if Caleb Williams is good, but if anyone's gonna break out between the rookie quarterbacks or whatever, I feel like Jaden Daniels might be that guy.
Caleb.
I like Caleb.
I need to see Caleb, not to sound all Bill Polian on us. I need to see Caleb sit in the pocket, find the open receiver, and make the pass. I need to see that he can do that before I fully believe. I know he can do all the other stuff. He can do the off-script stuff. He can do that. That's good. I need to know if he can do that on a consistent basis. In college, that was one of the things he had issues with. When they contained him in the pocket, it was a problem. In the NFL, they're going to do that. I need to see it. I'm not saying he can't. I'm just saying I need to see it. And once I see that, I'll be like, yes, he's all the way official.
Kenny Polian saying he's to play receiver.
Wow. 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 All right.
That's the last thing I want to see from Caleb is him being able to perfect that.
Kenny wouldn't draft Jaden Daniels because he thought he was 26 years old.
No chance.
I do remember Steve Young always talking about that. Steve Young was like, I didn't really take off as a quarterback until I learned to sit in the pocket and make the throws from the pocket. I still had the ability to do all that other stuff. That's why you see the highlights and all this other stuff, but I couldn't live on that. And Caleb, he's got time. He's a young dude, so he's got time to learn that. But I think that's the next progression for him as a quarterback.
Has the game changed enough to where maybe it's better suited for that now?
It's better suited, but
not sitting in the pocket?
Well, as far as just being able to move around, maybe kind of make some out of nothing in a sense, because Mac Jones can sit in the pocket or whatever. Maybe I'm talking about something else.
I got you.
But
No,
Mac,
I see where you're going.
Mac can't deliver it, and he can't read.
You got to be able to do something right if you're going to stand in the pocket, and Mac couldn't really do that. But
you get what I'm saying, though.
Kirk Cousins is a guy who can do that, and he can connect, and he can find guys. There's a place for those people in the league. When you do it a different way, you get questioned, Lamar Jackson, or you're great at both, which is Patrick Mahomes.
I'm saying maybe the game, it's not as much of a bad effect on you if you can't sit in the pocket.
It's not as critical.
Well, I'll say this. I think you can play and be really good in this league by just being able to stand in the pocket and do stuff, a la Kirk Cousins, Jared Goff. I don't think you can play without that. Like, I don't think you could be super athletic and do it. Like, the things I'm worried about with Caleb. Like, I don't think if Caleb doesn't get that, he can't play. I think that's where the league is. Like, you have to be able to do that. You can not do all the athletic stuff and still be successful. You can't not be able to sit in the pocket and be successful. I believe.
Okay.
Because even Lamar will still deliver. He'll deliver something in the pocket. He'll if need be, he'll
Kyler
do that.
struggle with that?
Yeah. And they always talk about Kyler too short.
No. He's pretty. Sometimes you know what's funny about Kyler? It's just the use of words. Sometimes Kyler just looks like a little human being out there.
I was gonna say, like, those are low key like the best memes. Like some child out there. Oh, Kyler Murray's out there warming up and all that. Wow.
He looks like a little badass kid. That's what they say. Badass kid.
Those do the graphics and it's like a normal size for one person. And then Kyler's like smaller, or whatever. So like he's cropped out or whatever. You barely see him. It's just like his forehead peeking out.
Kyler,
crazy.
Kyler, the other thing that happens with him is, like, in the shotgun, he'll they say, and Kyler is actually pretty good, I think. But they'll say, like, if you catch the ball in the shotgun formation and you're 5 yards off the line of scrimmage, you take like a 3-step drop. They say Kyler got to take like a 5 or 7-step drop to just get
come
away.
on, man. Come on, man.
Kyler drops back with a step stool.
Is that? Oh,
that's cold.
I'm short too. I can say it.
Oh.
Shout out to all the short kings out there.
There you go. That's the title of the show. Shout out to all the short kings out there. Goodness gracious.
When Kyler locked in, no, you can play though.
Kyler to Marvin Harrison.
Kyler's a problem when he get locked in. He's kind of scary because he can run. He's got instincts when to run. He's one of those guys you got to contain and keep him in the pocket, kind of like Jalen Hurts.
All right, we'll come back. We'll talk more football, talk a little bit about the AP rankings that came out yesterday, and talk a little bit about the Matthews Mattress Labor Day sales event that is going on right now. Yes, the Labor Day sales, Labor Day is over, but the Labor Day sales event is very much not. You could still save on really your choice of mattress, whether it's Beauty Rest Black, whatever. You want the adjustable base? I assure you, yes, you do. Get that. You can enjoy 60-month special financing with 0 interest with no money down on approved credit with equal monthly payments required. We planned for this.
Yeah.
We knew some of y'all would be busy this weekend. We knew some of y'all wouldn't get into Matthews Mattress. We said, hey, know our people. They're busy. They're going to be cooking. They got all these different things going on. Extended a couple of days. Let it roll through the next weekend. And that's exactly what they did. Walk into any Matthews Mattress. You can go to MatthewsMattress.com, find the location nearest you. There's 10 of them. Say, hey, part of the chatty house. What we doing here? I need a new bed. Wife's upset at me. Significant others that upset at me. There's this dip in the middle of the bed that I got to lay in. We got to fix this.
Yes.
Matthews Mattress will take care of you.
100%, man. Plus, buy by 5, sleep by 9, free same-day delivery, and free removal of the old set. Like my guy said, just let them know D-Lo and KC sent you and you're part of the chatty house.
More here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Nah, come on, man.
More practicing.
I was just trying to get a plate of Kiki's at the show or whatever. I was just trying to get a plate of Kiki's and E-Biz did me dirty. I was just trying to get a plate of Kiki's or whatever, and E-Biz was like, hey, by the way, everyone, Jesse's short.
Completely uncalled for. Loki, yes. Or who asked me? I thought it was Loki. I don't know. Where we at? Yeah, Pick'em League is going down. I'll put out the link. All right. I don't know if I want to do this, but I'll do it. If you're not on social media and you're not in the Pick'em League, remember, if you were in it last year, I think you're automatically in there. So you don't have to re-sign up, I don't think.
I think I need the new link.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be in WCW Pick'em.
I'll send you that link. This is what I'm going to do. If you're not on social media, in the chat, Send me your email address if you want. I don't know how else to get it to you, but send me your email address in the chat if you want to get in. I'll take it, and take the email address and send it to you manually. To John Bull, getting the 2023 joint. That's the latest one. I don't even think I can change the names on these things, but that's the latest one. So get in the 2023 joint. That's where we're gonna be making all our picks. And yeah. Rich could be anywhere. What's up, man? Where are you? Where you at, Rich? You know what you could do as well? You guys could put it in the Discord. If you don't want to, well, that's still the chat too, but yeah. I don't know how else to get you the link if you so you guys who it says 2022, you must not have signed up for the new link. So go sign up. I'm about to retweet it again. So I'm gonna retweet it, and then I'm gonna try to get a new just a new tweet with the link. But I'm gonna retweet it. All right. So the NFL one, I just retweeted just right now. And this is the 2023 run. Do not sign up for the 20, or if you're in the 2022 joint, I ain't picking in that one. Nobody picking it. That's the WCW one. You want to get in the 2023 joint? That's the one right now. Oh, poor Rich. Indianapolis. Yikes.
Sorry, Rich.
We are using 20. Look, I'm going to see if I can change the name. I don't even know if I can change the damn name. We'll see. College football pick'em is going on as well. I was in my bag for the first week. You know what I mean? I think I'm second in the league right now. Let me pull up these standings and see what it is.
Before we get back to business, can I share a quick story with you?
Absolutely.
That I heard on the wake-up call yesterday. That would never happen to us. And when I say us, I mean me, you, and no one listening to this.
Okay.
For those that don't know, Katie from the wake-up call was one of the many casualties of field day. Katie broke her hand, I think, in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, felt like in 20 places.
I think that's accurate. I believe there's metal in her hand now at this point, like full-on reconstructive like surgery.
She's Iron Man now.
Pretty much. She is, in fact, Iron Man. I have it on good authority that she has one of those ESPN squishy balls that she does for her rehab during the show.
Oh.
They actually found a work-related team building story that was worse. A company took their employees out for a team building exercise where they would scale a mountain.
Wait, what?
A 14,000-foot mountain. So I guess they went along with this.
Sounds like a tech company from the Bay Area or something.
It is a tech company, but it's not from the Bay Area. Well, they left someone behind.
Oh, no.
They left someone behind. And when I say they left someone behind, I mean they packed up and left.
Come on. Come on.
He was forced to.
That's not funny either.
He was forced to go about this all by himself after All of his coworkers left him on this team building exercise.
Imagine getting to the end. Wait, guys, where's Steve?
Now, they
Oh,
told the story
no.
on their show way better than I did, because the payoff to this story is the fact that we would never do this for a variety of different reasons.
Tribal chief tells us we're scaling a mountain. Be like, yeah, it looks like it's tall.
Well, if the tribal chief tells us we're scaling this particular mountain in Colorado, which was titled Mount Shavano.
Oh, snap.
No chance.
The name of the mountain was Mount Shavano, and all I could think of, there is no way we would have fallen for that.
No,
No
no.
chance.
Tour guide tells us, yeah, this
Wow.
mountain's about 200 years old. It's probably about 3.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So did they ever find the guy? Is
No,
he okay?
no. They found him. He got to, where he had to go. I'm not really sure I don't know. I don't know if the man quit.
Yeah, can you go to HR? Like, there's got to be some workman's comp type of thing. I got to cash.
Well, the
I got to
thing
cash
is,
in on something here.
Crazy.
Like, HR left you. Like, could you imagine Katie breaks her hand and Jen and Elena like, "Hey,
I'm gonna keep it real.
what
They
do you
might
want me to do?"
They might have left him on purpose.
Well,
that was the plan.
The ABC News article. Making matters worse, his colleagues descending the mountain ahead of him inexplicably collected belongings left in a boulder field to mark the path down.
Oh,
He was not supposed to come back. He was not supposed to make it back. They said, "Oh, should we grab Steve's things? Yeah, let's go."
The man, whose name and company were not released, used his cell phone to pin drop his locations to his coworkers, who informed him that he was on the wrong route and instructed him to hike back up to the summit to get to the correct trail down. Just before 4 p.m., now mind you, he had been out there since 11.
damn.
Just before 4 p.m., he sent another location pin drop to his colleagues that he was near the correct trail. Shortly after that message, a strong storm passed through the area
Oh my goodness. Yo.
with freezing rains and high winds.
Now I own that company now. I own it.
When his colleagues didn't hear from him, they reported him missing at 9 p.m.
I told you.
8.5 hours after he started his descent down the mountain.
It'll be a fire Netflix documentary one day.
Guess what? I own that. I own that company now. It's mine. It's mine. I'm the mental anguish from what I experienced is worth 340 million. Not even 1,000 million.
The gentleman was eventually found Saturday morning.
This was Friday.
I'm telling you, this was an inside job.
To be clear,
Like, they took the car and went home and everything.
he's okay. He was rescued. He was taken to a hospital. He's in stable condition. He's fine. The police officials say this hiker was phenomenally lucky to have regained cell service when he did and still have enough consciousness and wherewithal to call 911.
Yeah.
See, that's
He,
you were
he didn't have no food or nothing, huh?
just the ice, snow cones for days. If that's you or Dame out there, I'm like, yeah, we can't go. We have to get, like, we just can't go. They left.
Mount Shavano. Amazing.
Wow. That story is crazy. There's so much there.
There's
so
a
much
lot
going
here.
on.
There's a lot here. And admittedly, I was just solely focused on the Shavano part.
Oh,
Amazing.
You can't go to work after that either. Like,
Yeah,
you
no,
can't.
like, no, because
not
I
cool,
will,
bro.
no, because I'll fight everybody.
Yeah, it's like there has to be like some self-respect where it's like, no, these people left me. They do not, like, I cannot be back. I'm suing and just taking the company down at this point.
that's it. That's it. I'm either taking the company down or I own the company. Choice is yours, guys.
Donovan says Shavano strikes again.
Shavano. Shavano all over again.
Man. Oh, well.
Oh,
Shout out to that brother.
Leaving before the buzzer again.
Shavano dribbling the ball off its foot. Did you see this stuff about the?
My bad.
Dribbling the ball off his foot. He'll never live that down in Sacramento.
The Mountain said, "My bad."
It was just a random game. Too.
Well, no, but the great part was his first game in Indiana. Didn't he dribble the ball off his
Kings,
leg?
No, I think it was his first game against the Kings.
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
at the Golden One Center.
No, it was in
Oh,
Indiana.
you're right. It wasn't.
Oh, because it would have been.
Yeah, the game at the Golden One Center was
that would have lost all consciousness in that arena. Buddy cost them the game.
Wasn't there an home opener against Utah? He did that again. Did that too? Dribbled off his foot or something like that. I think.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't do it once. He definitely didn't do it once.
Oh man, Buddy Hill.
Shout out, Buddy.
Warrior, possible All-Star.
No, that's what they say. You're following the 76ers New Jersey thing?
So yeah, I am.
Jersey's
I heard that
attempting
a
to
couple
put up the
weeks
money.
ago,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, nah, it ain't gonna happen. And now it's popped back up again.
Well, I think money has been mentioned now.
Money's been mentioned. The Sixers have acknowledged it. Because before it was New Jersey saying, "Hey, come here."
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And Philly or the Sixers, excuse me, saying, "Yeah, you know, we gotta be open to all things." They didn't say anything, you know, specifically. Like, we got to be open to all things. Now it's getting mentioned like they're talking. Camden, New Jersey is where it's at. That is risky. But it's not far from Philadelphia. It's actually a lot closer, like a lot closer than Santa Clara to San Francisco. So it could happen, but I would think, and I don't know their money situation, you know, like Oakland. I would think that'd be a big fail on the city of Philadelphia
You can't lose.
Yeah,
can't lose
to
the
not
76ers.
build the arena they want downtown, all this other stuff. Like that feels like it's got to happen. It's got to happen. You got an opportunity to do it. Like you can build. Everybody's doing everything downtown now. It revitalizes the area. Nobody has built an arena downtown and be like, this was awful.
This was a terrible idea.
Should have never done that.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, this is great. You got a chance to do it. Get it done. Don't let them go to Camden, New Jersey. That's crazy. Now, reportedly, regardless if they went to Camden or not, they'd still be the Philadelphia 76ers. I don't think they'll turn into a New Jersey.
Yeah,
76ers.
let's not do that. Let's not do that.
What, go to Jersey?
No, let's not. Yeah, let's not go to Jersey.
Uh-huh.
But let's not go to Jersey and be the Philadelphia 76ers.
That's what they would be.
That's dumb. Get the jersey.
San Francisco 49ers.
Well, that's true.
They're not in another state, though. That is.
Well,
Was it like the New
That's
York Giants
crazy.
being in New Jersey now?
Yeah.
yeah, but like it's like
Is it closer?
You can see.
like it's right there. It's separated by like I think the turnpike.
Yeah.
Like the stadium is in this big, space, and I think it's the Hudson is right there. It's like New York City is you can see them both at the same time.
Yeah. Stadiums in New York City are pretty cool. Like
It's-
with being in Harlem.
It's Camden, New Jersey.
Yeah. Being in Harlem and looking over the water and seeing Yankee Stadium in the
Yeah.
Bronx is pretty
Yeah,
cool.
that's fire.
That's pretty. Man, I gotta
That's
get
fire.
to New York. Man. Every
That's
time I
fire.
gotta get back there, man. Come on, man.
Camden, New Jersey, and it's Wells Fargo Center, right?
Yeah.
Not Wells Fargo Bank in Roseville. I need Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia.
Which is in their little sportsplex area.
Amazing. It's 20 minutes
The Camden from where it's at
from
now?
where the arena is at right now. And I just searched Camden, New Jersey, not a specific spot. It could conceivably be
Even closer.
It could conceivably be like 8 minutes away. It really could.
That changed. Like, does that change everything?
A little bit. Little bit. Like, because who does that inconvenience? Oh, this is such crap. Yeah, no, just drive across the freeway, right? Like, sir, you can see the stadium. It's right there.
It feels like it would just be the thought that it is in New Jersey.
Yeah, no, that's problematic. I understand that. That's very problematic.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to like, if they build it, is there a like a waterfront? Is that what we're talking about?
Did they have
I don't know if it's gotten that specific yet. 76ers.
So wait, how am I seeing? I'm up on, where is Camden?
$400 million in tax breaks to lure. Let's see, Camden, the pitch from economic, because if it is on these waterfronts, it's like 5 minutes away.
Look,
it's 5 minutes away from the current stadium.
I'm looking at it right now on like a Google's map. It is right here.
It really is.
It looks like our studios to Topgolf.
I think it's closer. I think it's closer than Topgolf is to us.
That is kind of crazy. Yeah, it is right there.
It just really depends on where in Camden they're talking about.
You still, I mean, if you're Philadelphia though, I mean, but see those things like that though, that affects Philadelphia because like they wouldn't be getting money.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? They wouldn't be getting that money. So the other funny thing about that is it's like as close as it is to where they are right now, it looks like it might be even closer, the distance between Camden and downtown Philadelphia. So the difference between like moving, because if they were to move in Philadelphia, they'd move downtown. The difference between moving to Camden and downtown Philadelphia, it looks like it could be mere minutes.
Is downtown Philadelphia where? Oh, there it is.
It's like right. What is that? Adjacent to North.
Yeah. I see. It is. It's further away. Oh, there's Temple. There's okay. Now I see where we're at. Oh, that's hilarious.
That's crazy.
It's closer. That is tremendous.
But once
good luck,
again,
76.
Once again, if you Philly, you're gonna lose all that money.
Yeah, right. Pitches just comes as the team in Philadelphia are negotiating over a $1.3 billion arena that the team had announced for the city's Chinatown neighborhood. So I just saw that. The Chinatown neighborhood. Bro, that's hella far away.
Where they won?
Where
they wanted in Philly?
Yeah. Hey, y'all might want to reconsider this.
They don't want it downtown?
It says in the Chinatown area. Which I think if I zero this out a little bit.
Dave and Buster's.
Well, there you go. I mean, and there's West Philadelphia, where Will Smith was born and raised.
I don't even see the Chinatown
area. Okay, this is way too deep of a dive into Philadelphia neighborhoods.
How many boroughs does Philadelphia have?
Oh, good question.
I don't think they have any.
I don't know. I don't think we ever got to the bottom of that.
Well, we did.
We did? What was the bottom? What was it?
You have to have the boroughs. They have, what is it, municipalities? So they have
municipalities involved.
They don't. So the mayor of New York resides over the Bronx, Brooklyn, Staten Island, all this other stuff. Elk Grove has a mayor. Roseville, I think, has a mayor. All this other stuff. So that's the difference between the boroughs and just being another city.
Does Roseville have a mayor? I don't even know who my mayor is. Roseville has a mayor. Placer County has a mayor, maybe.
Different county too.
Is there a Placer County mayor?
Is there a mayor of Roseville? Maybe, maybe not.
This is the dumbest.
I mean, there should be.
show.
Yeah, it's its own city. If it's its own city, right?
No, it's not. Roseville's
a city.
Roseville's not a city.
It's a town.
Yeah, it is.
It's an area. Well, there he is.
Yes,
there he is.
Hey, let's call him up.
Bruce.
What's up, guy?
I'm sorry, Bruce. How do?
Hey, you.
I can't say Bruce is nasty. I've never known this.
Let's call up the mayor of Roseville, man.
There's a
Where's he
mayor
at,
of
man?
Rockland. Hey,
Yeah.
hi, Greg. There's a mayor of Folsom. This is ridiculous.
So that's
What do we have all of these mayors
that
for?
is
West Sacramento
why
has a
they're
mayor
not
now.
boroughs.
That's what?
They working. They working. over
Ooh.
there.
Well, yeah, they are
They
working.
working.
They got a lot to do over there.
That's why they're not boroughs, because the mayor of New York oversees the Bronx, Brooklyn, Staten Island, Manhattan, and Queens.
This is dumb.
Mayor
I have
Flo-
never heard of
Mayor
this individual
Flo does
before.
will not oversee. Elk
Damn right,
Grove.
will not. No, I know she won't. I can't even vote for Dr. Flo.
Oh man, for real.
Did all that campaigning for her, all that fun. I can't even vote for her.
Damn.
I live in Placer County. I got to vote for Bruce.
I wonder if I can. I should be able to. I'm in Sacramento County. Yeah, Elk Grove is.
I'm sir. I think that's your. You should know that. I assume.
I'm just making sure. I thought I could. Yeah.
Well,
I could.
if you live in
No,
Sacramento, County,
I voted for the mayor before.
Vote for Dr. Flo.
But yeah, that's why that's the difference between a borough.
Well,
and
my
a city.
apologies, Bruce. It's nice to be. You're not even my mayor, Bruce. Greg is my mayor. Greg Jonda is my mayor.
John Bull, good knowledge. Roseville became a city in 1908. Yes, it is a city. Or 09. Sorry.
All right. It's ridiculous. So when your mail comes and it has Rockland or Roseville, that's what determines whether you have a mayor. What's yours say? Does it say
No.
Elk Grove or
Well,
Sacramento?
It says Elk Grove, but that I don't think that determines that. Because you send mail to the Bronx, you send it
Grove
to Bronx,
mayor.
New York. You don't send it to
That's
New York.
true.
New York. I don't know how they determine like we're having a mayor or not.
I'll get a city official on the line.
Buddy, I think you have a mayor.
I do have a mayor.
Elk Grove, you have an Elk Grove mayor.
Yeah, that's why Elk Grove isn't a borough.
So you can't vote for Dr. Flo then.
Yeah, I guess not.
I don't think.
I thought I voted for.
Why Steinberg get all the love then?
Well, because he's Sacramento mayor.
Yeah, but look, there's a Rancho Cordova mayor.
I wonder what that's like.
He's gonna be at the Cricket Wireless.
Cricket Wireless, Bailey, September 20th. Pull up on us. I'm out on this whole. This is ridiculous.
Elk Grove is the largest neighboring city to Sacramento. Roseville is second, I believe.
Okay, very good.
I think Elk Grove has like 180,000 people. I think Roseville has like 150, 155, something like that.
Elk Grove is obnoxiously.
Roseville ain't small either.
Well, Roseville, yes, that's true, because especially now, I think Roseville keeps getting bigger because you have West Roseville now, and like out where like John Bull is, like they just keep finding more Roseville out there.
When you talk about the grounds being in Roseville, and we're in Roseville,
Right.
that's a
not
long ways
close.
away.
Well, that's like when I searched your house in, what was it, Sheldon High School?
Hell yeah, that's a
It was a 30-minute drive.
That's a strike.
Both of them are in Elk Grove, and it was a 30-minute drive. That's insane.
Yeah, that's a strike.
Absolutely insane. We'll see what happens. It's all started with the
I
Philadelphia.
think we should
76ers.
change all of this, and we should have boroughs. I mean, sure, if you want to have mayor or whatever, but I think Sacramento, once again, going back to a conversation we had 3 years ago,
Yeah.
we should have boroughs like New York City.
I think Ramsey is here to explain all of this to us. Ramsey, what's happening, man?
Unfortunately, Kenny, you can't vote for Dr. Flo because you don't live. Unfortunately, you don't live in the city limits of Sacramento. It's even more broken down when you have to vote for your city council and other topics of that matter that belong to certain districts of the city. Like, for example, I might live in North Sacramento area. I can't vote for things that go on. I can't vote for someone that's representing the Oak Park or South Sac. It's broken down to city, then it's broken down by regions or neighborhoods, unfortunately, when it comes to small sector events and or people that you have to vote for. I mean, it would be nice for you to vote for Dr. Flo. It would be nice for Damien to vote for Dr. Flo. But unfortunately, if you don't have a 958 zip code, and I think there's even people in the city of Sacramento that can't do it because they live too far out, that can't truly vote for many city officials as well.
Ramsey, what don't you know? I think Ramsey just laughed. Oh my God! Did Ramsey just laugh?
There's a lot.
Ramsey laughed. Hey!
There's a lot I don't.
Hey! All right, Ramsey, we appreciate you.
Name 5 things you don't know, Ramsey.
Hey! What a moment!
So I'm gonna tell you right now, there was a lot going on in that phone call. There was a lot. First of all, we got good knowledge. There's that. Second of all, I say get rid of all this. We need Burrows. I want Burrows in Sacramento. Period. The mayors can keep their jobs and stuff like that. But I want Burrows. All right.
We'll repurpose some of these mayors.
Third, Ramsey laughed.
That's crazy.
That was
wild. Crazy.
That was a laugh, not a chuckle, right?
No, I think, yeah, that was a moment.
Yeah,
cut this for 2,000.
And look, number 4, I don't want to be an S starter, but people fighting back in the chat. People fighting back.
What are they fighting about?
Oh, what's going on?
I don't care. I ain't fighting with nobody. Ramsey laughed.
No, they fighting back in the chat. They didn't have enough. They didn't have enough.
Okay. All right. Stop it.
Peace and love in the chat.
No, it's all love. This is a
peace and love in the chat.
This is a historic moment.
What are you doing, Kenny?
It was the first time he had enough. Look, Kyle even saw. He's like, "Yo,
that is a first."
Oh, stop it! Will you stop it? You guys dapped it up.
Ramsey haven't. I don't
like
know.
Floyd and 50.
Yeah, was like Floyd and 50.
Yeah.
So that makes us Vivek.
I guess it
we are
does.
Vivek. Absolutely.
I guess so.
Yeah. So if you can vote for Dr. Flo, that's who you should vote for. I guess I can't.
I guess Dr. Flo can't keep the Philadelphia 76ers out of Camden, New Jersey.
Which is literally a hop, skip, and a jump.
It's from here to Kaiser across the street, dude. Like, wow. That's insane.
Oh, man, I got to go to Philadelphia.
That's a hell of a threat, though. Like, yeah, no, just move across the street to an entirely different state.
They even show on this map, like, where the water belongs to New Jersey and where it belongs to Pennsylvania.
All right. That's a bit excessive.
Well, who gets control of the water?
Well, what are you going to do with the water? Like, what do you need control over water for?
It's the Delaware River, by the way.
Okay. I don't know what to do. Just go to commercial and we'll fix this when we get back. That was amazing. There you go, Soren. That's what we do right there. I know. That did cross my mind, but I'm gonna take it.
What if he's laughed multiple times there and just this was the first time here?
That's all right. Still a moment. I've seen the clips of him just having fun over there, and
there's audio and there's clips
in the Discord. Yeah, in the Discord. Yeah, the Discord is a wild place, man. It's a wild, wild place. I don't think Ramsey's in the Discord, John, but Katrina is. Oh, right on, Russ. That's good stuff, man. That's good stuff, Russ. Yep. We got you, Leezy. We got you. That conversation got a bit away from us, but actually, yeah, I'm gonna dump that college football stuff. We're actually gonna do it right here, Leezy. That's a good call. I'm gonna do it right here. Oh man.
You see AEW's coming back to the West Coast?
Oh, really? Vegas? I mean,
San
Vegas
Jose.
works. Oh. I will be watching that closely.
If it wasn't there in the middle of the week, I would go. I like the show that when we went the first time. That was my first ever live.
Do we
event.
have those? Do we have those tickets? Is that this week? That's today? Okay. All right. I'll mention that right here. I see ESPN 1320. I don't see it. Oh, the fuck? Oh, you was using your elbow. I was like, hey, what was that? Jesse, I don't see it. Is it under maybe it's under contest? It is? Okay. All right. Okay, this is annoying. I'm just trying to confirm something before I send everyone on a ridiculous. There it is. Okay. All right. Head over to ESPN1320.com right now. Oh, wait, everybody. Go to ESPN1320.com. Go to the contest link and click on the link that says enter for a chance to win tickets to WWE at the Golden One Center. We've got great seats. We're giving them away all week. Just click on the link, fill out the entry form, and boom, just like that, you're entered to win tickets to WWE SmackDown.
Yeah.
A live edition of SmackDown at the Golden One Center on September 20th.
There we go.
Again, that's at ESPN1320.com. Click the contest link, and boom, you'll see it right there. It's the only contest that's there, WWE SmackDown at the Golden One Center. So enter to win those tickets. Of course, we mentioned earlier that Bailey is going to be at Cricket Wireless in Rancho Cordova on that same day from 9 to 11. So if you're out there autograph seeking and picture seeking and all of that good stuff, Bailey's going to be out there at Cricket Wireless. So that'll be a lot of fun. I'll be out there as
Northern
well.
California's own Bailey.
That's why her name's Bailey from the Bay.
I didn't know that. Is that for real? Is it
Mm-hmm. No, she shoot.
I
Yeah.
had no idea.
Yeah, she wanted to pay tribute to where she was from.
Nice.
I think she's
from
from
San Jose.
That's what I was going to say. That's what I think. She's from San Jose. I'm gonna confirm that because being wrong. Her name is Pamela.
She is from San Jose.
Okay. But I remember the story that the name Bailey is from the Bay Area. Nice. Fever clinched a playoff spot last night.
Hey man, good for them.
Yeah, they're not only are they above 500, they got a back-to-back. They got the Sparks tonight. Well, it should be, but the way that they're playing, it absolutely should be. They're 17-16 right now. Their turnaround should be acknowledged. Like, this is a hell of a come up for them. Like, they looked rough to start the season. We joked yesterday that we fired Christy Sides like 7 times, and this team has absolutely turned it around. They're playing good basketball right now. And I'm going to stop short of saying they're a threat in the playoffs, but man, I'm interested.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm interested.
What they can do at the guard spot with Caitlin Clark and Kelsey Mitchell is dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Kelsey, she's just a flat out scorer. Caitlin, with her ability to score as well, but also ability to stretch the defense with how she can shoot the ball. I mean, that's That is formidable against any team in the W right now. And you got Aaliyah Boston doing what she does, and they've got this system of getting up and down the court that is causing problems for everybody. So I look at Minnesota, I look at the Liberty, I look at Connecticut, even though they beat Connecticut like last week. If they draw one of those teams, I don't think they win. I don't even think they beat the Aces.
That's a tough series. That's a tough series.
You know,
Aces roughed up Chicago last night.
Yeah.
Chicago's looking. That's
leaking
7
oil.
straight.
They're still there because
Atlanta couldn't take advantage. Yeah.
But they're leaking oil. They are leaking oil. Still no Kennedy. So I don't know how they fix that. I don't know how I mean, you read the schedule. That will help. A little bit.
Yeah, they had to get through last night's game. They've got some bad basketball teams ahead, but they got Atlanta on like the second to last game of season. You know, we talk about bad basketball teams. Washington's had a horrible year. They're not out of this.
No. Washington, actually, we thought they were going to lose damn near every game. They're pushing for
they're
outside shot at a playoffs.
They're right behind Atlanta and Chicago, who are tied at 11 and 22. Chicago has the 8th spot right now. Atlanta couldn't take it from them last night when they played Phoenix. So you have Washington, and this is bad, but this is the bottom of the playoff picture at 10 and 23. Phoenix has fallen off a little bit. Watching how their playoff run goes will be really interesting because they have fallen.
And I do think I don't think there's anybody in the bottom half that can beat the top 4 teams in a series. That's best of 3, right?
First round?
Yeah. I still don't think that can happen. I mean, it gets a little dicey when you talk about best of 3, but yeah, I don't see any of those top 4. I don't see him losing.
I think it's it doesn't seem right. Is it best of 3 and all in one location? Is that right? Is that wrong?
Be the case. That might be the case.
I can't see the WNBA flying back and forth. That's the reason I
since
say
they
that.
have no conferences.
Right.
You know what I mean? It could be New York versus Seattle in the first round or something like that.
Oh my God! Right? Yeah.
So yeah,
right.
you're probably right. You're probably right. Or they may start on the road.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe that's it. I feel like there's something weird to that the first round of the WNBA
It should
playoffs.
be all 3 on the road though, because even if you start on the road, that could be dicey because you lose the road game and now you got to win 2 in a row if you're the higher seeded team. That'd be a mess.
Yeah.
I meant to talk to you about this yesterday, but we talked about Portland being awarded a WNBA franchise. I don't think they announced.
So it's best of 3. The higher seed hosts. I guess this is the way you do it. The first 2 games.
Yeah. And even if you're going to do best of 3 with no conferences, that's probably the most fair thing to do. Because you can't tell one franchise that
you don't get a game.
Yeah, no matter what, you don't get a game. So that's the best way to do it. You won't want to start it on the road. So yeah, that makes sense. Portland is about to be announced officially, I guess, in the coming days as the next expansion team for the WNBA. And that, I think, is that 17? They got 12 right now. The Valkyries 13.
Yeah.
There'll be
Toronto
15.
14.
So it'll be 15.
Correct.
We've talked about this in the past. I think the sweet spot for them is going to be 20. And that's why I think Sacramento still has a chance. Because you want to get enough where you can have conferences.
So 20 is at minimum of a decade away.
I think
we're getting 3.
That's the sweet spot, a decade.
Okay.
To get to 20. I think you get
tell me when I'm 55 years old, 54 years old, I can go to a Monarchs game again.
There you go. That's how we gonna do it.
Will we have beaten the Valkyries for our colors back?
Yes.
We want all and be clear, I get this is a little violent. We want all shades of purple over here.
So yeah, I think because 15 I think they're going to go to the Bible Belt, so that'll be 16.
Yeah.
I think they're going to hit that Philly.
We established the Bible Belt makes no sense, right? Because that could mean you're referring to the Carolinas is what you're referring to.
Yeah, I think you're going to hit the Philly, that Philly area. I think they'll get a team at some point.
What about Camden?
Well, now it's a stretch. I don't know if you
my
want.
bad.
But that's where they're going to play. They're going to play there. So now they're at 17.
Why is Portland getting a franchise?
I don't know. I have no idea. You know what makes it even worse?
Yes.
What's that?
They had one.
Well, that's one.
And how long did it last?
What, a year, 2 years?
Deuce and Mo were at 1140 longer than the Portland Fire existed. Not exactly. This is not quite. It was around for 2 years.
They have no business. Sorry, Trista.
2 years.
Sorry, the good people of Portland. You have no business getting this team.
No.
You have no business getting this team.
Absolutely
None whatsoever.
not. Absolutely not.
So yeah, there's that. But the guy, one of the head guys, the killer, is did you see he's a King's minority owner?
Who?
Well, we got to pull up the name, but yeah, I saw that.
That's bringing the port.
Yeah.
They were called the Portland Fire.
That's trash too. But he owns, I think, the Timbers, and he's minority Kings owner. Come on, man. And now, if you're from Portland, you got to do whatever you got to do to bring something back to your city. I understand. I'm not trying to.
No, see that's not the issue. The problem is we were told directly from people involved what hoops that the Sacramento Kings have been forced to jump through, or that the Sacramento area has been forced to jump through,
right,
to show that they want a WNBA team back. And you're not holding Portland to those things. An original WNBA franchise that won championships, that went to like 4 straight Western Conference finals, that went to back-to-back WNBA championships.
And the support was there.
That was on the verge of winning a second WNBA title. They have to prove it, but a team that ceased operations after 2 years doesn't? Come on, man. That's whack.
crazy.
That's
crazy.
my issue.
No,
if
and
we
it's
hadn't
crazy.
been told what we had been told, I would feel differently. But knowing what we know about Sacramento's desire to have a WNBA franchise, that's
real.
infuriating.
Which is real.
Absolutely infuriating.
And that's that it just doesn't add up. But I do hold out some hope because I thought I had the guy's name here from you. But
I just looked at it. I wouldn't even know who it was.
yeah, I don't know who the guy was. I just saw the report. But I do hold out hope because, like I said, I think that this is just my thought and what makes sense to me. Like I don't need to stick on 18 or nothing like that. Get to 20, get 2 conferences, 10 teams in each conference.
The Bathel family,
yes,
they're minority investors in the Sacramento Kings. They will be the owners of the team, which will start play in 2026.
So you look at, we talk about, do they want Sacramento when they have the Bay Area? Well, you've got Seattle and Portland. You've got that. You get Sacramento and you get the Bay Area. You get LA. You got the whole coast taken care of at that point. The whole coast is locked in.
How close are Seattle and Portland?
I think they're about 2.5 hours, 2.5, 3 hours.
Okay.
It's further than
so that'll be because right now New York and Connecticut are the closest that I can think of. So that will, the Connecticut Sun and the New York Liberty, Portland, whatever, and the Storm. Yeah,
So I think you could do that. And then you have Phoenix, you have Las Vegas. I know they've talked about Utah and Denver. Just skip past that. But then you have your West Coast taken care of.
I know.
Hell, you got room. Go ahead, get Denver. You can get Denver and Sacramento and still get to 20 on the list because we just talked about it. They would be 15 with Portland. We talked about the Bible Belt and Philly. You're still at 17. You got 3 more teams you could still add, 3 more cities. So you can do Denver and Sacramento, whatever.
This is difficult to navigate through this graph. I don't think 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think the W has ever had, let's see, if we go to Atlanta right here, that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Sacramento 13, Houston 14. So it looks like there was maybe a 3-year period with Chicago and Atlanta starting up, maybe a 2-year period after Atlanta started, that there were 14 teams in the WNBA. They've never had more than that.
And that made sense.
And that's one, because they were at 14. Houston was unceremoniously thrown in the garbage. And Sacramento was pawned off by you-know-who. And that took them to 12, which is where they have been. And it hasn't exactly been smooth. Like the Aces were the Silver Stars. They were in San Antonio. Detroit became Tulsa, became Dallas. So it hasn't been like, okay, just since the Monarchs folded in 2009, that, okay, well, they've been stable since then. Now, there's been some movement since then.
I'm looking at this graph.
Lots of ownership changes in that too.
This graph is pretty interesting. It's pretty cool to see. But it's just a graph of the league.
Mm-hmm.
And the only 3 that have made it all the way through New York, LA, and Phoenix. They got the Stars,
Yep.
the Utah Stars to the Silver Stars to the Stars to the Aces.
Mm-hmm.
Shock, Detroit Shock to the Tulsa Shock to the Wings, like you mentioned. The Orlando Miracle, I do not remember them, to the Connecticut.
They became
side.
Connecticut, yeah.
That's interesting.
Washington
was
started
1 year in.
I was going to say, I think Washington started in 98, and they're obviously they're around. Yeah, I think could be wrong. I think I'm not wrong. It's Ted Leonsis' team, and he,
Washington was 1 year in. It looks like the Lynx might have been 2 years in, and they've made it through.
Yeah, Lynx were 99.
99, yeah, it looks like 99. So I think, but the time, I think the time is right.
Fever are 20 years old. Seattle's 20 years old. Those were 2000s. Same year the Portland Fire and Miami Soul started. Both of those teams lasted 2 years.
I think the time is right though. And one thing I think about too is the fact that they've got a lot of money that's about to come in here with this media rights deal, and maybe that could help. Is that timing right? By the time they might do the next one, might be more expansion. Are they on the? They've got the 11-year deal, but they've got an out or something too. I think
it's not a out. If memory serves me correctly, it's not an out. It's an understanding. Boy, that can get sketchy. But it's I think it's pretty easy to quantify, but the idea, the league has, I don't even want to say the league has grown over the last 3 or 4 years. The league has exploded over the last 4 years. And I think the idea is if that continues at this pace, we have a different conversation to have. Like, I think there have been more WNBA games to top 1 million viewers this year than like in league history. So there's a lot for networks to take into account, and they could reap the benefits of all of this. Like, Asia Wilson is a star, like a massive crossover star. Caitlin is a star. Angel is a star. Like, there are Sabrina. There are stars all over the place in this league. There used to be like one. It was like Candace, Lisa. There was like a few. And for a stretch, they were both in LA. And now that's not the case anymore. Yeah. That's absolutely not the case anymore.
And then you've got we talk about this all the time, but you've got, such a good pipeline from the college game. I mean, Juju, Page are already stars.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're already that's almost
Juju
like
is a legit potential. Everything changes with her.
Yeah.
Like someone posted Angel. I think you hit me to this. Yeah, Angel and Caitlin can be Bird and Magic because Jordan's on the way.
Right.
And that was Juju.
Is Page Isaiah Thomas?
No, don't do Page
Don't
like that.
Don't do Isaiah that way.
Don't do Page
The
like
man won
that.
2 NBA championships.
Made like no. Give me some. No, give me something better for
Sabrina's
Paige.
Isaiah Thomas. Little guard.
It might be true. Sabrina's a bigger star than Isaiah was back then, though.
Nah.
Nah, I disagree.
Isaiah-
Sabrina got that Kobe rub. Sabrina was a huge star entering the league.
But Isaiah, this is a sign of the time.
Why do you keep bringing Isaiah up?
Because he's one of the great basketball players ever played.
Is it because you want me to do a show like this?
No, do the rest of the segment like
Dude, keep bringing up Isaiah because you want me to do the show like this. Talk about how much I love Doug Christie. This is only funny for the people watching. The people listening on the radio, this doesn't make any sense. I can't sit that far away from the mic, so I gotta turn it this way.
No, that's a classic. That's a classic, man. But Sabrina's a massive star. She's got the shoe, got Kobe rub and all this other stuff. But remember the sign of times. Isaiah Thomas was a college basketball star on the last team that went undefeated.
That's true.
At a time when
What's wrong? Come on, man. Focus. Focus.
Oh man,
fine.
this is hilarious, man. It's hilarious. But yeah, and then you got like the women's game is just from grade school going all the way to grade school in AAU. The women's game is just popular. I mean, I talk about one of my findings on YouTube TV is, I mean, I knew the company, but I didn't know they had their own channel. The Overtime Elite channel or the Overtime channel.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all they do is show these kids who damn near aren't even in high school yet. They be showing these middle school kids playing basketball, they get their own little show and all this other stuff. And the young ladies are a part of that now. They're a part of, so you're creating stars in the basketball world that way, before they even step on a college campus. So
I think the W is really has just in recent years really started to take advantage of social media. And these women having their walk-in outfits just like the fellas do, and those being highlighted the way that they are, and teams making strong social media efforts with their teams is pretty dope. And it's why I really want the Valkyries to succeed, whatever Portland is.
I've softened my stance on the Vows a little bit. They're not going to be my favorite team. It's still Aces till I die, and then
Which
Sky.
Is so
on
weird.
top
The
of that.
Aces are like 4 years old, and it's like till I die.
And then Sky on top of that. I'll go to Valkyrie games.
There needs to be a Valkyrie game at the Golden One Center.
I'll go to Valkyrie games. I know where you would lean, but I did think about this, and I'd like to ask. I'd like to ask the people this. And I don't know what I'd do, to be honest with you. If you can only have one, if the sports world said you can only have one more pro team, would you take MLB or WNBA? And I don't know.
You know what I would do.
Yeah, and I understand.
Yeah,
I understand.
I want the Monarchs back. I want like Yolanda's jersey not being in the rafters.
That should happen regardless.
Like Yolanda is a Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
like Tisha, absolutely.
Ruthie's up there.
Ruthie's is the only one up there, and then Jerry. Like Jerry, like John Wisnett deserves a lot of credit for as a general manager and a coach for what the Sacramento Monarchs became.
Yeah,
it was a good general manager who made a lot of rough decisions. One of them was he got rid of Ruthie. He got rid of like Elena. He got rid of like that group that he was like, nah, we're going in a different direction. We're going in a younger direction. We're playing a completely different type of ball. And that was tough, but he did it. And it worked.
Yeah.
It worked flawlessly.
I think I love the W, and I love basketball. I think the city loves basketball as much as any. The city of Sacramento loves basketball as much as any city west of the Mississippi. Like when you talk about like loving basketball, I think you get into like I think LA is there. Like the city of LA, I've experienced that. They love it on a crazy level. That's their number one sport. But then you gotta wait until you get to like I feel like Chicago, like Northeast for the love of basketball the way it is here. A lot of people in the chat, a lot of people when we put this on Twitter are gonna say the W. They want the W.
Mhm.
They want the basketball. Love basketball out here. I'm still an old school guy. I love baseball, man. And I don't that's why it's so tough for me to say that you could get 162 games a year of baseball, an opportunity to and I'm not talking about like just the A's. I'm talking about like if you had a team that was the Sacramento, whatever,
Mhm.
a chance to get the World Series, playoff baseball here in Sacramento. I'm sitting on the fence on my own question. I don't know which one I choose. I really don't.
MLS.
Those two are behind MLB or excuse me, MLS is behind
The other two.
WNBA and MLB for me.
What do you think it would be for the city? Do you think MLS would be behind the other two?
That's a good question. The reason why I'm not sure is because there's a passion for all three sports
Right.
on a crazy level. Like the youth, we've talked about it before, the youth soccer movement here in Sacramento is crazy. Crazy. One of the biggest in the nation. I just talked about how they love baseball. Traditionally, like when you dive into the history of this city and supporting stuff, there's a reason why they say it's a baseball town. They love baseball here. It's about to go crazy when the A's get here. So I'll get off the fence on that one. I think they would say the WNBA first because there is the Monarchs. They love the Monarchs here. And if you could say you could bring the
So,
Monarchs back, I think the
yeah.
city might say WNBA first.
But that was 15 years ago.
True.
15 years ago this November,
Mhm.
that franchise ceased operations.
Mm.
Does it hold weight for someone who's 30 years old?
Good question.
I don't know that it does.
What do you think? You think
I
think
don't-
MLS would be number one?
No. I do think Major League Baseball would be though.
Mm.
I think there's so much invested in MLS that like if we put a poll out there for the entire city to see, they'd
Oh, wait a minute. I know his damn headphones ain't on again.
If-
Come on.
let the man eat his lunch. He got talked into it. Wow.
I heard it. It was just egregious. I wasn't sure if
Wow.
that's what I actually heard.
Joey Crawford over there. You know what? Forget it.
No, I want to hear
I don't want to talk about it no more.
I want to hear this.
I don't want
when
to
we
talk
come
about
back.
it anymore because we got to get to game 19.
We do have to.
I don't know the answer though. I feel like it would be Major League Baseball. I feel like that soccer crowd would go really, really hard for that. And I feel like it's not the WNBA. It's the Sacramento Monarchs. The Sacramento Monarchs were 15 years ago. And I don't know how many people have the warm and fuzzy memories for 2005. We'll come back. We'll see if we can get to the bottom of this. Plus, game 19 in the top 20 Kings games of the season.
Wonder what Ham would think. I want to ask him.
Yeah, absolutely. Steele and KC here on ESPN 1320. Sorry, guys. I got to peek at KSFM right quick. Make sure nothing broke over here. Son of a bitch.
Oh, for real?
God damn it. Let me see how many this happened to. It's just one. The live right there. Good, 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 good. 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 Just lost one.
Voice track.
Yeah. Jesse, we got like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. All right, I'm gonna switch the board for a second. We're good. Sorry about that, guys. That's why you check, though, just to make sure nothing went wrong. Oh, no, that's not true. Stop playing. Stop playing. Okay. All right, I got it. Remember when we talked out of we talked into Kaylani, right? That's what we did.
Sounds right.
Why does it do this? All right, got that. Got that. Got Not Like Us. In the club, we good. Good. We're live. We're live, pal. Down here to 6. Busta. Yep, we did that. I think we got it.
Good to know.
Yeah.
You know what I realized yesterday at that Future show is
I didn't ask you how that was.
he did a good job. Him and Metro did a good job. But the way they make music almost feels like EDM.
It's gonna kill you.
Well, yeah. It feels like EDM. You know how like EDM music, I think I got the right genre, but it's this like buildup that mess with the endorphins and like we're like,
yeah,
like that's what they do. It's this, and then boom, and then it hits a little bit. It doesn't last long. Once they do, like the third verse on any Future song is like kind of almost irrelevant. Like you're kind of done by, but the buildup is crazy, and then it hits. And they got the same type of I don't even know what to call it, but pattern to their music.
I like Future, and I respect what Future has done for the genre. I just don't love his music.
Well,
I'm not
that's
the biggest.
understandable.
I'm just not the biggest.
He did a good job. Like I'm like, I like Future. I'm not a crazy Future fan, but I like if I got an Essentials, I can be entertained for an hour.
Yeah.
But he did a good job. Him and Metro did a really good job, better than I thought. And if you're like a day one Future fan, like you're probably in heaven. Like he was killing it. He was doing his thing.
That's cool. Yeah, look back from the video you posted.
I have
It was
no idea how
crazy.
that happened.
We looked at like right when you left. We looked. It was like I don't understand how they're gonna do
I have
this.
no idea how that happened.
No, but
idea.
good.
But they probably got about 13,000.
Looked like there were 13,000 tickets available.
Right. And it's one of those things where it's like, they didn't necessarily like give them away because everybody was into the concert. Like they were like, we came to see this. Like it was crazy.
James Ham going to join us here at the top of the hour. We'll get his thoughts on Sacramento and the Poe franchises and what that will look like, or what he thinks that would look like. That was an interesting conversation there. We'll also get his thoughts on this as Kenny is counting down the top 20 games of the 2023-2024 season for the Sacramento Kings, and we are here at Game 19.
Yeah, man. Game 19, top 20 games, like my man just said. And we talked about it earlier. This was just a fun game. Going back and watch this. This is going to be one of the happier games all year. It took place. Lost my page real quick. But it took place March 13th at the Golden One Center. The Kings taking on the hated Los Angeles Lakers. And they win 120-107 at the Golden One Center, led by, like I said, you're going to be seeing this a lot, a triple-double from Domantas Sabonis. 17 points, 19 rebounds, 10 assists. He had a double-double at the half. He was 10, 10, and 6 at the half of this game. And he just, once again, just bullied Anthony Davis. Harrison Barnes, 23 points, 7 threes, 7 of 11 from beyond the arc for Harrison Barnes. Much like Harrison didn't do much else in the stat sheet, but when he scored, the Kings were pretty good. That was good to see. Keegan Murray had 19, 21 for De'Aaron Fox to go along with 7 assists. One thing that stood out to me in this game, Keon Ellis was starting. Keon Ellis played really well. 14 points on the night, 5 of 8 from the field. Great defense. He had 3 steals on the night.
Keon's second game starting.
Keon looked good in this game. That's one thing that I kept looking at as I was watching and kind of taking my notes or whatever. Is Keon Ellis. He looks good out there. And he looks like he fits as like a starter. Like watching that game, he looked like he fit as a starter.
You know what is great about this? It's not great about this specific game. It's just great about the entire season. So we talked about this. I don't remember if it was on the show or before. I watched the wrong game. But what's great about it is I watched the game a week prior when they beat the Lakers. I just went to my March notes. I knew what the game was. I went to the March notes. Kings beat the Lakers. Oh, got it. I didn't look at the scoring. Oh, Kings beat the Lakers. There it is. I watched them beat the Lakers like a week earlier. So I've got nothing to offer this game because I watched the wrong one. I watched the wrong time that the Kings beat the Lakers.
There's so many times.
There were so many.
There's so many.
It was so many.
It's understandable. You get caught up in losing getting the wrong game.
And these games were so close together. And it was literally right now that I realized I didn't watch the right Lakers ass whooping. And that's the other thing. They were both ass whoopings.
No, they were. They had one close game.
I had notes for this game, and it was like, what? Keon. What?
Well, say.
Oh, well. All right. Look at that.
I said Keon starting. He said, "Wait a minute.
Not only did I have notes, I had notes for like what happened after the game. Yeah, I'll just burn those.
Well, don't do that. I can promise you that. I can promise you that. Don't burn those because Fox went off in that game. So
Well,
don't burn them those. I'll tell you that right now.
wasn't
Well,
just
quick
Fox,
preview.
but
That's for sure.
Man.
Yeah, but no, this one was at home. This was the one to make. Oh man, I got some notes here. I think this got Domas to 10-0, right?
10-0 against Anthony Davis.
Yeah. Got him to
Well,
10.
that was the last one, right? That was the fourth one.
This was the last one. Yeah. So it got him to 10-0. Anthony Davis. I'm gonna read you guys just some of the notes I took as I was watching this. Sabonis is killing AD early. Water is wet.
Well,
that's one of the notes. He just beats up AD. He just beats him up. Austin Reeves is probably the most overrated player in the league in some time.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and this wasn't the right.
But
game
I was gonna say that
he had 13 points in the first quarter. He was killing in the first.
Are these your notes from the rewatch or your original notes? Oh, okay.
LeBron's hair is wild.
Okay, sir. What are we doing here?
LeBron's hair is.
Come on, man.
No, it's crazy. The big bald spot in the middle, but he's keeping it fresh up here, kind of. It's wild.
You can cover that stuff up in the middle. Yeah. He does it. He literally does it.
Not really.
He just doesn't
when
do
you
it.
really look,
he doesn't do it during the NBA season.
When you look straight on at him, like, yeah, he's doing a great job. But then, like, he turns his head, or he's talking to the ref, and you're like, I'm not doing as good of a job as I thought.
Are you suggesting LeBron needs to shave his head?
LeBron could do it. This is brand at this point. Just keep it alone.
I don't know that
wouldn't be
brand.
That wouldn't. It's part of it. Just
is it? I don't think it's not like the brow. Like he's not making money off of his
LeBron's
hairline.
hair is a talking point.
Well, it's definitely a talking.
If he
point.
went bald, we wouldn't be talking about LeBron's bald head or nothing like that. Keep it, bro.
Copying Michael Jordan.
Here we go. Keon played really well in the first half. You didn't see this. Maybe I could pull it up.
Sure didn't.
This isn't funny, but it's only funny because he's okay. At the 7:08 mark in the second quarter, Malik Monk dies.
Oh no!
Malik has a collision with Anthony Davis, and is just down on the floor for just motionless. That's why I kind of hope you would have seen
like
it.
Draymond Green chalk outline motionless.
I'm gonna try and find it and put it on the screen here, because here we go. I think we're going into it. So I'm at the exact point. I think. Oh no, here we go. So and like I said, I haven't found a way to put the screen up larger, but so we'll see here. If you see, like there's the game, whatever, it's going on. Malik Monk, I think he misses a shot. Anthony Davis is going back, and there's Malik. Watch Malik go to the ground. And Malik's dead.
He's dead. Yep. I remember this. Yep. I remember Malik is dead. Yes. He is in fact dead there on the floor. He has not moved. Good God Almighty. He is not moving. Hey, Demont. Hey, bro. You good? You good? I remember this. That's amazing.
So I was dying seeing that in the replay, man. Also, Duarte had some good minutes in this game. Duarte played well. I think he had like 6 points in the first half. So good for him. And then I don't know if you remember this, but
this was a couple of games into Herter's injury.
Yes,
if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Herter in street clothes. Sabonis with do you remember the photo that came from this game where Sabonis makes a move on AD, knocks AD down, he scores, and Sabonis is flexing and AD's on the ground.
Yep. Yep.
That came up later at the end of the third quarter, and it was iconic.
Hanging in the entryway of the Golden One Center. Yep, absolutely.
So that was game 19, man. This was a fun game. This was a fun
Sounds
game.
like it.
The Golden One Center was turned up. This game, I had this in my notes too. At the time, it had the King at the
38
time
and 27.
38 and 27. It got them to, I don't know. They were in 7th place at the time. They were a half game behind Phoenix at the start of this game. I don't know if it got them the tiebreaker and into 6, but that's kind of where they were at this point. And they kind of kept them clear of the Lakers. Well, we thought it kept them clear of the Lakers. Lakers ended up catching them because it put them 3 games above the Lakers, and they had the tiebreakers, and they still got caught.
So you said 7?
They were 7 going into this game.
Do you think we collectively kind of romanticize the end of the season a little bit? Like, oh, only if Malik and Kevin hadn't gotten hurt. And no one really ever brings up Kevin. I'm just being nice. They all bring up Malik.
Yeah.
Like, oh, only if Malik hadn't gotten hurt. Like, we were in the 7th spot.
I don't think there's like a point where it's like if Malik was healthy, then the Kings make the playoffs. I don't think that was the case at all last season.
I don't think so either.
So
I feel like we've gotten a little too comfortable with that narrative, given that the team had kind of been a little rocky most of the season.
So here, maybe so, but here's what I will say. I'm just gonna go from March 6th.
Okay.
They were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I appreciate you going from March 6th too, because that was the game that I watched.
Yeah.
So thank you for starting from there.
So from March 6th to the 20, I'll do one more just for argument's sake. The 26th, they were 8-5. They were playing, looked to be pretty solid basketball. They had some bad losses in there. Washington.
They lost to the Bulls.
They lost to the Bulls. Well, that one I didn't count.
Or not in that. Yeah, they lost. They
lost
the
to
game
Houston
before
at
the
home.
6th.
They lost to the Knicks at home. They lost to Washington on the road. Bad loss. But they were 8-5 in that 13-game stretch. Malik gets hurt after that 13th game. And they went 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 4 and 7 to finish the season. So with everybody there, they were 3 games above, and they lose Malik, and they finished 3 games. That stretch 3 games below.
So that doesn't get you to the 6th, though.
But the whole point was that whatever 8-5 is, whatever percentage it is, I could say while they weren't dominant, they would have played that type of basketball to close it out. They ended up playing like it was like a 6-game swing. Like they were 3 up with Malik there, and then after he was gone, they ended up being 3 down, 3 below 500.
Yeah.
So I see what you're saying. I get it. It was not like they would have turned into the Thunder with Malik there, but
Yeah.
I in a situation where it was that I think that was the difference between them getting to the 6 and not getting to the 6. Is Malik Monk. They might have gotten the 6 by 1 game. They might have gotten the 6 by a tiebreaker. But I think Malik Monk was the difference.
Phoenix was 6.
Phoenix was 6.
So they lost it. They weren't going to get the tiebreaker. They lost it.
Which was a game they lost to Phoenix at the end of the season.
That's what I mean.
But Malik.
Oh,
wasn't
you're
there.
saying if? I'm
Yeah.
saying if. Oh, okay, I got you.
Because if Malik's there, and I'm
I
saying
got
they
you.
win that
Maybe
game.
they get that one. I got you. Phoenix wound up finishing 49 and 33. Kings wound up finishing 46 and 36. Yeah, I mean, I guess with your strictly mathematical scenario, they would have finished 7th or potentially 6th, depending on if they were able to get the Phoenix one or not.
That 4, I'm not exactly sure. That 4 and 7 stretch feels like the worst stretch they had all year.
Oh, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't think they played that bad all.
They had another one where they lost.
They
lost 4 in a row.
But I think they immediately follow that with 4 wins in a row.
Phenomenal knowledge by you. Yeah. And then they lost.
Because they had a
3 and 5 stretch.
That's the Sixers, Bucks, Suns stretch, and I can't remember who the fourth team was.
Sixers. The wins or the losses?
The losses. What? There was the
it
Sixers.
Sixers, Bucks, Suns, and Pacers.
Oh,
Pacers game at home.
Pacers.
Nobody played.
Yeah, that? When Buddy booed, or Tyrese booed Buddy.
Yeah.
Every time Tyrese did anytime Buddy did something, Tyrese stood up and went boo.
So in that stretch right there, well, we followed up with 4 wins, but they had another one where they went
bring James
3-5 after winning 4 in a row.
Yeah.
And that, other than that, I mean, that 4-7 stretch then was probably their worst stretch all year, and it coincided with no Malik Monk. So those who think that Malik Monk, they once again, they may not have been great, but 500 would have got you. Well, that's 11 games, so you wouldn't have been 500, but that would have gotten you into the 6th seed.
Hammer, we're looking back at the top 20 games of the Kings season. We just went over one of the many Kings victories against the Lakers. It was just after Herter got hurt. Malik hadn't been hurt yet. Keon was starting. And I posed the question because KC said that win against the Lakers, like they were in like the 7th spot or something like that. And I asked, do you think we maybe romanticize the what if Malik hadn't gotten hurt a little bit because they had played kind of without their footing, it felt like a lot during the season. They were constantly, it seemed, trying to figure different things out. And we just kind of lean on if Malik had been healthy, it would have been different. Or are you of the belief if Malik had been healthy, it might have been a little bit different?
No, I think if he had Malik, it would have been a little bit different. And I don't know a lot different, but we're talking 1 or 2 games is the difference between you being, in the play-in or you having home court or you beating a team that may have helped get New Orleans into the playoffs so you wouldn't have had to play them.
That's a good point, too. How could you have avoided New Orleans if you won 2 more games?
Right.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the biggest thing is how do you avoid the one team that for some reason you couldn't beat? Well, there's 2. It's them and the Houston Rockets. So whatever the problem was, whatever the formula is there, that was a problem for the Kings all season long. But yeah, I don't want to make it all on the fact that Malik got hurt. But I think Malik getting hurt in combination with Herter getting hurt, it did matter. It mattered a lot. We've talked about this so many times. That's 25 points a game, but it's also 8 assists per game. And when you take away secondary playmakers, when you take away the guys that are taking the pressure off of De'Aaron Fox, it really allowed defenses just to focus on him so much. And, Mike had no choice but to run him out there for nearly 40 minutes a night trying to get something done. But that doesn't really help you when all the focus is on him. So, I think it did impact them and whether it's enough to be a playoff team or not, I don't know, hindsight or whatever. We have no way to predict that. And I would at least like to have seen it go a different way and see how it played out.
James, the game that we're talking about, that's number 19, was the March 13th game against the Lakers at home. It was the ESPN game. They had just beat up on the Bucks. They had lost the game. What game did they lose before that? Before the Bucks game, they had a
Detroit.
They lost to Houston. They lost to Houston on a Sunday. I remember that. And they were like, "Oh, now you're facing Milwaukee and the Lakers coming to town." 129-94 against the Bucks. Beat the brakes off them, and in a back-to-back, beat the Lakers on national TV. One of the things that kind of stood out as I was watching that game over again was Keon Ellis started. Keon Ellis looked really good, as a starter. And it's one of these things that happens when you go back and watch these games. You kind of forget, at least maybe I do, you forget, there's a reason there's a conversation about Keon starting because he seems to fit with these guys. And, I think he had 14 points in that game. He can knock down a shot. He was 3 of 5 from beyond the arc in that game. And I don't know. It just re-sparked the idea of, if they did go with the Keon starting at the 2, I think that'd be a good look too. Do you remember much about that game at all, or how it went?
Well, look.
No. Sorry, James. Go ahead.
I would say most games bleed in together for me. So no, off the top of my head, I don't. I mean, I can look at the box score and remember the game where the Kings just
Malik Monk
absolutely
dominated.
Malik
they
Monk did
ran him
die.
over in the third.
We
Yeah, they
just
ran him over in the third quarter.
Malik died in the game. We just watched the clip where he ran into, I guess AD's like abdomen or something, and just died. Like he fell face first.
Said, hey, bro.
He laid on the ground face first without moving for several seconds before Domas just kind of hit him like, hey, boy, what's going on? And
That's
Malik
wild.
slowly rolled over and miraculously came back to life.
Yeah.
So he was dead for a brief moment.
Yeah, like look, all of these games they kind of bleed in together for me, and I would like to tell you I could break each of them down. Kenny, your memory works a lot better that way than mine does. But this is one of those stretches of the season where you started to see the Kings get contributions from everybody. And there's even, Chris Duarte in that game coming up with 2 big threes. There are little pieces to the puzzle that seem to be happening for the team around that time in the season. And then of course the wheels fall off the bus a little bit down the stretch. But yeah, it like they had a lot of like really, really high level wins and a back-to-back like that against the Bucks and then the Lakers. That's about as good as it gets, especially with all the exposure and all of what's running up against you, at that point in the season where you have to win games. So yeah, good game.
It would have, there's the season, the Kings season is filled with fascinating what ifs. But Herter going out, Keon starting, and Malik staying healthy, I think is a fascinating what if. Because they had won a couple of games with Keon Ellis as the starter. And you know what Malik can provide. What would that have meant for last year? And maybe just as importantly, what would that mean for this year? Losing both of them is so tough because it feels like it leaves multiple unanswered questions. Losing Herter, and that's a lot to overcome when you lose, basically your entire 2-guard depth.
Right. You were saying that in the moment that like you lost everything almost.
Yeah, but having Keon with Malik as the guy coming off the bench still being the spark would probably have gone a long way in helping Mike understand, if he doesn't already, what he should do this year. It creates a completely different type of picture, in my opinion, Hammer.
Yeah, and I would point out too, so like we remember that Keon, the first 7 games that Keon started, the Kings won last year, and they won 9 of the first 10 that he started. The first time they lost to Washington on March 21st, which is still a stunning loss. That's like they should have won. If they could have won that, they would have won the first 10 games he started. But then if you get past that, they lost the first game to Denver. It's to Dallas. It's in the second game against Dallas that Malik Monk gets hurt, and that's where Keon has to play like incredible minutes. He played 38 minutes, 4 of 9 from 3. But from that point on, you can kind of track and see what it was that happened, with this team, how they handled the stress of the remainder of the season. Am I way off with this? Oh no, that's just starts. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think we're way off by thinking that that Malik Monk and Keon down the stretch would have made an impact. To having those 3 guards in your rotation would have, with Fox, would have made some sort of impact. But I also think that the injury to Herter followed by the injury to Monk, it really did open the door for you to give Keon a full test drive and really look and see who and what he is as a player and how he can impact the game going forward. And I think, like, from my point of view, where I sit in the building, I thought he did enough to warrant at least a really, really strong opportunity to win the starting job. Whether Mike feels that way or whether the front office feels the way, I don't know.
And that was kind of my question, is the fact that both of them got injured might have created more questions than answers.
Yeah.
That's a real point. And the thing about that is, and I know Mike and the whole staff have done this stuff, but I know just me going back and watching these games, Keon, you see it. You see how it
Mhm.
fits. You
Mhm.
see what he brings to the table. I mean, he was harassing D'Angelo Russell and making his life a living hell. And he can hit the spot up shot, and it's like, man, it just spaces the floor out even more. We think of him as like this, just a defender. Like, no, he can shoot. Like, you talk about spacing the floor. He can do that. And as I was watching that game, I was trying to figure out like where the minutes come from for all those guys, like with DeRozan out there. Who's minute? I guess Harrison would be the easy choice, but like how are they going to all play together? Because they all bring a lot to the table. And I think if you can find a way, if Mike Brown can find a way to balance out the playing time and get those guys in there, that's another way they can be dynamic as a team with having these different guys who are explosive in their own right. Like, I'm not saying Keon's going to go for 40 one night, but leave him open if you want to. He's going to hit damn near every three if you do that. And it's just the opportunities seem endless if he can find a way to get everybody in a groove and in a consistent consistent playing time.
Yeah, what I like about Keon too is for as much as Malik brings this incredible energy on the offensive end and is this huge spark plug, I feel like Keon brings that on the defensive end. And, every time you look at Keon, unless he's looking at the official with like his giant eyes, like claiming he didn't foul somebody, which he does a lot. But there's just like an energy and a force that he plays with, even for a skinny guy. He's running around, he's getting in the way, he's kind of wreaking havoc, he's forcing bad passes that De'Aaron Fox just totally took advantage of the whole way down the stretch. He's defending the toughest guy. And so these are, adding to the resume of reasons why I would choose him as my starting shooting guard, even if he's only playing 18 to 20 minutes a game. That doesn't matter. For me, it's about setting. You've got offensive tone setters for this team, right? You've got Sabonis, you've got Fox, you've got DeMar DeRozan. What you need is defensive tone setters as well, and I think Keegan Murray is one of those guys, and I think Fox is one of those guys on occasion, but I think Keon is always that guy. He's a guy who comes in, and again, there's like an abundance of joy and energy that he plays with, and you never see a game where he doesn't look like he's 100% engaged and ready to play and ready to bring some sort of energy. And that's something that, we can talk about, like first quarter bad starts that this team has had for years. Third quarter bad starts. I don't think you had nearly as many of those with Keon in the rotation and in the starting lineup, just because that's who he is. He brings like this spark, this energy that is contagious.
So I want to make sure I heard you right. If it was up to you, would Keon be the starter to start the season at 2?
Yeah. Yeah. And that's not a knock on Kevin Huerter
I got you.
or anyone else.
I don't even think the reasons need to be explained. Like, I think at this point, everybody understands. The only name, and this is super unfair, I feel like the only name that might get a reaction from Kings fans would be actually if Huerter started. Because I know we have talked about it and like it's not impossible and laid out the reasons why. I think some people would be like, wait, why?
Right.
After what? Not that get Kevin Huerter out of here. It's like,
right.
we saw what Keon did. We know what Malik can do. Why are we going back to Kevin? Because it's collectively our decision. Why are we going back to Kevin?
Well, I'd even say that the Devin Carter injury, it plays into this as well. Like, it's almost like they were looking for a higher end version of Keon, a guy who, sort of stakes his claim as like a great defender, but also a great rebounder. And, like Devin Carter brings a lot to the table, but it almost feels like they were bringing him in to back up Fox or to maybe be a long-term answer at the 2. And for me, I like Keon's a bigger player. He doesn't have the ball handling skills. He's not a playmaker like what you're going to find in a Devin Carter. But I do think he's probably a better fit, like overall. And so I don't know. There's a point where we can all acknowledge that the Kings won 48 games and were an incredible offensive juggernaut with Kevin Huerter starting almost every single game the year before. So I don't think is that Kevin Huerter did anything wrong. I just think that at a certain point, if you change a certain dynamic or two of this team, which they did when they brought in DeMar DeRozan, like you have to support that change the right way. And that means that you have to find players that will play defense at a high level. You will have to find players that don't need to handle the ball, that don't need to go play make and who are, hiding on the perimeter ready to shoot threes. And that's Keon way more than it's Kevin. And again, I think Kevin Huerter can have a huge role on this team, but I also believe that, Keon Ellis can too, and that he can also be your best defensive perimeter defender. I think he can be that. And so we'll have to see how it all plays out. I'm intrigued because this is what makes it so difficult for a coach. It's like, how do you put all these pieces in place and find success for everybody, make everybody the best version of themselves? And it's one of the most difficult things to do, especially at the NBA level, just because there's only so many minutes to go around, and you got to find ways to maximize everybody that you have. But for me, again, I think Keon just fits in a way that, like so many players, like a Danny Green fit with Philadelphia, or Danny Green with the Lakers, or Danny Green with the Spurs, or Bruce Bowen with the Spurs. Like those are players that just have tremendous value in just staying within the confines of themselves and being extremely good at what they do and not trying to do too much.
Poor guy. I always do this. I forget about Devin Carter. I really do. And that's because it seems like a stacked backcourt as it is. And then you add in a guy who's your first round pick, number 13 pick in the draft. People love him. There's so many things that people expect him to bring to the table. It's like, man,
Black Supreme Air Force energy.
Well, make sure you say Supreme.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
You don't want any problems with
right.
Devin Carter. But I mean, I'm thinking about this in my head with the injury and everything. Is this a potential red shirt year for Devin Carter? You think he finds a way? Like if the Kings are what we think they could be this year, a potential top 4 team or whatever the case may be, when he comes back and he's ready to play, is he taking any minutes from anybody at that point?
It just depends on how the team's playing. Like realistically, there is a way in which he does get redshirted. I don't think that that's the plan today. I think that they would love to have him in the fold, but you got to remember, like he's not getting cleared. He's not being reevaluated until January. And that means that once he's reevaluated, like he's going to have to figure out how to get on the court for practice time, and then get elevated to the point where he can take contact and all that. So we're talking about like that mid to late January moment where he might be able, if he is cleared and he starts to get back on the court, that's in the middle of that crazy long road trip where, the Kings are going to have a tough time either way. Right. So I think it's going to be a while, especially it's not like he's going to play training camp and then sit out for a bunch of time and then try to get back into game shape or something. Like he's missing everything. He's missing everything from, a month and a half ago until January. And that's not a good way to start off. You want to be on the court. You want to be playing 5-on-5 with your teammates, getting a feel for De'Aaron Fox and all the other players that you're going to play with. And he's just not getting any of that.
I think it's okay that we don't talk about him right now because he's not going to be a part of the start of the season. It's not disrespectful. It's just like there's nothing you can really do. Mm-hmm. Like it'll be potentially a great addition, and that's another complicated thing that Mike has to navigate. We talked about the complications of Huerter's timetable. While it doesn't interfere with the regular season at all, it interferes with training camp, and like that's gonna I would think affect how Mike does things for the first half of training camp and then the second half of training camp. Same is probably true to a certain degree with Devin Carter, working him in at practice, getting him ready, for that return date in January or February or whatever it winds up being. But as James noted, how is the team playing? And is it something where you're like, you just got to, sorry, kid, You're just kind of there. Like, it's not an indictment of you. It's
Right.
just the way that things are
It's a
going
numbers
right now.
game.
That's all it is. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
all it is. And maybe there's still scenarios where you could find ways to work him in and do all this different stuff. But it's a tough battle for him for sure.
Yeah, and I would point out too, like, we don't know what Jordan McLaughlin is going to look like for this team. Like, there's a possibility he's just really, really solid. And, like what he did last year for Minnesota, where, dude shot like 45% from three. Like, he knew his role. And there is something about knowing your role. And there's also something about coming into the league and having no idea what your role is and how to play to a role, which is, I think, a problem that Devin Carter's going to have early in his career. Just like, let's be honest, like Colby Jones had a really tough time trying to figure out, like, who am I and where do I fit in? And then there's one other thing I want to point out, which is, maybe it's just me. I don't know, but like when the Kings sent out the press release for the Kevin Huerter update, they go through. It starts at Kings forward Kevin Huerter continues to progress through the return to play process. He has been cleared for on-court workout, shooting drills, and complete strength training. He will be reevaluated in mid-October prior to being cleared for full contact and contact court activity.
That press release just beat your ass live on the radio.
It was absolutely horrible. But did you guys catch
all of us? You know what got me reading it is the return to play process. That's one long phrasing, the return to play process, and it confused me every time I saw it. So I was glad to see that.
Okay, but can I read the first two words of the whole thing to you again?
Yeah.
Kings forward, Kevin Huerter.
Oh, I see you. Okay, I see you. Yep. I see you. No, starting two guard. Yep. Kings forward.
He started 2 years as your starting shooting guard. And that's the press release you put out?
So are you thinking DeMar at 2?
Or Keon at the 2 with Malik Monk backing him up and Kevin Huerter as a 3? Like, I don't know. I'm just looking around. I'm just reading the press release.
DeMar?
DeMar at the 3. Kevin Huerter coming off the bench.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like maybe I'm reading something into that, but like starting guard or King's guard or King's shooting guard, like any of those things would have made me go, all right, Kevin Huerter. When you put King's forward, I'm like,
And honestly, guys, I think that's the way to go. To go. Have him as your backup
hybrid.
And at the very least, that's how we start the season. See how that goes.
Okay.
See if he can hang as a backup 3, if you can work the minutes in and do all this other stuff. Because one of the reasons why I feel that way is because you can't not have Keon in the rotation, in my opinion.
Right.
So the way that you do that and keep Kevin Huerter playing is he turns into like a 3.
Okay. We'll come back. We'll talk more about this with James. We'll also get James's thoughts on a second professional sports franchise in Sacramento. Which one would he pick? Steelo and Casey here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. BP, I see you. I think you might be taking the show a little bit too seriously in saying that we're being hard on Devin Carter when I think we're just making a joke out of his love of Supreme Air Forces. So I just know, like, I see you, read all your comments. I think you might be taking us a smidge bit too seriously. Remember, when all else fails, D'Lo and Casey is a work.
What Joe say?
We're sports entertainment.
What's the disclaimer Joe says? You need to create one for the show.
Oh, what is the line at the do not take us seriously? I don't remember.
For entertainment purposes.
Yeah.
Nothing we say is real.
Yeah.
Nothing we say is serious.
Yeah. And his Drew Down says, if nothing else, just go watch Friday's show. It's just brought up BP because it's all we got on him right now, and it's just a gag. His Supreme Air Forces. That's all it is. It's just a gag, bro. That's all it is. It's like Kenny's Jerry Jones impressions. It's just a running bit. That's all it is.
Just have a good time.
It's all love for Darren.
Well, to be
Devin Carter.
perfectly honest, I don't.
You misunderstood
a bit. I mean, I'm here every day trying to make sure we do what we have to do to win a Super Bowl.
I believe we got an official freeze during the commercial break, by the way. 329. Did anyone have 329? This is an official James Ham freeze at 329. Ham is frozen. He will unthaw shortly. Very angry. There he is, unhappy.
Yeah, we're like a month away from Kyle telling Devin Carter's got to come home. Just
well.
Well, I mean, I see it too. I think he's got a couple years. He's got that Trey Lance because Trey Lance, you see it happening. I don't know what that looks like.
What's up, Andrew? Thanks for the love on the radio. Radio goes a long way.
There we go.
You excited your boy takes the field tomorrow, Hammer?
Oh yeah, I love the NFL. I can't wait. Yep. Super excited. And tomorrow's our 1 year of the Insiders.
Oh, excellent.
We're doing
5th,
a live show and invited everybody in, and there will be food. No.
Oh, almost you kicked out at the last second, James. You were nearly frozen. Well, that's exciting. 1 year of the Insiders, man. That's terrific.
It's crazy.
Terrific. Zabo, I'm not sure. I'm gonna try to get KC and Jesse to SmackDown. I might stay back with Complex that Friday. I think Complex has had about enough of recording stuff.
We had a fun day today with bringing all those dudes in from the fantasy draft yesterday. That's why we had.
Oh yeah, so I was wondering why the screen was up. Who came in here? Like people here?
Yeah, we had Abe and Ken.
Oh, nice.
In the afternoon, in the second hour. In the first hour, we had Charlie and we had Andy. Fuck.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Ken got the smoothest damn radio delivery. He is just as cool as the other side of the pillow, as Great Stuart Scott used to say.
Abe is just a bundle of energy. He is so much fun.
He's got a lot of great ideas too. He's really sharp in this game.
Yeah.
Coming back, Hammer.
All right.
Head over to maptrition.com. Use the promo code DLO1320. Grab that essentials pack. Get 10% off of it. Of course, you can order anything you want to. If you just want some protein shakes, they could do that for you. You want the greens, powders, sleep enhancers. You want those cravings crushers that I take every day. They go a really long way. You could do that. Fat burner strength enhancers. I take all of that stuff, and I am being genuine with you when I say it works fantastic for me. In addition to the all-day BCAAs and the pre-workout BCAAs, those got me on point right now. Maptrition.com. Use the promo code DLO1320. Lots more really, really exciting things coming with Train with Map here in the coming days. Back here with James Ham, talking a lot about Keon Ellis and kind of that starting two guard. Maybe the backup three position for Kevin Huerter, talking a lot about the Sacramento Kings. James, I want to bring you into a conversation we were having just before you joined us. The WNBA is expanding. They're headed back to Portland, which is annoying because Portland had a illustrious run in the WNBA for 2 seasons with the often remembered and just warmingly regarded Portland Fire.
Oh, yeah, we love them. Do you remember a player from Portland Fire?
No, I absolutely do not.
Don't either.
I do not.
Man.
But we were trying to figure out, with the WNBA's growth, what is the, like, as Kenny calls it, the sweet spot for teams with that league. And Kenny thinks it's 20. We have at least committed to 15 with 3 joining over the course of the next couple of years. We were trying to work ways to get Sacramento back into the conversation for the WNBA. And then it sparked another conversation of if you had the opportunity to add a second sports franchise, what sport would it be? Would it be the WNBA? Would it be Major League Baseball? Or would it be MLS?
Man, it's tough. I think like
I don't think
popular.
the NFL is expanding, so we just might be
No.
out of luck there.
Yeah. I think for me, it would be Major League Baseball, and it's because what we're gonna see here over the next couple of years, not only do I think will be like a really fun brand of baseball, even if they aren't like World Series type team, I still think that they're gonna be really fun. They've got a nice young core coming up, and I think that that's gonna really light a fire under the city with regards to baseball. In the same way that I think soccer did. I think it's a bummer that Major League Soccer has missed and missed and missed and missed, and MLS, like they announced and then they like have taken it back, and like the fact that they couldn't get the big whale, and then I mean, from everything I hear now, like they've got an investor that not only would be willing to buy the team and be one of those whales, but also build an arena, build a stadium. But have you missed the boat type deal? And then with WNBA, I mean, I think we're at the beginning of the WNBA's real rise to prominence. And, I think it's been a stellar league forever. I think that the play, but we're at the moment where, women's soccer like had this moment in the late 90s, early 2000s with Brandy Chastain having this like incredible moment where all of a sudden, everyone started watching women's soccer for a while. And I just think that we're at that moment with the WNBA there. And they just, I wish they would have been able to expand like 2-3 years ago and start growing out bigger then. So then they could take full advantage of this right now. But I think the television contract is gonna pave the way for them to be a much larger force. And I really wish that they could get the Monarchs back, because that's, I think, the easiest one. Like the Monarchs, you just put them on the schedule, like,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Like you got to figure out a way to build a couple of locker rooms in the building. But even that, I think is totally possible. I think they have it set up where maybe
Well,
they
if
can
they
even
can
do that.
add 2 new lounges every year, I'm sure they can figure out a way to add a locker room.
Absolutely.
You can go down
New-
trying to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry, where the hell did this come from?
Yeah.
This is lounge like dripping in gold. Like, where did this was not here when
That's
we
a good
left?
call. That happens every year.
Every single year. Well, we can find a
Yeah.
locker room.
I mean, that again, it's turnkey, right? All you have to do is somebody has
Yep.
to say, "Hey, we'll write the check," and away you go. I just don't know that that's, again, Vivek's attention is taken towards baseball right now, and rightfully so. He's on I mean, he's landing a major league team for at least 3 years, and probably and a good chance of a lot more than that. But there's also potential for this to be the permanent home of the Sacramento A's. And I don't care what Major League Baseball wants me to call it or not. I mean, they're the Sacramento A's. They're going to be here for 3 years. That's good enough. They're going to play all their home games here. So I think the baseball is just closer. But I love what's happening with the WNBA. And, Dame, what's your thought on the WNBA and its growth? Because I know you're like an old school WNBA guy, but are you like the way that it's happening? I think it feels uncomfortable for some people and perfectly fine for others. And there's like this combative thing with Caitlin Clark and everything. But as someone who's watched it forever, where would you sort of put your thoughts into this?
The Caitlin Clark thing is weird. It's always going to be weird. Like, I don't understand why a group of individuals have championed her the way that they have when she has no interest in being championed by them. But the growth of the league has really, I think they're finally starting to take advantage of things they didn't take advantage before. My biggest knock on the league has always been, and I understand this is a very, very, very fine balance in leagues, businesses, radio shows. It's a very fine line of delivering what the people who love you want, your paying customer wants while still attracting new customers. And for so long, they appealed to one singular group. Every year, the WNBA promo would come out and it be whatever girl record was out. Power, girl, it's just whatever dumbass pop record. It's like, okay, this doesn't explain the league. That's not what this league is. Like, you have tried to make the league this. That's not what it is. The use of social media, the allowing these women to become stars through social media with their walk-ins and all of that different stuff helps create different audience. Angel isn't just a star because of what she does on the floor. Angel's a star because of what she does off the floor and what she's embracing off the floor. NILs in college have helped with that stuff. The play has always been there, but man, it feels like these women are getting better and better and better every year. Like, Asia is already in the conversation for one of the greatest of all time, and that is ridiculous. Like, she could stamp this out as the greatest of all time. And James, I think you said this great at the beginning of what you were talking about a second ago. We're at the beginning. This is the beginning of the explosion of the WNBA. And there is so much more ahead because Angel's going to get bigger. Caitlin is going to get even bigger. And then you got Juju coming in a couple of years. You got Paige Beckers on her way in. You've already got people like Sabrina and Asia kind of bookmarking this thing. Like, this is the highest level of superstar athletes the league has ever had. The league has never had this many superstars in its league at one time.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too, because it feels like if they do this right, if they all pull together, and if they allow themselves to like take a step back and say, like, look, the next generation of NBA players are going to look a lot more like Steph Curry, right? The next generation of NBA players have always looked like the great players that are now gone, right? You always have this progression. Like, I wish that like some of the stars at WNBA right now, the aging stars, would embrace that there's a Caitlin Clark and there's a Sabrina and all of these players and an Angel because of them, because they've fallen in love with the WNBA and realize that they can go be professional basketball players and embrace the fact that they blaze this trail. And this is a natural progression of leagues. You blaze a trail, but then the next generation is better. And the next generation after that, it's better. And its specific players are better, but the overall feel of the game changes so much. We talked about it today. Like, James Harden is quietly going to become the number 2 3-point shooter of all time this season. He'll pass Ray Allen. And that's just wild. It's wild that James Harden shot over 1,000 3-pointers in a game. And it's because that's the generation that, like, we just keep seeing the game evolve and morph. And I think the WNBA right now is in one of its first initial evolve and morph into something bigger moments, and they're fighting it. And you're like, stop fighting it. It's okay. It's okay to like let everyone have success and just roll with this thing and let's all succeed together, as opposed to like the petty infighting and weirdness that we've had some of this stuff, some of this here.
Yeah, I think to a certain degree, I agree with everything both of you guys said, but to a certain degree, it's out of the WNBA's hands. What is going to happen and why they're going to go to another level is the culture of basketball, and the culture of women's basketball is on fire right now. Talked about it a little bit earlier. The WNBA ain't gonna have to. They ain't gonna worry about creating no stars. There are stars who I talk, like my girl Special K. I talk about her all the time. She's a sophomore in high school. She's a star. She's a star, a social media star. Everybody that follows basketball in that culture, they know who Special K is down there in Southern California, the moves she makes, the way she plays, all this other stuff. That's something they didn't have 15 years ago. It was up to the
Some people know coaches that went to visit her this week.
Oh,
I'm just saying some people. I'm just saying some people. Just some people.
Well, you dropped the bomb on me. Gap band.
Well,
let's go.
It's on.
Let's go.
Yeah, but like,
that's my girl. That's my girl right there. She
I
can
know
go.
it is.
But like, it's not going to be up to the WNBA. It's all done for them. It's almost like the NBA. It's all done for you because these young ladies are going to be stars. The problem in the past was the WNBA had to create these stars. They don't have to do that no more.
Mm-hmm.
These young ladies are stars coming in, and all they got to do is just keep giving them a platform. College basketball, 10, 15 years ago, it was UConn.
Yeah.
That's it. And because it was UConn, to a certain degree, nobody wanted to watch college basketball because it was just UConn all the time. You'd get your Baylors in there every now and then. Maryland won one time, all this other stuff. But it was just UConn. Now, we talked about this all last year. There was like 20 teams that we were like, yo, they could go. They might be able to do it. And that helps build your sport as well. The WNBA ain't going to have to do nothing. They just going to have to make sure the TV deal is good.
Well,
make sure you got all this other stuff, and they'll be there. Because
I disagree a little bit. They can't screw it up.
Well, don't
like that. And that's I still think that's a little bit of a taller task for this league than it is for the NBA, right? And I'll go back to it because I think it's one of the best lines I've heard about the growth of the WNBA was Cheryl Reeves. When that preseason game with Angels' first game against Minnesota wasn't aired properly on League Pass, she's like, sometimes I'm fearful that this league isn't equipped to handle its own growth. And that is a terrifying statement from a woman who knows this league. And it feels like they've corrected that, as best as you can through the course of a season. But those are things that stick in my head a little bit.
No, very fair. I'll say they can be stopped this time because in the past,
I hear you.
In the past, they don't air her first game. It's just lost. People are like, I don't care if they're not airing it. I want to see Angel. Somebody put it on your line.
It on Twitter. Yep.
I want to see Angel. I'm gonna find a way.
2 million people watched a WNBA fan's video because she saw. I can't remember if it was Brittany. She saw someone tweet that how come this game isn't on? So, and then she started saying that League Pass forgot to put the game on, and so she streamed it. And players, coaches, general managers from around the league, as well as like 2 million fans, were watching this girl's live stream because it was the only availability for that Sky Lynx game.
And that's the difference between now and then, because I'm just saying a name. I love this lady, but Yolanda Griffin wasn't the star. Where if her game wasn't on air, people aren't going to be like, where do I find it? What do I have to do to watch it? It's just going to go into the abyss. Now these young ladies are stars, are superstars, where if you're not providing the platform, they're going to find the platform so they can see these young ladies. And all they got to your point, get out the way, don't mess it up, and just provide the platform. Get your media rights deal and everything you need to do so they can be seen, and just don't mess it up. That's it.
Yeah, it's tough too because they're leaving so much talent out of the league. And even like someone who doesn't watch a lot of women's basketball, I can tell you, like, their first round picks who don't make teams,
right?
And then they're just out of the league, right? And then we watch the Olympics. Man, there are incredible players overseas. Incredible. I like, holy cow! Look at how good some of the other countries are. Like, there is unlimited, untapped potential everywhere for the WNBA. They just have to find a way to grow as fast as they can without doing it in a silly way and without losing their way. But like, they need to get more teams in the league so more people can have like a hometown feel for, what's my team. And I wish, like, again, Sacramento loved the Monarchs, and it's a turnkey operation. You just have to shell out the money, and you've got to convince them that you'll
That's
build
the
it.
other part, convincing the league. For some reason, the league didn't need convincing with Portland, but they did with Sacramento. So frustrating.
Ham brings up a great point, though.
Hmm.
WNBA hadn't even got to the point where they tap into the rest of the world yet. And once they get to that point, and like maybe the rest of the world picks up, because it's different.
A lot of those girls do play in the league. I think people got thrown off by the fact a lot of them, when you have Olympic years, they don't come. It's like, okay, so there's an Olympic break. Okay, you can't go play 30 games in the WNBA. We need you here to train with this team. So a lot of the players that people were just fascinated over during that, they are in the league.
Right.
They just haven't been this year, and there are so many more eyes. And it's not shade. There's so many more eyes on it this year. Maybe you just didn't recognize that they are in the league. But that's right now, and this is where I think we'll see things change. Right now, the W isn't like that same level of priority. It's like, I gotta go play for my country, and then I'll go make that money in the second half of the season or whatever.
Yeah,
Hey,
no,
James,
go ahead.
No, I wanted to ask because I want to hear what you think about this, because you've been here the entire time. We know what you would do if you could choose one of the sports. What do you think if you put a vote to the city and they say you can only have one, MLS, MLB, or WNBA? What do you think they'd pick?
I think that Sacramento's a baseball town, and maybe I'm wrong, but I do. I mean, I think it's a soccer town, and I think it was a great WNBA town. But I also just look around. How many people do you see wearing Giants hats? How many people do you see wearing A's hats all the time? I mean, it is and
he wears Yankees hats. He wears Orioles hat. Anyone the Giants are playing, he wears their hat.
Oh man, come on.
I know. Well, we had
Crazy.
Abe today and talking White Sox, and the White Sox are probably the worst team in the history of professional sports.
Well,
I mean, they've got
that was a disaster. They've
got 31 wins on the season, and check this out: since July 1st, the A's are 31-22. The A's, who are not good, have the same amount of wins as the White Sox in the entire season in the last 2 months.
They had the same amount of wins as the Utah Jazz did last year.
That's crazy.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Again, why not have all three?
I don't think you are, Hammer. I didn't make an argument, but I did pose a question. We forget sometimes that time passes, and the Monarchs were 15 years ago. And what investment would a 25 to 30-year-old have in the Sacramento Monarchs? They don't have the same warm, fuzzy feelings that we do about that team, about how good they were, about the 2005 WNBA championship. And the league wasn't then what it is today. So it was special for our city. I'll never forget that arena being, sold out to the final seat. I'll never forget how loud it was when that buzzer went off. That was a long time ago. That championship was 19 years ago. The folding of that team was 15 years ago.
You know what's crazy? You could easily have all three. And I'm not saying like pie in the sky. Again, it takes someone in the league office at the WNBA saying yes to the return of the Monarchs and them just playing at Golden One. It takes the A's having their situation just fall through. And it takes this one whale that can purchase the team and build the stadium for soccer. And again, look at the baseball, like it's going to take private. Somebody's going to have to come in and build the new baseball stadium. But I've even heard that's on its way to being lined up. So it's possible that all three could happen. And that's not even being like overly optimistic. This could be a 4-sport town very quickly.
You look like Malik against the Lakers.
What would that mean for us?
Oh man, that'd be great business for ESPN 1320.
That's right.
Well, we're done. Football is back tomorrow.
Football's back tomorrow, baby.
Football is back tomorrow, and D'Lo and KC are back at Sky River Casino this Monday, 32 Brew Street. The food, the drinks, the infamous moments like James Ham leaving the stage to go to the bathroom after multiple beers. All of that is back this Monday, as is 49ers football. We hope that you will join us. 32 Brew Street, inside Sky River Casino. We will kick off the next NFL season tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m. It's time to be serious, boys. All the goofing off is over. Football is back, beginning at 10 a.m. tomorrow with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Monarchs.
Did I read that wrong? Oh, did I read that wrong? Oh no, I did. I read it wrong. I read it as 54-15. I'm sorry. That's my fault. That's my bad. The system's gonna blow up. Oh, that's good stuff, James. That was fun.
Yeah, I didn't expect us to talk WNBA all afternoon, but I think there's so many layers to this. It'd be much more of a nuanced conversation for podcasting that, I would love to have on these things without, coming across the wrong way on like a bunch of different sides. If you catch my drift, like it is a very complicated and nuanced discussion that I think that people should be having right now about the WNBA, because the demographic of who's watching the WNBA versus 2005 versus today is totally different. But even like the Brandy Chastain thing, it wasn't like girls didn't just instantly go out and start playing soccer because Brandy Chastain. But what they did is a bunch of moms started having their girls play soccer. And now all of a sudden we're seeing this whole generation of soccer players that don't look anything like that soccer team that won years ago, but are much better and incredible players. And I think it introduced it to a different audience that I think that the WNBA is getting introduced right now to a different audience. And I don't know, it's intriguing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Guys, we gotta shut down and turn the station over. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 10 a.m. Appreciate you. Well, Lazy, probably not wrong there, but